explains that a 3-judge panel is still considering whether Cooper's cabinet picks must get a green light from senators.
All 3 judges had questions that seemed to be more political than judicial or constitutional, but one in particular did ask a lot about whether this was a pretext to hurt the new governor, whether the changes as approved by the General Assembly would actually work or not, all of which were more political or administrative rather than being judicial or constitutional.
A man accused of gunning down his Muslim neighbors was emotionless during a brief court appearance when he faced his victims' relatives for the first time in nearly 2 years. Defendant Craig Hicks appears to have lost a significant amount of weight since the fatal shootings in February 2015. The brother of one of the 3 victims said it was the first time the families had seen Hicks since an April 2015 hearing. You're listening to NCN News.
Here you are, sir. An authentic Carolina barbecue platter just like you wanted.
Hey, thanks, Smithfield.
You're back?
Well, I love your easy drive-thru. And I forgot to get a Juicy Bird fried chicken platter for my wife.
Coming right up.
Try one of our fresh barbecue or southern fried chicken platters. Fast and delicious. Dine in, take out, or drive through.
Break away from the everyday to Smithfield's Chicken and Barbecue.
Are you underemployed or unemployed? Visit ncjobsnow.com, North Carolina's new statewide job search website. New jobs and new opportunities are posted every day by leading employers from across North Carolina. Search by industry or location, or post your resume for general viewing by companies across the state. It's free to post your resume and apply for jobs. Visit ncjobsnow.com. That's ncjobsnow.com.
A winter storm has clobbered the Northeast with sleet and heavy snow, crippling much of the Washington to Boston corridor. Near hurricane-force winds shove the Atlantic ashore in some coastal communities. Some East Coast cities are pushing past the late winter storm with knocked out power in portions of New Hampshire and left some communities with more than 2.5 feet of snow. Boston Public Schools will remain closed Wednesday out of abundance of caution. CBS News correspondent Don Daylor says the question remains, will the roads be free of snow and sleet for the morning rush as temperatures plunge?
They anticipate it's going to get down below freezing tonight. I don't think there's any question about that. The only question is whether these salters can put down enough of the melting agents to make the roads safe for the commute in the morning.
Strawberry farmers are working practically around the clock to make sure this year's crop isn't destroyed by a late winter cold snap. Don Nicholson, a regional agronomist with the state agricultural department, says it will be a tough couple of days.
Well, so far, most everybody that has done anything has been successful at protecting what they've had.
He says some farmers may even run out of water sources because of the extended amount of time they are having to spray crops. Hundreds of women across the state gathered with lawmakers in Raleigh on Tuesday to fight for equality as part of Women's Advocacy Day. They met with lawmakers discussing the biggest issues affecting women, such as equal pay, protecting voting rights, expanding Medicaid, and repealing House Bill 2. In North Carolina, women are paid 85 cents for every dollar paid to men. A retired Navy admiral and 8 other military officers are in legal hot water. They've been indicted in a bribery scandal to which they are accused of accepting lavish gifts and the services of prostitutes from a Malaysian defense contractor known as Fat Leonard. According to an indictment unsealed in San Diego, retired Admiral Bruce Lovelace and others helped the contractor's firm, Glenn Defense Marine Asia, to overbill the Navy by $35 million. I'm Carrie Davis, NCN News.
Get your message to the thousands. Call the WCAB Sales Department today at 287-3356.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters. Parts of the East Coast were spared from a predicted snowstorm. Instead, the nor'easter moved further west, bringing 1 to 2 feet of snow in Pennsylvania's Pocono Mountains in western Massachusetts. In Albany, New York today, Mayor Kathy Sheehan tells WAMC crews are trying to move upwards of 1.5 feet of snow.
We are working to continue to move the snow, but this is going to be a long and arduous day for everybody.
New York Governor Andrew Cuomo says above-ground subway service and some Metro-North commuter rail service shut down by the snowstorm is being partially restored. Full service will resume tomorrow. The White House today defended the Republican-authored American Health Care Act from its critics. White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer says the Congressional Budget Office analysis of the GOP health plan needs to be put in context.
CBO coverage estimates are consistently wrong and, more importantly, did not take into consideration the comprehensive nature of the three-pronged plan to repeal and replace Obamacare with the American Health Care Act.
Congressional leaders and aides to President Donald Trump got to work trying to salvage the legislation. The mayor of a Washington state city is suing the makers of oxycodone. Everett Mayor Ray Stevenson says the city contends that Purdue Pharma, the makers of the opiate OxyContin, ignored criminal activity in their drive for profit.
They were aware that that medication was going into pill mills and other unusual distribution points and did not report it.
The city seeks to hold the company accountable, the lawsuit alleges, for supplying OxyContin to obviously suspicious pharmacies and physicians and enabling the illegal diversion of OxyContin into the black market and into Everett, despite a company program to track suspicious flows. On Wall Street, the Dow down by 44 points to 20,837. The Nasdaq dropped 19. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Fellow Americans, the time is now to protect your retirement accounts with physical gold. If you currently have a 401k, IRA, or other type of retirement account, then listen closely to this special announcement from GSI Exchange. The current political climate is creating more gridlock, uncertainty, and instability for global markets and the continued slow death of the U.S. dollar. Call GSI Exchange now at 800-909-1394 to receive our new special edition Gold and Silver Investment Guide. Learn how converting your IRA and 401k to physical gold can help you save your retirement and put you in control of your future instead of the banks. GSI is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call GSI Exchange now at 800-909-1394. Find out how you can get $1,500 in free gold or silver delivered directly to your home with your qualified transfer. Call 800-909-1394. 800-909-1394.
The Senate confirms President Trump's pick to lead the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
Seema Verma was confirmed by a vote of 55 to 43. As head of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Verma is expected to play a larger role in any effort to repeal and replace Obamacare. The House Republican plan calls for a rollback of the current Medicaid expansion after 2019. A fresh report from the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office says the result would mean millions of Americans would lose their health insurance. Verma's confirmation came despite efforts by many Senate Democrats to get answers on how she plans to oversee that process. Linda Kenyon, Washington.
Private businesses in Europe can forbid Muslim women who work there from wearing headscarves, but the ban has to be part of a neutral policy within the company and not a sign of prejudice against a particular religion. That ruling came today from the European Court of Justice. News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters. Gina Miller, a British businesswoman who took the government to court over Brexit, is disappointed Parliament stopped resisting and gave Prime Minister Theresa May the power to file for divorce from the European Union.
I've invested so much energy, time, money into putting the MPs right back where they should be, and a lot of them sort of lost their backbone and their spine, so I was obviously disappointed.
Miller says the Brexit process will take more than 2 years.
It's just not going to happen that time. And if the government is at all practical, the first thing they will be asking for in these negotiations, after they've made sure that the certainty of EU citizens are put to bed, would be to look for the transition period, that implementation period. 5 years, 10, who knows?
Meanwhile, Scotland's leader is warning British Prime Minister Theresa May not to block a referendum on Scottish independence. First Minister Nicola Sturgeon says she intends to ask voters whether they want to leave the United Kingdom. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, a low around 23. Sunshine with a high only reaching 39. And then clear skies Wednesday night, a low around 21. Sunny with a high around 48 on Thursday and 57 under partly cloudy skies for Friday. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Lou Gillum at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call, Morning Call Around Report, and great gospel music, Todd Kaiser midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories and the afternoon Call Around Report here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
You know what I think I'm going to do then? Just for the hell of it. Tell me. I'm going to take this right foot, and I'm going to whop you on that side of your face. And you want to know something? There's not a damn thing you're going to be able to do about it. Really? Really?
Whoa! The following has been rated PC for politically correct. Pay attention, you just may learn something.
It's the Sage, Larry Elder.
Larry Elder here, the sage from South Central, the Prince of Pico Union, the Czar of Common Sense, the great Eldersky, Don Lorenzo. Welcome to the program. No Victocrats allowed because we've got a country to save. So let's get her teed up!
You want to play rock? Say hello to my little friend! What the hell's going on out here?
Ooh, that's a bingo. Larry Elder here, 888-971-SAGE, 888-971-7243. That's a 24/7 line. Call anytime, day or night. Leave a message. Keep your message under 60 seconds. And make sure that any F-bombs are limited to single digits. Next segment, we'll be talking with Diamond and Silk. There is a documentary, and the documentary is about Ferguson. It's called Stranger Fruit. Now, you may not understand the significance of the title, but strange fruit is a term that the late, great Billie Holiday used to describe black people being lynched. Strange fruit. So this documentary is called Stranger Fruit. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Michael Brown was figuratively lynched, implies the filmmaker, whose name is Jason Pollock. And he came up with this video that he says no one really saw, and it puts Mike Brown, he says, in an entirely different light. Listen up.
One night when reading through the St. Louis County investigation papers, I stumbled along something that was absolutely stunning. At approximately 1:13 a.m., August 9th, a male arrived as a backseat passenger in a dark-colored passenger vehicle. Brown enters and exits the front doors. Michael was at the market at 1:13 a.m. the night before he died? Camera 7. The male proceeds to the beverage cooler, selected unknown items, and proceeded to the register. The male remains at the counter and eventually leaves the area of the registers with no merchandise. I couldn't believe what I had read. Michael was in the store the night before he died. And St. Louis County saw the videotape, and they didn't tell us. Well, guess what, St. Louis County? I've got the videotape.
I was surprised to hear that 2 years later, there was a video. What you're going to see on this video is what they didn't show us happen that clarifies that there was an understanding, and that's what you're going to see in that video.
In the early hours of August 9th, just 11 hours before Mike took his last steps, he went to his local convenience store to make an exchange. Look carefully at the counter and you can see a trade is made. Mike gives the store a little bag of weed. You can see the employees smelling it and passing it around.
There was some type of exchange for one thing for another. That these people know each other well enough that this is the relationship that they have.
Okay, and it goes further, but you hear the point. The point is, his argument is that Mike Brown was not pulling a strong arm robbery. He was having an exchange for drugs. He had been there earlier. There was some sort of a deal, and Mike Brown came back to complete the deal. That's what this filmmaker is arguing. By the way, what difference does it make, even if that were true? So Mike Brown is not a strong arm guy. He's just a drug dealer. What difference does that make? What matters is the encounter that happened between him and Officer Darren Wilson, so it's completely irrelevant. But this is what he says. Now, there are two lawyers who represent the convenience store, and they say this whole thing is made up, and this filmmaker has selectively edited the tape.
Last night at Ferguson Market, the protesters came back out. Police officers were engaged. Police officers were hurt. Shots were fired at the market and at the police officers. My client's store was threatened to be burned to the ground, and all because some filmmaker badly edited, misedited surveillance video so that he could get publicity for his documentary film. The film and the proposition for which he's put out there are both false. So what I'd like to do at this point is walk through some of the video, show you the distinctions between the two, and highlight those things that indicate that no drug transaction occurred that night. This is, right here, camera 6 from the surveillance video. The time at the top is 13:33, 1:34 in the morning. Michael Brown is walking into the store right here. And what I'd like you to note on this, Michael Brown has one thing in his hand. He has a piece of paper. Right? He's walking in with a piece of paper and there's nothing in the other hand. All right? Camera 7. Okay, here we go.
And what he proceeds to say is that Michael Brown came in there to purchase those cigarillo things and tried to use marijuana to pay for it, and the clerks refused, and that is why you saw an altercation.
This is a different camera angle. This is the door back here, we'll see. And we'll take it up to where Michael Brown walks into the store. There's Michael Brown walking into the store. He's carrying the piece of paper in his right hand. He's going to spend about 30 seconds here looking around for something to drink up here. In the documentary filmmaker said nothing about sodas because it doesn't fit the narrative that the cigarillos were on layaway. Michael Brown looks through this. I'm going to jump a little bit further ahead because it's to where he decides. Now, I'm going to stop right here. Michael Brown walks up to the counter. He's got 2 Vest sodas in his hand. Okay? And he's got the piece of paper also in his hand. He puts them on the counter. That's an employee next to him. The employee backs away. Now, we're going to flip to another camera angle, but what is going to occur here is about 30 or 40 seconds worth of discussion. And it's become a very heated discussion throughout. Because Michael Brown, you're going to see, is going to throw up a bag of what looks like marijuana onto the counter. And then he's going to start arguing with the clerk because the clerk's going to tell him, no, I'm not taking marijuana. Get out of my store. So as we watch this, I'll show you the point at time which he throws that's at 15:10. Now, right now, he's asking for the cigarillos. And the clerk's bagging up the sodas, getting the cigarillos off the counter. And at 15:08, you're going to see him go to his pocket. Right there. Okay? He reaches in his pocket and he throws the bag up on the counter. Okay? It's right there at 15:09 of the tape. Now, it's going to disappear because as we'll see from the other angle, some of the clerks picked it up and wanted to see what it was. That's what you saw in the documentary. Okay? Now, what you didn't see in the documentary was all of this. This is the argument that's going on between Michael Brown and the clerks. What do you mean, you won't barter with me? What do you mean I can't trade with you? Why not? Come on, man. The language got heated and it got ugly. And that's what's going on. You can see him, his hands moving. Okay? The body language. The argument's going on. None of this is in the documentary. Okay? Still arguing. And he's going to get frustrated, and he's just going to grab the bag, and he's going to walk out. Okay. Now, at this point, he's grabbed the bag right there. He hasn't paid for anything, and he's got his white piece of paper in his hand. And the marijuana, or the bag, is still up on the counter. Now, at this point, he's leaving. White piece of paper, bag, 2 sodas, cigarillos. Okay? The clerk's going to yell to him, hey, bring the stuff back. You didn't pay for that. Okay? Now, this is what you see in the documentary. Kind of going there, oh, I think I'll leave the cigarillos behind. I'll pick them up tomorrow morning. So you're going to see this. Oh, yeah, maybe I'll get these tomorrow morning. He stops right there in the documentary. Okay? Nothing untoward about that. What he leaves out is, okay, he puts it up and he's just grabbed the pot back. Okay? He's now got it in his hand, and he's arguing. See? He's arguing with him. They're not friendly exchanges. Keep this till tomorrow morning so I can come back and get it. He's saying, come on. Now, okay, stop. Let me go back 1 second because this is important. You're going to see him walking out. Remember, he walked in with a white piece of paper in his hand. He's given the bag back. There. He's got the pot in this hand, or whatever that was, and you'll see it. His hand is clasped like that.
And he leaves without his goods because the clerk will not take the marijuana. Selectively edited to make it look like there was a drug deal going on before he died. I'm Larry Elder. Don't leave town. Larry Elder here from The Larry Elder Show. You know my passion for living a healthy lifestyle, which includes clean eating. Super Beets is one of the most impressive functional foods I have ever seen. Why? Blood flow, blood flow, blood flow. Beets are loaded with dietary nitrates, which convert to nitric oxide in the body. Nitric oxide helps support healthy circulation and healthy blood pressure levels. Super Beets is the most convenient way to get these dietary nitrates to specifically help support healthy blood flow and circulation. I take Super Beets every single day, and I can feel the energy and stamina it gives me within 20 minutes. Call 800-996-3406. That's 800-996-3406. Or go to elderbeats.com. That's elderbeats.com. You're going to get a 30-day supply for free. Comes with your very first order and is backed by a money-back guarantee. You're also going to get a free book called Beat the Odds and free shipping on the whole thing. You're going to love the results you feel with your first free canister guaranteed or your money back. 800-996-3406. 800-996-3406. Or go to elderbeats.com. That's elderbeats.com. Tell me if this scenario is familiar. You come home to find your adult kid sitting on a couch watching TV. Now, they have a degree from a fine institute of higher learning that you sweated to get them through, but jobs are incredibly hard to find. Larry Elder here to tell you how you can get your kid a job and get your couch back. You need to speak to the people at ersop.com. Open the business you've always dreamed of owning and hire your kid to run it. ERSOP, which stands for Entrepreneur Rollover Stock Ownership Plan, has helped thousands of people use their retirement money to invest in businesses for themselves and their family. It only takes a couple of weeks to finance, and it's totally legal. And then 3, 4, or 5 years later, put the retirement funds back, and you have the corporation carry on by itself. Make your dream of being an entrepreneur a reality, get your kid a job, and get your couch back. Call 866-MY-ERSOP. That's 866-MY-ERSOP. 866-MY-ERSOP. Invest in yourself and your kids. Call 866-MY-ERSOP. Just like all of you, I've been hearing about MyPillow, and I was skeptical that it's as great as everybody says it is. Well, I received my first MyPillow several months ago. Love it. Love it. And I've hooked up several of my friends. I've improved marriages. Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, has a very special offer for Larry Elder listeners only. To celebrate March being National Sleep Awareness Month, MyPillow is offering, get this, 50% off the 4-pack special, and you will also receive free shipping. If you're looking for a great night's sleep, now is the perfect time to get your first MyPillow. If you already know how great MyPillow is, why not give them for everybody you know? Call 1-800-890-1843, use the promo code Larry, or go to MyPillow.com, but make sure you use the promo code Larry. Believe me, you are going to love MyPillow. So call 1-800-890-1843 and use the promo code Larry. That's 1-800-890-1843, promo code Larry, or go to MyPillow.com. That's MyPillow.com.
How's that kitchen remodel coming along?
I haven't found a reliable contractor and have no idea where to start.
What about Home Advisor?
Home what?
Home Advisor. They match you to pre-screened and top-rated pros for any kind of home project. You can even check pricing and book appointments online.
What's the catch?
No catch. Home Advisor is completely free to use.
Really? I'll check it out.
Go to HomeAdvisor.com or download the free app.
Home Advisor.
Blinds are one of those things I thought I'd never buy online, but that was before I found Blinds.com. The prices, selection, and quality are amazing, shipping is free, and their professional designers gave me a free online design consultation, helping me pick, measure, and install the perfect blinds for every room.
Winter is still hanging on, so let's jumpstart spring with some savings. Now through March 14th, get up to 30% off site-wide at Blinds.com. Just use promo code SHUTTERS. That's Blinds.com, promo code SHUTTERS. Rules and restrictions apply.
When you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz.
Call the Larry Elder Show now at 888-971-SAGE. That's 888-971-7243. Eldorado's Let Larry Know What's on Your Mind.
Hey, Larry, I'm Brett in Phoenix. I just wanted to tell you, I kind of noticed that even the world is kind of changing a little bit, but if you look closely, our Liberty Bell has a crack in for a reason. That's the sound of liberty. And I believe that more people in the world hear that ring, and after Donald Trump's election, you hear him talking of Trump around the world. Let's pray and hope. Thanks, Larry. You got a great show.
Thank you. 888-971-SAGE. Next segment, we're going to play a fascinating, fiery interview with Fox's Martha McCallum and the filmmaker I just now mentioned, Jason Pollock, about the veracity of his documentary on Michael Brown. All that's coming up. But first, please welcome back to the program Diamond and Silk.
Hi. Hi.
Ladies, how you doing?
Doing wonderful. We hope you're doing well.
I'm having a blast. I want to know how you guys feel the first month or so has gone in the new Trump administration.
Oh, my God, we feel wonderful. It's exciting. You know, look at everything that he's done within these past 2 months, and it's phenomenal. He's doing what he said he was going to do, and it's exciting. It's an exciting time in America. Yes, it is.
What about the controversy over him making an accusation that President Obama personally ordered a wiretap of him at Trump Tower? And it doesn't appear to be proof of it. What do you think about why he said it, and what do you think about people who say there's no proof?
I think it's a little merit to that. I don't want to say that there is no proof. I think it's merit. Listen, all of a sudden we have all of these leaks out the White House. Now all of a sudden Team Trump camp has been, somebody is listening to their phone's conversation. They're talking about this Russian ambassador is now a spy. Well, why isn't the Hillary camp being investigated? Because the same spy was around her camp and talking to her camp too. I think he has some merit. Where is these leaks coming from? Right. Why are these leaks leaking out of the White House? I believe he has some merit, and
there were some landmines left right there from, I believe, the Obama administration.
His thumbprints is all over it.
That's right.
I don't know whether you heard Judge Napolitano of Fox News say that there were 3 sources that told Fox News that Obama asked the British to spy on Trump. That way his fingerprints wouldn't be on it.
See what I'm talking about? It could be the truth. It could be some merit to that. Listen, let me tell you something. I am afraid for our president to be up there in that White House knowing that stuff is leaking out of that White House. So that concerns me a whole lot. So I believe where there's smoke, there's fire, and I believe that somebody's going to come talking. Somebody's going to open up their mouth and start talking.
And President Obama may not have done it, but that don't mean he don't know about it.
That's right.
Are you concerned about President Trump's safety?
Well, I'm concerned about the fact that things are leaking out the White House, and with him being there, so does that mean his private conversations are going to be leaked? So I look at all of that. I look at everything. When you're talking about intelligence being leaked, somebody can get hurt, somebody can get killed over that. And that's very, very serious. I think our president is very frustrated. I think he's very concerned about leaks from intelligence leaking out of the White House. That is concerning, and everybody should be concerned about that. So I'm not saying that his life is in danger, but it makes Americans concerned. We're concerned about him. We're concerned about that White House, and we're concerned about intelligence being leaked out of that White House.
That's right.
Are the Republicans going to come together on some sort of plan to replace Obamacare?
I'm hoping they will. The point is the president is doing all that he can to make sure that everybody have care. I'm hoping that they can come together. All I can do is hope, and we'll see what happens.
The Congressional Budget Office says that if the Republican replacement plan goes through within 10 years, 24 million fewer Americans will have health insurance. And, of course, the left is going crazy over all of that.
Well, see, here's the deal. Before Obamacare came, how many Americans didn't have insurance?
Right.
See, you can't tell me that, okay, everybody needs insurance, but we can't use the insurance. You make us get insurance. You tell us if we don't get it, we're going to be penalized. And then once we get it, the premiums go up. And then after the premiums go up, when we use it, we can't use it because now there's a high deductible. And then by the time you pay the $10,000 deductible, then the insurance kick in, but you're still being nickeled and dimed to death.
And a new year has started.
Right, so this here has to be fair and equal. You cannot push health care and then ride it off the backs of the middle class. The middle class have to pay for people that can't afford it, and you got the premiums up where they can't even afford their own. So technically, millions of Americans have already lost their insurance because they can't even afford it now.
If you didn't know, I'm talking to Diamond and Silk. Diamond and Silk, I'm sure you followed this controversy about Ben Carson. Ben Carson is addressing members of HUD, and he compares slaves to immigrants, and he's blasted by Whoopi Goldberg, by Keith Ellison, and by some other people. And oops, turns out that Obama said almost verbatim the same thing several times. Nobody said jack when Obama said it.
See, that's the hypocrisy of the left. That's how they do. That's the kind of thing that they do. They want to nitpick everything you say, but the previous president said the same thing. You know what I mean? So it's a bunch of hogwash to keep people always bickering back and forth.
But if the illegal immigrants don't get legal, they will be the new slaves.
That's right.
Speaking of which, how do you think his project is going? Is he building the wall? Is he going to get Mexico to pay for it?
I think he is going to get Mexico to pay for it, and I think he's going to build the wall. Yes, I do. I think that wall is going to go up, and I believe Mexico is going to pay for it.
Most definitely. It's so many billions of dollars that go out of America back to Mexico. Believe you me, when they cross that border and that wall is built, they're going to have to pay fees, and that they're going to be paying for the wall. Involuntarily, they just don't know it.
That's right.
The new Secretary of Education is a pro-choice, pro-voucher person, and I tweeted that Donald Trump in 4 weeks did more to improve the prospects of inner-city blacks than Obama did in 8 years.
Well, you're absolutely right. You didn't lie about that. Thank you for telling the truth, and thank you for having the guts to tweet that out, and that is the truth. Right. I don't understand what's wrong with black America when they praise Obama, but Obama has never done anything for the inner and urban city. They know it. I know it. Everybody know it. I have to commend President Trump for pushing it through, trying to do something, trying to do things. And even though you have these organizations and these groups, he didn't call me, he should talk to me. What I would tell President Trump, listen, you don't have to go through no organization or no group to get to the inner and urban city. Go directly and take your message to the people. Right. Don't go through these groups that take claim that they represent black people because they're only working for their own greed and not the need of black people.
Give me 30 seconds. We have to go after that, Diamond and Silk, on Maxine Waters saying that she will not sit with Donald Trump, will not meet with him under any circumstances.
Well, if she won't meet with him, then we need to vote her out because she's up there working for her own self. They sent her up there to do a job. She need to do her job, but she need to pack her little knapsack and go.
Because remember, she worked for us.
Diamond and Silk, laying it down. As always, ladies, thank you very much for coming on. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
You got it. When we come back, Martha McCollum of Fox squares off with the filmmaker Jason Pollock I just now mentioned to you. Is his documentary legit, or is it #fake news?
All across America, The Larry Elder Show.
With SRN News, I'm Keith Peters in Washington. One Pennsylvania retiree forced to pull out his snowblower a week before spring says the nor'easter is a big pain. The storm has generated coastal flooding, widely scattered power outages, and blizzard-type conditions. Some population centers near the coast wound up getting less snow, but more of an icy mixture. The forecasters warn will solidify with bitter overnight cold. Inland areas of Pennsylvania, New York, and Massachusetts were hammered with snow. Without being specific, the White House says President Trump is extremely confident that the Justice Department will produce evidence backing up Mr. Trump's Twitter claim that former President Obama wiretapped the phones at Trump Tower during the election. The House Intelligence Committee has given the Justice Department until Monday, the first day of its hearings on Russians' interference in the 2016 election. On Wall Street, the Dow down by 44 points. This is SRN News.
This is Ed Rollins. President Donald Trump has nominated Neil Gorsuch for the Supreme Court, and we need millions of Americans to pick up the phone right now and to deliver your voice directly to your senator. This is the most critical moment in modern history that will define the future of our country. Radical liberals like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi have vowed to block President Trump's nomination by all means possible. We need millions of Americans to call 800-939-5885 to send your voice directly to your senator to demand the immediate confirmation of Judge Gorsuch to the Supreme Court. This could be the most important phone call you will ever make for the future of our country. Please call 800-939-5885 and put the pressure on the U.S. Senate to confirm President Trump's nominee. Again, call 800-939-5885. Please help pressure the Senate to confirm Neil Gorsuch and help Donald Trump make America great again. Call now.
Paid for by Great America PAC, which is responsible for the content of this message. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. GreatAmericaPAC.com.
2017 is the year of Trump, and markets are rising to all-time highs. But economic uncertainty may be greater than after any election in our lifetime. And as retirement approaches, there's little time to recover losses. You need to hedge against uncertainty. That means transferring part of your retirement to physical gold and silver, stored where you can actually hold it in your hands and get it fast in any disaster. It's the perfect time to buy. Prices are low and expected to climb. Make Augusta Precious Metals your personal gold and silver provider. Augusta cares for your financial position and helps you make good decisions. And they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Get Augusta's free gold and silver IRA guide. What you learn could help you weather any economic storm. No obligation. Just call 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993. Trust Augusta. Protect your retirement today.
Few moments bring you joy like going to the mailbox after you've done your taxes. Pulling it open, reaching in, discarding the junk mail, and then pulling out that item you've been waiting so... What? Someone already filed for my return? It sounds like a horror story, but it's a reality. Identity thieves can use your personal information to file for your refund or commit other forms of ID theft. In fact, the IRS identified approximately $4.1 billion in suspected identity theft tax refund fraud in 2016. Thankfully, there's LifeLock. When you're a member, you have access to a team of US-based specialists who know the steps to take and the calls to make to fix identity issues, whether it happens during tax season or any other time. Join now and get 10% off. Head to lifelock.com or call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code SMART. That's promo code SMART. LifeLock.
Portions of the Larry Elder Show are sponsored by Food for the Poor. A one-time gift of $50 will feed a starving child every day for the next year and provide them with a source of clean water that will serve them for life. Just look for the donation banner at the top of LarryElder.com to help.
Hello, sir. My name is Jerry, and I am a 30% disabled veteran from Desert Shield, Desert Storm. You know, the most under-talked about story in this country when it comes to health care is how veterans who utilize health networks through the VA are legally prohibited from purchasing health insurance through the marketplace because, quote-unquote, they meet the minimum essential coverages. Can you name any other insurance program out there where the provider of insurance can, at will, not pay an emergency room visit? So nationwide, over 800,000 veterans are losing everything because they go to an emergency room and the VA refuses to pay.
888-971-SAG, 888-971-7243. Well, that's one of the many things that President Trump says he's going to address. You know, when I was in Guatemala for Food for the Poor, I mentioned this home I was in. Very small home. No rug, no hardwood floor, just dirt. And for the family to sleep, they would bring in cardboard at night and then take the cardboard out during the daytime and make sure that the floor was as clean as could be. Now, keep in mind, dirt floor with pebbles, but very, very neat. And I asked where her husband was. And through an interpreter, she told me that he was in town working. And I asked, why didn't he come home at night? The distance didn't seem that far to me. And she said it costs too much to go to and from work for him to do it 5 days a week, so he just does it 1 day a week. Can you imagine? And they send their kids to the feeding center that's about a 20-minute walk away. Now, for just $50, you can feed a Guatemalan boy or girl for an entire year because much of the food is donated. You can supply water for life because the money was used to drill and maintain a well that can provide water for the community for life. So the money goes, and it is spent efficiently. That's why I went. I wanted to be able to tell you that I saw with my own baby brown libertarian eyeballs exactly what happens to the money that you give. And for every gift of over $500, you're going to get a personal gift from me. We're just going to be doing this through this week, so please give now. Go to LarryElder.com, click on the banner Food for the Poor, or call toll-free 855-918-4673, 855-918-HOPE. Now, in a few minutes, I want to play you a fascinating exchange between Martha McCallum of Fox News and this Ferguson filmmaker named Jason Pollock, who has a new documentary called Stranger Fruit. And the bombshell passage in it appears to have been edited, even if it hadn't been edited, even if it were true that Michael Brown had earlier gone to the convenience store to do a drug deal, and what we saw on the videotape that appeared to be some sort of strong-arm robbery was a dispute over the drug transaction. Even if that's true, what does it have to do with the encounter he had with Officer Darren Wilson? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And what gets me, assuming this documentary has been doctored and edited, why? You can't find legitimate instances of police brutality without making something up? We've had many, many instances of blatant police brutality. Why do you have to take a case like Michael Brown, a man who did not have his hands up, who did not say don't shoot, who was not running away, who was not shot in the back, and hold him up as an example of a miscarriage of justice? How do you do that? It's just fascinating to me how you can take something like this. The grand jury in Ferguson said that he did not have his hands up, did not say don't shoot. The DOJ concluded the same thing. And here comes a documentary filmmaker who finds some film that he claims took place earlier in the day, edits it so that Michael Brown looks as if he's going into the convenience store to do a voluntary deal with the clerks who's in on the drug deal. And it turns out apparently that's phony. Didn't happen. But even if it did, what does it have to do with what happened with Michael Brown and Officer Darren Wilson? And you heard the lawyers for the convenience store say that because of this film, there have been death threats. There have been threats to burn the store to the ground. I mean, this is just stunning to me. So we're going to play you that exchange with Martha McCallum and filmmaker Jason Pollock when we come back. But first, real quickly about Relief Factor. This is from Don from North Carolina. I wasn't sure Relief Factor was working until I ran out, and it was a week before I got my next bag. Pain started coming back in my leg. Once I started Relief Factor again, the pain was gone within a few days. Don from North Carolina is one of 100 million Americans who suffer from inflammation, also known as the silent killer. Silent because people assume because they're older, because of wear and tear, they just have to put up with the chronic pain in my neck or in my shoulder or in my back or my hip or my foot or my knee. Au contraire, mon frere, you don't necessarily have to put up with it. There are 4 key ingredients in Relief Factor. They are natural. Each of the 4 ingredients approaches inflammation from a different metabolic pathway. I suggest the 3-week quick start. It's only $19.95 or 95 cents a day, about the price of a cup of Starbucks coffee. Just go to relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com, that's relieffactor.com.
Larry will be right back. Stay tuned.
How would you describe your health care? If you're like most Americans these days, the word affordable isn't top of mind. Well, here's some good news. There's actually a trusted healthcare option that is affordable. It's called Medishare. Unlike insurance, Medishare is Christian healthcare sharing, a community of more than 200,000 believers across America who share each other's medical expenses. It's about half the cost of insurance, and it's fully acceptable under the law. And here's the best part. Because Medishare is based on biblical principles, you never pay for things that go against your beliefs. Medishare is affordable health care for Christians.
Learn how thousands of Christians can help you save on your health care. For your free information guide, call 844-47-BIBLE. Not available in Montana. Medishare, affordable biblical health care. Call 844-47-BIBLE. That's 844-47-BIBLE.
Freedom. One nation in all of human history was built on that bedrock. Ours. A republic of the people, by the people, and for the people. Self-government requires freedom, just as freedom requires an individual willingness to self-govern. Freedom has made America exceptional, but it can only last as long as you and I seek the good, as expressed by the laws of nature and nature's God. It can only last if you and I choose to act as people of character. Forging character has been the pursuit of Hillsdale College since 1844. Hillsdale College forges character and elevates civic discourse both on campus and nationwide. To find out how you can take their free online courses or receive a complimentary subscription to Imprimis, a monthly speech digest, visit hillsdalefreedom.com. That's hillsdalefreedom.com.
You could be financially independent and never have to worry about money again. I'm Andy Willoughby with the 3-Step Plan Home Business System. The 3-Step Plan is designed to help families make extra money working from home. Right now, we are looking for a few people in this area who would like to earn between $500 and $5,000 a month by building their own home-based business. We'll teach you everything you need to know to get your business off and running. If you like working with people with similar family values, then you'll love the 3-Step Plan. You can work full-time or part-time. You choose your own hours so you can work around family commitments. If you have a cell phone and can send out email, you can succeed with the 3-Step Plan. Families from all over the nation have used the 3-Step Plan to make extra money, pay off bills, improve their lifestyle, and work from home. To check out the 3-Step Plan, go to 3stepplan.com. That's 3stepplan.com.
Now back to the sage, Larry Elder.
Hey, Larry, you were talking about historical transgressions, and somebody mentioned American Indians. Well, Mexican soldiers killed California Native and Mexican Native Indians. They fought the Apaches. The Sioux and the Cheyenne fought the Crow. All these tribes were fighting each other in extremely bloody territorial battles, which is why the Crow was fighting with the U.S. cavalry against the Sioux and the Cheyenne. But they never seemed to finesse this point. Isn't that interesting? Everybody has dirty hands, but somehow in the 21st century, only yours truly is guilty. Larry, this is Al. Bye.
888-971-SAGE, 888-971-7243. In a minute, I'm going to play you a fascinating exchange between Fox's Martha McCallum and the filmmaker Jason Pollock. I think Jason Pollock might need a MyPillow. There are 25 million of them that have been sold, you know. And you still have a chance to take advantage of the Mike 4-pack special. Just go to MyPillow.com or call 800-890-1843 right now. Use the promo code Larry to take advantage of the Mike 4-pack special. What is the Mike 4-pack special? Well, you get 40% off 2 MyPillow premium pillows and 2 Go Anywhere pillows. Go to mypillow.com or call 800-890-1843 right now and use the promo code Larry. Zachary is in Riverside, California. Zachary, you're on the Larry Elder Show. Thank you very much for calling. I appreciate it.
Thanks for taking my call, and thanks to your call screener who's doing this job. Larry, I had to call with all the rhetoric you're releasing over the last couple of weeks.
Rhetoric I'm releasing.
How can you say that there's no racism against black people? There's no discretion still going on. Well, at this very time in L.A. County, our sheriff, the main sheriff, is on trial for corruption, for violating civil rights, for impeding investigations. And this is targeting the poor minority community, mainly the black community, the Hispanic community, not particularly the white community, unless they weren't able to escape in the 60s and 70s. And
let me know when there's a period at the end of your statement. Let me know.
Period. Go ahead. How can you defend that? You can't. Go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to respond, Zachary. $20,000 to your favorite charity when you can find where Larry Elder said there's, quote, no racism. When did I say that?
You say that it doesn't matter to the black community.
You just now said that I said there's no racism. Are you prepared to take that back and alter your statement?
Are you prepared to let me clarify? You said constantly.
Sure, clarify. Please do. You said Larry Elder said there's no racism. Larry Elder has never said there's no racism. And Larry Elder has never said there's no bigotry. I'm talking to a bigot right now.
Larry Elder has also never said that he's never said mean things and hurts the black community. What I know that you have, and I can give you one point.
Please, give me something that I've said that, in your opinion, hurts the black community.
How's this one?
Okay.
You were having a conversation some months ago with a black woman from somewhere back east, and you said that black people should not receive loans because they love to live beyond their means. What type of
I said black people should not get loans because they love to live beyond their means. Show me where I said that, sir.
Sir, I can't go through all your footage.
Because I never said it.
So you're calling me a liar?
I am. Yes.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
Larry Elder. You said that, Larry.
No, I didn't, Zachary. And so I'm going to move on. This is a silly conversation. I'm talking to a victocrat, somebody who has a worldview that the man is out to get them. The man is out to undermine them. Along comes Larry Elder, who suggests that maybe, just maybe, if your life is not going as well as you want it to go, it's because of choices you made, and you need to find the nearest mirror. And as a result, I'm a bad guy. If your whole mentality is, my life is not going the way I want it to go, but other people have held me back, other people have held me down, and then somebody else comes along and says, it's you. You've made your own decisions. You made your own moves. You picked up the cards, you played them badly, and now you're trying to blame somebody else. So Larry Elder is a bad guy because Lord knows if you have to look yourself in the mirror and say, I'm not where I want to be because of me, I'm not where I want to be because of my own decisions, that's not a very comfortable feeling. You, sir, are a victocrat. I never said there's no racism. I never said black people should not get loans. That is absurd. What I suspect you're talking about was a study done by the Fed which showed that black people were more likely to be turned down for applications for loans. And the reason black people are more likely to be turned down for application for loans is because their credit record is not as good as other applicants. By the way, Asian people are turned down less frequently than whites are. Whites are turned down more frequently than Asians are. So are banks biased against white people too? I mean, honestly. Next time you call with something specific I've said, please, and quote me accurately, please. Thank you. Now, the exchange between Martha McCallum and the filmmaker Jason Pollock.
Joining me now, the filmmaker behind Stranger Fruit, Jason Pollock. Jason, good to have you here. Good evening to you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great.
I am simply stunned by that report. Simply stunned.
All right,
Beautiful job. Fake news 101.
Hold on. I have a question for you, okay? Because to me, what are you proposing legally? It makes no difference whether a robbery happened or a trade for pot happened, or whether a bank got robbed or he was home doing his homework. What matters is what happens in the street when he and Officer Wilson encounter each other. So why have you focused so heavily on what happened in the convenience store?
That's a very interesting way to phrase this, because I completely agree with you. And the reason we put out this convenience store tape now is so that people could get over it, because he didn't rob the store. And anyone that sees the exchange that takes place with a conscience, a heart, two minds, and is not a bigot, pretty much understands what happened. Unfortunately, there's some people in America with so much bias inside of them that they just want to think that Michael Brown is a bad guy. But yes, let's talk about the physical evidence on
Jason.
Canfield.
They think perhaps that Michael Brown is a bad guy because 40 FBI agents went to Ferguson to investigate this case at the behest of Eric Holder, who showed up almost immediately after it happened. I think it's fair to assume that they really believed that they were going to be able to indict Officer Wilson, that he had acted wrongly.
No, I don't think that that's. I don't think that that's not. That's absolutely not true. Not true. Don't just say that.
No, you're just saying plenty of things. So let me just
those FBI agents.
Throw one thing up. The FBI agents went down there. Eric Holder went down there
to indict Darren Wilson.
Sounds like somebody could use a MyPillow. We're going to finish this exchange between Martha McCollum and this filmmaker named Jason Pollock, who purports to have video showing Michael Brown did not commit a strong arm robbery the day that he was killed by Officer Darren Wilson. I'm Larry Elder. Do not leave town.
Setting fire to the airwaves. It's the Larry Elder Show.
If you're not a Blue Apron customer, you're missing out. Hi, Larry Elder here for Blue Apron, the #1 fresh ingredient and recipe delivery service in the country. Are you one of those who spends a lot on restaurants or eating at high-end grocery chains? Well, now you can spend under $10 per person for a delicious meal. It's affordable, less than $10 per meal. Blue Apron delivers seasonal recipes along with pre-proportioned ingredients to make delicious home-cooked meals. Choose from a variety of new recipes each week or let Blue Apron's culinary team surprise you. Recipes are not repeated within a year, so you will not get bored. And I'm no gourmet cook, but I was able to cook this meal in less than 40 minutes, and it was absolutely scrumptious. Blue Apron's freshness guarantee promises that every single ingredient in your delivery arrives ready to cook, or they will make it right. So check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/elder. Don't wait. That's blueapron.com/elder, blueapron.com/elder. Blue Apron, a better way to cook.
Dennis Prager here, and for 2 years now, I've been telling you about my wife, Sue, who tried Relief Factor because of her knee pain, and it worked. And if you're struggling with ongoing back or neck pain, shoulder, hip, or knee pain, or general muscle aches and pain, do what my wife, Sue, did. Try Relief Factor. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call them toll-free 800-500-8384, 800-500-8384.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself growing deeper in credit card debt? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management will consolidate your accounts and work with your creditors. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976. 1-800-990-6976. 1-800-990-6976.
This is Ed Rollins. President Donald Trump has nominated Neil Gorsuch for the Supreme Court, and we need millions of Americans to pick up the phone right now to deliver your voice directly to your senator. This is the most critical moment in modern history that will define the future of our country. Radical liberals like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi have vowed to block President Trump's nomination by all means possible. We need millions of Americans to call 800-939-5885 to send your voice directly to your senator to demand the immediate confirmation of Judge Gorsuch to the Supreme Court. This could be the most important phone call you will ever make for the future of our country. Please call 800-939-5885 and put the pressure on the U.S. Senate to confirm President Trump's nominee. Again, call 800-939-5885. Please help pressure the Senate to confirm Neil Gorsuch and help Donald Trump make America great again. Call now.
Paid for by Great America PAC, which is responsible for the content of this message. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. GreatAmericaPAC.com.
Do you like good music? That sweet soul music. Just go to the screen. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Call Call the Larry Elder Show now at 888-971-SAGE. That's 888-971-7243. El Dorado's Let Larry Know What's on Your mind.
Hey, it's Pete out in Hemet. Hey, I'm listening to these knucklehead rhinos trying to deal with this socialist health care debacle. You know, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. It's like going out back, picking up after your dog, and putting it into a fancy box with a ribbon and bow. You know, it still stinks. You know, I grew up in the 50s, and I remember when a doctor showed up, gave me a shot of penicillin, Mom gave him $20, and everybody was happy. That was before the government got involved. Well, here's the reality I don't think much of us hear about. A friend of mine living with me in my house is getting chemo and radiation, and he does not have the strength to deal with all the hoops that they are putting him through. You know, the government needs to get out of health care. Matter of fact, we need to cut government probably 10% a year until it works. Thanks, buddy.
888-971-SAG. You said a lot of things. I'm going to play that entire exchange between Martha McCollum and this filmmaker at the top of the hour so you can hear it without any interruptions. One more thing to my friend Zachary. Zachary, if you're still listening, I know you are. I do appreciate the fact that you listen to the show, and I know you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made the call, even if you mischaracterized the exchange that I had with somebody about black applications for banks and creditworthiness. By the way, there is a man who used to be the head of the Urban League, one of the largest civil rights organizations and oldest civil rights organizations in the country. And even he, when told that the creditworthiness of the average black applicant was not as good as the creditworthiness of the average white or Asian applicant, even he said, well, if your credit record is not good, that will impact whether or not you get a loan. Even he conceded that. But Zachary started by telling me that I am hurting black people. I asked him to give me an example. You heard what he said. It was lame. It was weak. Let me give you an example, Zach. Jesse Jackson goes to Decatur, Illinois, where the school board had kicked out a bunch of black kids for fighting after a football game. Turns out that these kids had collectively missed over a few hundred days of school, not exactly choir boys. So they were expelled. In comes Jesse Jackson, who filed a lawsuit against the all-white Decatur, Illinois school board, arguing that these boys were kicked out because they were black. The Decatur defense team put together data showing that black boys were disproportionately kicked out of schools where the school district was all minority, where the school district was not minority, in the north, in the south, in the east, and in the west. It turns out that black boys are being disproportionately kicked out compared to their percentage of a school than white boys are. Sorry. And the judge threw out the lawsuit. But elementary black kids in Decatur now tell their teachers, don't discipline me, I'm going to call Jesse. So that's somebody who's done some damage, Zachary. Write him a letter. I'm Larry Elder.
All across America, The Larry Elder Show.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
I had a lot of credit card debt, and I couldn't pay my bills. I was feeling so bad. I got to a point where I needed some help. So I reached out and contacted Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976 to talk to a certified counselor.
They were able to take all of my different payments and put them all together.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
And they were actually able to work with my creditors. I've been able to pay off close to $15,000 in the last 18 months.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Stephanie, and I'm debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
24/7 WCAB is serving the foothills of the Carolinas. Learn more about us at www.wcab59.com.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters. The Congressional Budget Office report on the House GOP health care bill is getting kicked all over Capitol Hill.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says the report is only part of the story.
It doesn't take into account the other actions Congress, the governors, or the executive branch can take to further provide relief, lower costs, and improve access.
Democrat Mark Warner says if this is only part of the story, he shudders to think what comes next.
What's been proposed so far doesn't even fit in the realm of reality.
The report by the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office finds while the deficit would go down under the House Republican plan, 14 million people would lose their health care coverage next year and 24 million in 10 years. Linda Kenyon, Washington.
A nor'easter late winter storm is presenting problems for sections of the Northeast. Boston Mayor Marty Walsh says the city and region are dealing with a mix of wintry weather.
We have 6 to 8 inches of snow in the city of Boston today. The transition now from snow to rain is happening. We have high winds and low visibility. The storm is going to continue with high winds, with sleet, rain until 10 o'clock tonight.
Areas to the west of Boston, New York City, and Philadelphia got much higher amounts of snow, with the Poconos in western Massachusetts reporting some 1 to 2 feet of snow. White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer says President Trump feels the Justice Department will produce evidence backing up his claim that President Obama wiretapped Trump Tower's phones during the 2016 presidential campaign.
I think he's extremely confident. I've mentioned this before, I'll let them do their job, I'll let the House and Senate, and I'll let the DOJ report this, but as I've commented in the past, I think there's significant reporting about surveillance techniques that have existed throughout the 2016 election.
On Wall Street, the Dow down by 44 points, the Nasdaq dropped 19, the S&P lower by 8. More on these stories at townhall.com.
This is Ed Rollins. President Donald Trump has nominated Neil Gorsuch for the Supreme Court, and we need millions of Americans to pick up the phone right now to deliver your voice directly to your senator. This is the most critical moment in modern history that will define the future of our country. Radical liberals like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi have vowed to block President Trump's nomination by all means possible. We need millions of Americans to call 800-939-5885 to send your voice directly to your senator to demand the immediate confirmation of Judge Gorsuch to the Supreme Court. This could be the most important phone call you will ever make for the future of our country. Please call 800-939-5885 and put the pressure on the U.S. Senate to confirm President Trump's nominee. Again, call 800-939-5885. Please help pressure the Senate to confirm Neil Gorsuch and help Donald Trump make America great again. Call now.
Paid for by Great America PAC, which is responsible for the content of this message. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. GreatAmericaPAC.com.
American Airlines will offer free meals to everyone in economy on certain cross-country flights starting May 1st.
American Says the Kitchen will be open on nonstop flights between New York and both Los Angeles and San Francisco. The airline says that passengers will get a continental breakfast or a sandwich wrap, chips, and dessert, or they can pick a vegetarian meal or a fruit and cheese plate.
Correspondent Dennis Crowley. The move leaves United as the biggest carrier with no plans yet to bring back free meals on any domestic flights. Trucks carrying food and other aid began entering 4 besieged areas in Syria today for the first time in months. Some 60,000 people live in those areas. Hundreds of thousands of people live in besieged areas around Syria, mainly in areas surrounded by pro-government forces. Meanwhile, a UN investigative commission says it believes government forces deliberately bombed a school complex in the northern countryside last October, killing 21 children. News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters. Police in Berlin are appealing for witnesses to help find a cyclist who sprayed at least half a dozen women with liquid, injuring several in the past 3 months.
Berlin police say the attacks began December 7th, and in at least 4 cases, battery acid was sprayed at the woman. All of the attacks happened in the northeast of the capital. One woman suffered serious facial injuries in an attack. In a statement, police said a 41-year-old woman who was attacked shortly after midnight described the man as about 35 to 45 years old, light-skinned and wearing a baseball cap. Spokeswoman Valeska Yakubski says that police are not providing specific safety advice to women at this time. I'm Zaria Shakili.
Federal prosecutors in Atlanta say a Russian man appeared in court on charges related to malicious software designed to steal personal financial information. Mark Vartanian, known as Calypto, appeared in court Tuesday following extradition from Norway in December. Vartanian faces a computer fraud charge. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, a low around 23. Sunshine with a high only reaching 39. And then clear skies Wednesday night, a low around 21. Sunny with a high around 48 on Thursday and 57 under partly cloudy skies for Friday. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Lou Gillum at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call, Morning Call Around Report, and great gospel music, Todd Kaiser midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories in the afternoon Call Around Report here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
Ever notice how you come across somebody once in a while that you shouldn't have with? That's me.
The following has been rated PC for politically correct.
Pay attention, you just may learn something.
It's the Sage, Larry Elder.
Larry Elder here, the sage from South Central, the Prince of Pico Union, the Czar of Common Sense, the Great Eldersky, Don Lorenzo. Welcome to the program. No Victocrats allowed because we've got a country to save. So let's get her teed up!
You want to play rock? Say hello to my little friend! What the hell's going on out here?
Ooh, that's a bingo.
Larry Elder here, 888-971-SAGE, 888-971-7243. That number is a 24/7 line. Call anytime, day or night. Leave a message. Try and make sure your message is under 60 seconds. All of that will increase the chances of your message being played on the air. Now, in a minute, I'm going to play this exchange between Martha McCallum of Fox and this filmmaker named Jason Pollock, who purports to have uncovered video that sheds a more positive light on Michael Brown. But if our friend Zachary is still listening, I would imagine Zachary's probably regretting having called now. Because during the break, I looked up some of the stuff I had written about credit applications and credit worthiness. And there's a book written by Walter Williams, an economist, and the book is called More Liberty Means Less Government. He's got a chapter called Mortgage Racism Revisited. And he talks about this study that purports to show that a black person is more likely to be turned down for a loan as a result of racism. And he goes over the study, and he says the study did not take into account, quote, significant black-white differences in net worth, credit histories, existing debt, and the size of the loan sought as a percentage of the value of property. When these factors were taken into account, writes Walter Williams, back in 1996, racial differences in mortgage approvals virtually disappear. So it's a crock. And what I said that Zachary butchered up, and I remember the conversation with a woman. I was telling her the reason blacks are disproportionately turned down is because they have a disproportionately bad credit worthiness application. University of California has a real estate center called the Lusk Center, and they found, get this, minority-owned banks were more likely to turn down a black borrower than a non-minority-owned bank. Raphael Bostic is the one who ran the study, and here's what he said, quote, the study shows that either white-owned banks don't have racial biases or that minority-owned banks share the same biases as everybody else, end of quote. U.S. News and World Report found that the Freddie Mac issued a report in 1999 showing that 48% of blacks are likely to have bad credit histories, twice the percentage of whites. And the Washington Post that same year found that the credit rating for blacks earning between 65 and 75 grand stood lower than that of whites earning $25,000 a year or less. And that's where I came up with that quote from the National Urban League president, whose name at the time was Hugh Price. He said, quote, If people have bad credit, they'll be denied loans. End of story. End of quote. And finally, Zach, if you're still listening, part of the reason for the housing meltdown is because of you. People like you. People like you who were yelling and screaming that banks were declining black loans because of racism. In comes Jimmy Carter, who signs the Community Reinvestment Act that urges banks to do what you can to alter, adjust your credit criteria so that you can have a more diversified group of people borrowing. And banks said, well, thank you very much, but no thank you, we don't want to lose any money. In comes Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton takes the Community Reinvestment Act and he puts teeth in it and tells banks, if you don't have a high enough CRA score, Community Reinvestment Act score, we're going to deny you the opportunity to do a merger. We're going to deny you the opportunity to put branches. We're going to deny you the opportunity to put ATMs. So they pressured banks into lowering their lending criteria. And also, of course, because these loans were some of them were implicitly backed by Freddie and Fannie, the bank was not playing with their own money. So for all these reasons, primarily to increase the percentage of minority borrowers who otherwise would not qualify, the entire credit worthiness standards changed, and a bunch of people bought homes who otherwise never would have been able to buy them and never should have bought them. They would have been perfectly fine renting. Instead, they bought a home, couldn't keep up, lost their job, or hours got cut back, as happens during a recession, and lost the house and all the money that went into it. And that is why from 2010 to 2013, black net worth in this country fell 25%, largely because a lot of black people who never should have had homes got homes, lost them, and lost everything. In part because of people yelling and screaming based upon bogus data, just like our friend Zachary. Anyway, let's move on. Here is what happened between Martha McCollum and this Ferguson filmmaker.
Joining me now, the filmmaker behind Stranger Fruit, Jason Pollock. Jason, good to have you here. Good evening to you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great.
I am simply stunned by that report. Simply stunned.
All right,
Beautiful job.
You
Fake
can be
News
simply stunned,
101.
Hold on. I have a question for you, okay? Because to me, what are you proposing legally? It makes no difference whether a robbery happened or a trade for pot happened, or whether a bank got robbed or he was home doing his homework. What matters is what happens in the street when he and Officer Wilson encounter each other. So why have you focused so heavily on what happened in the convenience store?
That's a very interesting way to phrase this, because I completely agree with you. And the reason we put out this convenience store tape now is so that people could get over it, because he didn't rob the store. And anyone that sees the exchange that takes place with a conscience, a heart, two minds, and is not a bigot pretty much understands what happened. Unfortunately, there's some people in America with so much bias inside of them that they just want to think that Michael Brown is a bad guy. But yes, let's talk about the physical evidence
hold on,
on
Jason.
Canfield.
They think perhaps that Michael Brown is a bad guy because 40 FBI agents went to Ferguson to investigate this case at the behest of Eric Holder, who showed up almost immediately after it happened. I think it's fair to assume that they really believed that they were going to be able to indict Officer Wilson, that he had acted wrongly.
No, I don't think that that's. I don't think that that's absolutely not true. Not true. Don't just say that.
No, you're just saying plenty of things. So let me just
those FBI agents.
Throw one thing out. The FBI agents went down there. Eric Holder went down there.
To indict Darren Wilson? Darren Wilson? No way. You know how the system works. These cops get off every single time. Bob McCullough has been the prosecutor for over 2 decades. And for 23 years. Excuse me. Let me just finish this. For 23 years, according to the Washington Post, there has not been a prosecution of a single police shooting in St. Louis County.
So you believe. Hold on. Now it's my turn.
Single one of them? None of them are indictable?
It's my turn. You're suggesting that 40 FBI agents were all in cahoots. I'm suggesting the Department of Justice failed. That this person was not indicted. Listen to me.
They failed.
So
And
it's not possible. It's not possible
Stranger
in your
Fruit.
brain that what happened there was what was found by both a grand jury and 40 FBI agents. You're discounting. You're saying all of that doesn't matter. Their investigation is absolutely not true.
When
Michael
the facts
Brown
of
did
this
not
case
reach
come
into
out,
that
when the
car
facts of
to
this
grab
case,
his
excuse
gun.
me, miss, Joy, can I speak now? When the facts of this case come out in my film, Stranger Fruit, the real facts of this case, the facts of this case that Bob McCullough doesn't want us talking about, like the fact that Michael Brown was shot in the head and a bullet came out of his eye. Do you know how that would happen? When your head is down and there's a bullet in the ground. In their report, there's a bullet in the ground by Michael Brown's head. Now,
this is the first I've ever heard of a bullet being in Michael Brown's head. And by the way, the prosecutor, McCullough, she has him on in just a minute to rebut what he just now said. But let's continue.
How would a bullet go through here, out of his eye, and then get stuck in the ground?
What I know is that there were 3 different forensic investigations that were done that showed that he was shot in the front.
They failed him.
Everyone in the country was shot in the back. That he had his hands up and said,
"You know
"Don't
how many
shoot,"
black men are
which
in
was
jail
all
right now?
discounted
You know
by
how many
40
black men are in jail right now for nothing? For nothing because the Department of Justice failed them. You know how many black men are in jail right now? Don't tell me because they closed the book on it. We're okay. My film will show the public the truth, ma'am. And if you want to know the truth, you should watch it.
Yeah, okay. I don't know why you got so hung up on what happened, whether he was trading pot or trading or stealing something is completely irrelevant to the outcome of this case. Joining me now to respond.
So when we come back, the prosecutor, whom he said did not prosecute any police officer, will respond. Especially, I want to hear what he has to say about Michael Brown being shot in the top of the head. That's news. 888-971-SAGE. I am Larry Elder. Do not leave town.
Call in now and join the conversation. 888-971-SAGE. That's 888-971-7243. Larry will be right back. Stay tuned.
Hi, this is Ron Paul. I'm a former congressman and presidential candidate. We're at the beginning of a new year. Who knows what the future will bring? Hopefully, the years ahead will be better. I am betting on America. But just in case things don't turn out as well as we would like, I am going to tell you about something remarkable that I have recently come across. It's a home freeze dryer from Harvest Right. My family and I are using it to prepare for those times that we hope never come. With our home freeze dryer, we are preserving home-cooked meals, fruits and vegetables, even ice cream. It's really easy to use and creates food that is healthy, has no preservatives, and will stay fresh for 25 years. We may not know what the future will bring, but one thing is certain. Because of Harvest Right, my family and I will always have food on the table. To learn more, call 800-926-9188 or go to harvestright.com. That's 800-926-9188.
It's happening to millions of men, and it may be happening to you. Prostate growth. Just a little prostate growth can mean more urges to urinate, waking at night to go, or trouble with intimacy. That's why you want Super Beta Prostate, the #1 prostate health formula that Walgreens is struggling to keep in stock. You can try a free 30-day supply when you call now. Just pay shipping and handling. Call 1-800-493-8783. Super Beta Prostate has a powerful ingredient, clinically tested to help reduce issues that come with a growing prostate. This means less urges to urinate, more sleep with less interruptions, and a healthier romantic life. Guaranteed. Over 10 million bottles have already been shipped because it works. The choice is yours. Live with your prostate issues or try a free bottle of Super Beta Prostate. Call 1-800-493-8783. That's 1-800-493-8783. Call 1-800-493-8783.
Just like all of you, I've been hearing about MyPillow, and I was skeptical that it's as great as everybody says it is. Well, I received my first MyPillow several months ago. Love it. Love it. And I've hooked up several of my friends. I've improved marriages. Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, has a very special offer for Larry Elder listeners only. To celebrate March being National Sleep Awareness Month, MyPillow is offering, get this, 50% off the 4-pack special, and you will also receive free shipping. If you're looking for a great night's sleep, now is the perfect time to get your first MyPillow. If you already know how great MyPillow is, why not give them for everybody you know? Call 1-800-890-1843, use the promo code Larry, or go to MyPillow.com, but make sure you use the promo code Larry. Believe me, you are going to love MyPillow. So call 1-800-890-1843 and use the promo code Larry. That's 1-800-890-1843, promo code Larry, or go to MyPillow.com. That's MyPillow.com.
How's that kitchen remodel coming along?
I haven't found a reliable contractor and have no idea where to start.
What about Home Advisor?
Home what?
Home Advisor. They match you to pre-screened and top-rated pros for any kind of home project. You can even check pricing and book appointments online.
What's the catch?
No catch. Home Advisor is completely free to use.
Really? I'll check it out.
Go to HomeAdvisor.com or download the free app.
Home Advisor.
Hi, this is Maury Moreland Morrison, here to tell you Geico has more than just great savings. Much more. Yes, while Geico could help you rack up more moolah faster than you can say metamorphosis, they've also been the fastest growing auto insurer for more than 10 years. That's more like it. Furthermore, Geico has fast and friendly claim service. That might seem like an oxymoron, but it's not. All the more reason to say no other auto insurer has more than Geico. Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more.
America, we have a country to save. And now, here's Larry Elder.
888-971-SAGE, 888-971-7243. We've got 4 days left in our drive for food for the poor. And I got to tell you, a lot of you have really stepped up. Anybody that gives $500 or more gets a special gift from me. Just go to LarryElder.com, click on the banner Food for the Poor, or call toll-free 855-918-4673, 855-918-HOPE. $50 feeds a boy or a girl for a year, provides water for life. LarryElder.com, click on the banner Food for the Poor, call toll-free 855-918-4673, 855-918-HOPE. Thank you so much for your generosity. We'll be doing this through the end of the week. So after Martha McCollum had the filmmaker on who made the allegations that Michael Brown was shot in the head and that no police officer has ever been charged, implication that no police officer has ever been charged, never been charged because the fix is in, the authorities look the other way when a police officer does something bad. The prosecutor McCullough has been there for a number of years, and Martha McCullough asked him to respond to what the filmmaker said.
On to this is Bob McCullough, who you just heard mentioned. He's the St. Louis County prosecuting attorney, and I would imagine that he has a response to a very heated Jason Pollock. Good evening, sir. Good to have you here. What do you think?
Well, good evening. I'm happy to be here. Well, he has his facts wrong, not shockingly. There was no bullet in the ground anywhere near Michael Brown. There are 3 separate medical examiners, including one hired by the Brown family, the Department of Defense, and the St. Louis County Medical Examiner all came to the same conclusion. He's making up facts as he goes along to push his film. You know, he's an amateur filmmaker, and he's just making things up to do that. You look at the entire. Is it true that
no police officer has ever been prosecuted for shooting an unarmed person in Ferguson, Missouri?
In Ferguson, yes. And in St. Louis County, I think is what you're asking with that. Over the years, there have been several shootings. All have been investigated, and none of them were indicted. Correct.
So he's claiming that there were
gathered,
underhanded tactics, that things were hidden, that the story and the investigation that was done by 40 FBI agents, overseen by the Department of Justice and the grand jury, that they all were in cahoots with you to make sure that Darren Wilson was never indicted.
You know, I mean, that's just, listen to what you just said and tell me how silly that is. And it really is silly that somehow I have this control over the United States Department of Justice, the Attorney General of the United States, the FBI. It's just nonsense. And this guy's trying to push his movie, which is made up, makes up the facts on it. You saw the entire surveillance video from all four angles, unedited. And he's trying to strike a deal with them.
Is
and
there any legal relevance to what happened in the? Excuse me for interrupting.
No.
To what happened in the convenience store?
No,
I mean, it seems to me that the whole question begins in the street when these two, Darren Wilson and Michael Brown, confront each other. Correct?
Well, it begins there, but it relates back to the incident at the store at about noon on that day, because that plays into this, and that became relevant to what went on in the street. What happened at 1 o'clock that morning was both logically and legally irrelevant and immaterial, which is why it was never presented to the grand jury. That's not something I'd ever be able to use in a trial had there been any kind of an indictment coming out of this, so it's not going to be presented to the grand jury. It is documented. This isn't new information. It's documented in the police report.
That's right.
The conversation the police had with the employees of the store, the fact that we issued a search warrant so they could get the surveillance video, that they looked at the surveillance video, examined it, documented that, described what's on that video in the police report, all of which was released November 24th, 2014. It's all been sitting there, open to the world, open to anybody who wants to look at it, including this fella.
Mm-hmm. All right, Bob McCullough, thank you very much. Good to have you here tonight, sir.
Oh, my pleasure. Anytime.
One more thing, too. There is a very distinct difference between the job that a prosecutor does versus the job that a defense attorney does. A prosecutor is supposed to pursue justice. The Supreme Court once said a prosecutor can strike hard blows, but they must be fair blows. And if a prosecutor feels that the person being tried is not guilty, the prosecutor has an ethical obligation to cut that person loose. It would be a violation of the canons of ethics for a prosecutor to get convictions just to get them. He or she must truly believe that the individual did the crime and that there's ample evidence to show that he or she did the crime. That's the job of a prosecutor. The job of a defense attorney, very different. His or her job is to get the client off with the best possible outcome. That's why you often find criminal defense attorneys putting the police on trial, which is what was done by the defense in the O.J. Simpson case. Their job is not to pursue justice. Their job is not to pursue the truth. Their job is to get their client the best possible deal. And don't take my word for it. Take the word of Alan Dershowitz, who wrote a book several years ago called The Best Defense. And in that book, he says, any defense attorney who tells you that he only represents innocent clients is lying. He said almost all criminal defendants did, in fact, commit the crime. Almost all of them did. This is what Alan Dershowitz said. I didn't. He did. And it's the job of a defense attorney to hide the facts, conceal the facts, manipulate the facts, do whatever he or she can do to get his or her client the best possible outcome. I'm not saying this in a demeaning way. I'm not saying this to heap any kind of scorn or cast any kind of aspersions on defense lawyers. We need defense lawyers. God created defense lawyers just like God created prosecutors. I'm just telling you there's a very different role between the two of them. So when you find a criminal defense attorney throwing up a lot of shade, saying, look over here, nothing to see here, that is what they are supposed to do. So for all the people who are angry at Johnny Cochran, you never heard me say anything negative about him. My issue was that jury. My issue was that jury that believed in nonsense like flying DNA and refused to connect the dots and didn't critically think. But I'm not angry at the prosecution. That was their job. Their job was to obscure, confuse, detract, anything that they could do to get the client the best possible deal, and boy, did they ever. 888-971-SAGE is the number. When we come back, let's talk about the Congressional Budget Office that scored the Republican replacement plan for Obamacare. And what they said is that within 10 years, 24 fewer Americans will have insurance. Yes, the deficit will be smaller as a result, but there'll be a whole boatload of people who won't have insurance. As a result, the Republicans are being cold and cruel and heartless. Never mind that Obamacare was a train wreck anyway, and even if Hillary had won, we would still be talking about how we're going to preserve and save Obamacare, although there would be a march towards single payer, which was the objective all along. But who is the Congressional Budget Office? I'm Larry Elder. Don't leave town.
Portions of the Larry Elder Show are sponsored by Food for the Poor. A one-time gift of $50 will feed a starving child every day for the next year and provide them with a source of clean water that will serve them for life. Just look for the donation banner at the top of LarryElder.com to help.
Yes, that one in a million, girl.
With SRN News, I'm Keith Peters in Washington. It didn't generate the snow totals estimated in earlier forecasts, but the nor'easter impacting the East Coast from Virginia to Maine is still plenty nasty. It came on the heels of mild weather that had many talking about an early spring. 1 to 2 feet of snow has fallen in inland locations. Nearly 250,000 power customers suffered outages. 6,000 flights were canceled. Winds topping 70 miles an hour have generated coastal flooding in some areas. A North Carolina-styled bathroom bill has won preliminary approval in the Texas Senate over the objections of some big businesses, including Amazon and American Airlines, and celebrities such as Lady Gaga, and warnings from the NFL and NBA. But the bill, which requires transgender people to use public bathrooms that correspond with the sex on their birth certificate, still faces big obstacles. More details at srnnews.com.
This is Ed Rollins. President Donald Trump has nominated Neil Gorsuch for the Supreme Court, and we need millions of Americans to pick up the phone right now to deliver your voice directly to your senator. This is the most critical moment in modern history that will define the future of our country. Radical liberals like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi have vowed to block President Trump's nomination by all means possible. We need millions of Americans to call 800-939-5885 to send your voice directly to your senator to demand the immediate confirmation of Judge Gorsuch to the Supreme Court. This could be the most important phone call you will ever make for the future of our country. Please call 800-939-5885 and put the pressure on the U.S. Senate to confirm President Trump's nominee. Again, call 800-939-5885. Please help pressure the Senate to confirm Neil Gorsuch and help Donald Trump make America great again. Call now.
Paid for by Great America PAC, which is responsible for the content of this message. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. GreatAmericaPAC.com.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Falling in debt happens to the best of us, especially if you're supporting a growing family. But just because you're in debt now doesn't mean you have to stay in debt. Let American Financing consolidate your high-interest debt into one manageable monthly payment. Mortgage rates are still at historic lows, and interest rates on credit cards are at all-time highs. Good news, FHA loan limits have just increased, now making refinancing easier for higher loan amounts and more money available to pull out for debt consolidation or cash out. Start saving $500 to $1,000 every month. Think of what you could do with all of this money. Retirement, college funds, home renovations. American Financing's mortgage consultants are salary-based. They specialize in solutions, not counting commissions. You may even skip 2 mortgage payments, and that in itself can make a difference. Don't wait. Call 866-420-6690, 866-420-6690, or online at AmericanFinancing.net. American Financing, America's home for home loans.
When you lose power for a whole day due to a storm, it can seem endless. But there's a new kind of storm brewing, one that could target our nation's power grid and turn off the power not just for days, but months or even longer. Would you be prepared? Veteran news anchor Ted Koppel's new book, Lights Out, details this exact scenario. It's why many Americans are securing their own solar-powered generators to provide an endless supply of life-saving electricity without gas, fumes, or noise. When it comes to lightweight and powerful solar generators, the breakthrough Patriot Power Generator 1500 has it all, providing up to 1,500 continuous watts of clean, quiet, and free renewable solar power. You'll be able to power heat and lights, preserve food, recharge cell phones and computers, and keep critical medical devices going day after day, all from rechargeable solar power. If a blackout strikes, be protected with the power you need when you need it most. The Patriot Power Generator 1500. For all of the details, just go to blackout26.com. That's blackout26.com. Blackout26.com.
Call the Larry Elder Show now at 888-971-SAGE. That's 888-971-7243. El Dorado's Let Larry Know What's on Your Mind.
Hey, Larry, this is Dan from Western North Carolina. I don't understand how either under Obamacare or under the current national health care legislation, there's a chance for it to work without some kind of corresponding increase in the number of doctors and healthcare workers to serve all the additional patients, clients that these folks are supposed to have. Why is that not considered? Why has it never been factored into either the equation up in Washington?
Well, that's a good point. As I told you, on a per capita basis, we have no more doctors than we had about 30 years ago, even though the country is getting older and older people are voracious consumers of healthcare. That's because the AMA has been able to artificially limit the supply of doctors and therefore keep their incomes up.
Jim from Cyprus here, Larry, longtime listener. Please focus on removing Congress's exemption from the laws they enact. If you please, let's focus on Obamacare Light. I think it's a great opportunity. They're going to pass it. They get to live under it. Thank you. God bless you, Larry.
Appreciate the call. 888-971-SAGE. Now, up on LarryElder.com, you'll be able to find the interview that I just had with Diamond and Silk, those of you just now joining us. Of course, if you're in El Dorado, you can hear the show whenever you want on whatever device you want. Without commercial interruption.
Thank you, Larry Elder.
By going to LarryElder.com. And also many of the articles that we use during the show are up there on News to Know or mentioned on the show. So be sure and check that out. Now, the Congressional Budget Office is supposed to be an independent, nonpartisan agency. The head of the CBO happens to be a Republican, and they've released their score, S-C-O-R-E, score of the Republican Obamacare replacement. And they say it would cut spending by $1.2 trillion over 10 years, cut taxes by $800 billion over the same period, and will therefore reduce the deficit by $337 billion over that period. The figures are based upon assumptions about the number of people who will have insurance, and the Congressional Budget Office estimates that 24 million fewer people would be insured, including 14 million fewer on Medicaid by 2026. Now, what does the Obama team think about the CBO score? Here's what HHS's Tom Price said.
Thanks, Sean. Thank you so much. It was a good cabinet meeting that we had. During that cabinet meeting, this CBO report came out. I think it's important that we ask the question, compared to what? And the fact of the matter is that this is about real people. It's about real people's lives. It's about the coverage, the health coverage that they have, but the health care that they receive. And the fact of the matter is that right now, current law, we've got individuals who have health coverage but no health care. And it's incredibly important to appreciate that. In fact, the care coverage numbers are, in fact, going down. If Obamacare, if the ACA went away, the fact of the matter is that there would be 20 million who would not have coverage. The CBO looked at a portion of our plan, but not the entire plan. In fact, the entire plan includes the regulatory apparatus that we've got the ability to use at Health and Human Services that the previous administration used significantly, but we want to use it to make certain that patients are helped and that costs are decreased. They also ignored completely the other legislative activities that we'll be putting into place that will make certain that we have an insurance market that actually works. So we disagree strenuously with the report that was put out. We believe that our plan will cover more individuals at a lower cost and give them the choices that they want, for the coverage that they want for themselves and for their family, not that the government forces them to buy.
Now, Chuck Schumer says that the CBO score is virtually unassailable. These are people of the highest integrity. Chuck Schumer is the same guy who at one time said that the ABA is the gold standard. I think it was Schumer. It might have been Patrick Leahy. One of those guys said it. until the ABA gave a very high mark to a conservative nominee. Then all of a sudden it no longer was the gold standard. So the CBO, according to Chuck Schumer, is virtually unassailable. Never mind that they were wrong about the number of people who would enroll in Obamacare. Never mind they were wrong about how expensive it would be. But as far as Chuck Schumer is concerned, they are unassailable.
It's a pattern that is disturbing, even alarming in this administration. When they hear something they don't like, they label it a lie. CBO is virtually unassailable. Everyone, Democrats and Republicans, whether it be George Bush, Barack Obama, or anyone else, has gone along with CBO. They appointed this person. He was supposed to be a conservative person. Unfortunately for the Republicans, he's an honest person, and they won't be able to discredit this. This report is going to resound from one end of America to the other.
Au contraire, wait until Newt Gingrich weighs in. We're going to have that for you in just a second. This came in from Christine from Indiana about Relief Factor. I wanted to get off over-the-counter pain meds because they were messing up my gut. I was itching constantly, and little did I know that the over-the-counter drugs were the cause of the itching. When I started taking Relief Factor, the itching disappeared, and so did the inflammation in my gut. I am grateful for the benefits. Thank you, Relief Factor. Wow. There are 100 million people just like Christine from Indiana who suffer from inflammation, also known as the silent killer. Suffering quite often, silently, whether in the neck, shoulder, back, hip, foot, knee pain, general muscle aches and pain. Try the 3-week quick start, $19.95. You can do something about this. Go to ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com, that's ReliefFactor.com.
Welcome to Staples.
Staples guy, I just got to town and I need a presentation printed for a big meeting tomorrow.
Well, Staples has everything you need to print, scan, and fax.
Great. Oh, just got a text. The home office made changes to the presentation.
No problem. You can access your files from a USB, email, or the cloud.
And the meeting isn't tomorrow, now it's today.
Our machines are self-service, so there's no waiting.
And it's not here. Now it's in Ebensburg.
I hear it's lovely this time of year.
Print, scan, fax, and copy at Staples. Your office away from home.
Portraits of Courage, a Commander-in-Chief's tribute to America's warriors, is a vibrant collection of paintings by President George W. Bush of 98 wounded warriors, honoring the sacrifice and courage of America's military. Each painting is accompanied by the inspiring story of the warrior depicted, available now as a standard edition and a deluxe signed edition. Get your copy of President Bush's Portraits of Courage wherever books are sold.
Blinds are just one of those things I thought I'd never buy online. What if they looked bad or were poor quality? What if I couldn't install them? Then I heard of Blinds.com, just like you, on the radio. The prices, selection, and quality are amazing. The shipping is free, samples are free, and their professional designers gave me a free online design consultation, helping me pick, measure, and install the perfect blinds for every room. And when we figured out I'd ordered the wrong size, they said not to worry and sent me the right size for free. That night, I had friends over, and they could not believe what a big difference my new blinds made. They said it was like I had a new house. I'll never buy blinds any other way.
Winter is still hanging on, so let's jumpstart spring with some savings. Now through March 14th, get up to 30% off site-wide at Blinds.com. Just use promo code SHUTTERS. That's up to 30% off your entire order. Now through March 14th when you go to Blinds.com and use promo code SHUTTERS. Blinds.com promo code SHUTTERS. Rules and restrictions apply.
Are you thinking about buying a new mattress? Well, the truth is, a mattress is only as good as its foundation. That's why you need to know about the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker. Most mattresses come with a rickety metal bed frame. They squeak, they flex, and they rob you of a good night's sleep. The Embrace bed frame assembles in seconds without any tools. Our bed frame looks amazing and is the only product engineered to hold over 2,000 pounds without any flexing or movement. Best of all, no exposed steel means no more stubbed toes and no more squeaking parts. Knickerbocker is a family-owned company that has been manufacturing in the USA since 1919. All of our products are 100% American-made. Our new Embrace bed frame is so innovative, you are going to love it. Select from any of our 4 designer colors and watch your bedroom be totally transformed. Ask for the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker, available now at Macy's, Bloomingdale's, and many other fine furniture and mattress dealers. The Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker for a better night's sleep.
Now broadcasting from his late model Lincoln Mark 8, it's Larry Elder.
Hello, Larry. This is Forrest Walter. I wanted to just mention the fact that when Obamacare first came out, nobody wanted the government's hands in on the medical. And now our Republicans can't seem to get that in their heads, and they want to replace it. I don't get it. I would like to see it completely abolished. The repeal I agree with. The replace I never agreed with. And I wish that Trump would just go ahead and do that. I believe that's what he originally was running on. Then eventually he kind of bent on that and started talking about replacing. Anyway, thank you.
Understanding what you're saying about Obamacare and what you're saying the insurance companies are telling you, we asked for people to write in on Twitter, ask questions. TalkDoc asks, if we pass no plan and let the Obamacare stand right now, can tax reform still happen?
No, it actually makes it extremely complicated. It puts us about $1 trillion further down the path or away from doing tax reform. So it's a very important point. We can't get to the next budget either, which is where tax reform is done. So it really would gum up the works, and it would make tax reform that much harder to achieve because we'd have all these Obamacare taxes to deal with as well.
That was Speaker Paul Ryan.
Everyone agrees Obamacare is a disaster. Our elected officials, Democrats and Republicans, have their own health care. Until they're included in this health care bill, they'll never really fix it right.
Newt Gingrich is not pleased with the CBO score. Newt probably could use a MyPillow. By the way, they've sold over 25 million MyPillows, and there still is a chance for you to join them. Take advantage of Mike's 4-pack special. Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-890-1843 right now. Use the promo code Larry to take advantage of the Mike 4-pack special, which is 40% off 2 MyPillow premium pillows and 2 Go Anywhere pillows. Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-890-1843 right now. Use the promo code Larry. Here is what Newt Gingrich said about the CBO.
Before I let you go in the last minute that I have, Newt, I want to get your thoughts on the scoring by the CBO of this GOP healthcare bill. Do you like it or not?
They should abolish the Congressional Budget Office. It is corrupt. It is dishonest. It was totally wrong on Obamacare by huge, huge margins. I don't trust a single word they have published, and I don't believe them.
But the head of it is a Trump appointee, and in many ways, I think people maybe misjudge what they're supposed to do. I mean, their job is to figure out whether or not this is something that could get through on reconciliation, right?
They lie.
Not to make a judgment about the whole bill.
Let me be very clear. No, let me be very clear. Okay, I helped balance the budget 4 straight times, the only time in your lifetime. We fought the Congressional Budget Office every time. When Obamacare came out, they used the architect of Obamacare as their advisor on how to score Obamacare, and their scoring, you go back and look at it, it is a totally dishonest, disgustingly wrong, and it is that whole thing should be abolished. They should replace it by putting out to bid and having 3 to 5 professional firms score these things. Nobody has an exact score. It's not possible. And even tonight, Dr. Tom Price, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, pointed out there are whole sections of this bill they didn't score. So I really do think it's disgusting, and I'm really disappointed that the Republicans have not abolished the Congressional Budget Office because it is so profoundly dishonest.
All right, more to come on that.
Dana Loesch says that the CBO does not exactly have a sterling track record.
You know, Dana, it's Tom Price saying the CBO report not believable, simply has it wrong. He's saying just look at what we're seeing in the Obamacare exchanges. About 10 million people in the exchanges, 20 million total insured. So 10 million exchanges, 10 million on Medicaid. If you get to 14 million uninsured next year, you got to take people off Medicaid. That doesn't make sense, according to Tom Price, to get to the CBO's math.
No, it doesn't. And yeah, exactly. No, and the CBO's math, that's something else. I wish that they would use dynamic scoring with us, because I think that would help it be more accurate, and also not just accuracy, but also give everybody else a more realistic picture as to what they can expect with this. And I know that there's a lot of discussion over the static or dynamic scoring, but I think it would be a little bit more accurate. But in terms of the number of uninsured, and in terms of Medicaid too, there are a lot of criticisms with this particular piece of legislation that Republicans are are hoping to push through. But at the same time, when you have people who don't want to go, who willingly do not want to sign up and get insurance, we do have the freedom to not purchase a product from an insurance company. We didn't have that freedom under Obamacare. We were told that simply by being Americans, we had to purchase this product or we had to pay this penalty. So there's a little bit of freedom there. I don't know. I mean, we're going to see exactly how effective this is, and we're going to see what happens. I mean, it just came out right when I was getting off of radio. This scoring came out, and I was also a little bit quizzical and had a lot of questions over it, just because, again, and I can't emphasize this, bold, italics, underscore, I don't trust the I don't trust the CBO. The CBO was used by Democrats to hammer Republicans over the head. The CBO has a horrible track record. The CBO has a worse track record than St. Louis Rams did when they were still in St. Louis. Let's just put it frankly. Right. So no, I want to look at, I would trust our own math on this, and that's pretty much as I can emphasize it.
California's Darrell Issa opposed to the Ryan health care bill. Ohio's Jim Jordan opposed to it. Ryan, Issa first.
Of them that opportunity.
Right. He knew you were going to get that when he went back, and he did it twice, which is a credit to you. Are you going to vote for the Speaker Ryan plan as it looks right now?
I'm not prepared to vote for it as right now, and I think that's not because of a specific, this is unacceptable, but because I think we can do better. I think we can do better in a number of areas of concern, including, we still have a problem of these shrinking pools that were created under the Affordable Care Act, and I think it's important that when you look at the individual, if just you needed a plan, can we in fact do something to make sure that it doesn't get skewed by such a large amount for sick people? Because if we can't find those affordable plans, we generally move people back into Medicaid or other aid. So I think it's important that we do a little bit more look at it. I'm looking for the budget number. In general, though, we're doing something about a program that's failing, that didn't achieve what it said it was going to achieve. And as you might know, we also have to deal with the cost drivers, the FDA, liability reform, and so on.
77 degrees right now in L.A., got up to about 90 degrees. I'm going to talk to Tom from Little Falls, New York. Tom, what's the weather like out there? I'm Larry Elder. Don't leave town.
Larry will be right back. Stay tuned.
How's that kitchen remodel coming along?
I haven't found a reliable contractor and have no idea where to start.
What about Home Advisor?
Home what?
Home Advisor. They match you to pre-screened and top-rated pros for any kind of home project. You can even check pricing and book appointments online.
What's the catch?
No catch. Home Advisor is completely free to use.
Really? I'll check it out.
Go to HomeAdvisor.com or download the free app.
Home Advisor. President Trump is cleaning up Washington, but the media and Barack Obama want to stop him. They've declared total war against him. Now, David Horowitz's Big Agenda reveals Obama's secret plan to destroy Trump. Rush Limbaugh says you must read Big Agenda. Newsmax calls it the best Trump book yet. Get Big Agenda, a #1 bestseller, or check out our free offer. Call 800-NEWSMAX, 800-NEWSMAX, or go online at bigagenda411.com. That's bigagenda411.com.
Fellow Americans, the time is now to protect your retirement accounts with physical gold. If you currently have a 401k, IRA, or other type of retirement account, then listen closely to this special announcement from GSI Exchange. The current political climate is creating more gridlock, uncertainty, and instability for global markets and the continued slow death of the U.S. dollar. Call GSI Exchange now at 800-909-1394 to receive our new special edition Gold and Silver Investment Guide. Learn how converting your IRA and 401k to physical gold can help you save your retirement and put you in control of your future instead of the banks. GSI is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call GSI Exchange now at 800-909-1394. Find out how you can get $1,500 in free gold or silver delivered directly to your home with your qualified transfer. Call 800-909-1394. 800-909-1394. Fellow Americans, the time is now to protect your retirement accounts with physical gold. If you currently have a 401k, IRA, or other type of retirement account, then listen closely to this special announcement from GSI Exchange. The current political climate is creating more gridlock, uncertainty, and instability for global markets and the continued slow death of the U.S. dollar. Call GSI Exchange now at 800-909-1394 to receive our new special edition Gold and Silver Investment Guide. Learn how converting your IRA and 401k to physical gold can help you save your retirement and put you in control of your future instead of the banks. GSI is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call GSI Exchange now at 800-909-1394. Find out how you can get $1,500 in free gold or silver delivered directly to your home with your qualified transfer. Call 800-909-1394. 800-909-1394.
America, we have a country to save. And now, here's Larry Elder.
Hey, Larry, I have a question. Did the New York Times really change their headline about the wiretaps on January 20th to something else?
888-971-SAGE. I have to have a little more specifics from her.
Hey, Larry, I was hoping you could help find out what happened to the money that Governor Brown had to repair Oroville Dam.
What happened to the money that Governor Brown had to repair the Oroville Dam? You mean, how did suddenly $200 million show up that they said they didn't have? Is that what you're asking? Or you're asking why the state's priority is so jacked up they can't do what they need to do, rather than spend money on illegal aliens and spend money on fighting climate change? Anyway, thank you very much for the call. Congressman Stephen King under the gun for saying that, quote, you can't restore our civilization with someone else's babies, close quote. He wrote that in support of a politician in the Netherlands who had proposed limiting Muslim immigration. And so this has gotten Stephen King, of course, to be called a bigot. Michael Smerconish, who has a show on CNN, said that when Stephen King talked about homogeneity, he was talking about white people. We don't have time to get into all this. Let's do this tomorrow, Forgotten Man, okay? Let's go to Tom. Tom is in Little Falls, New York. Tom, how's the weather?
Just came in from shoveling my car out from underneath about 30 inches of snow, and I'm waiting for one of these airheads to tell me about global warming again.
Well, it would be a lot worse if it weren't for all the climate change that we've been able to fight and turn back. So thank Al Gore. Otherwise, you'd be shoveling 60 inches of snow.
Yeah, right. Oh,
you know, Tom, I was in Ohio, and it was really, really, really cold. I had gotten a car for the first time in my life. I had a car when I was in law school. And real cold, so I go into my dorm room, come out with a bucket of hot water, I put it on the windshield, and of course it turned to ice right away, and somebody walked by and said, "You must be from California."
Yep. They don't understand cold weather. That's just what it is.
And it is brutal. And, you don't see that in the movies when Jimmy Stewart is walking down, singing during It's a Wonderful Life. You don't hear that his mouth gets so cold he can't enunciate. His ears get so cold they hurt. You don't see that in the movies.
No, actually, last Saturday we had to cancel our St. Patrick's Day parade because the temperature was scheduled to be 10 degrees with a wind chill of -10.
-10. Yikes! Tom, thank you very much for the call. Stay warm.
What can I say? Mamba out. The mic has been dropped. All across America, The Larry Elder Show.
Did you know you can maintain your heart health by drinking Super Beets every day? It's a superfood powder that you can mix with water or yogurt or put into a smoothie. The all-natural dietary nitrates in Super Beets are sourced from non-GMO beets, and they help boost circulation and support healthy blood pressure naturally. You'll feel the energy and stamina boost in about 20 minutes, which no other superfood formula guarantees. And Super Beets now comes in black cherry flavor. If taste was holding you back, now's the time to try. You'll truly want to try this product for your heart health. And if you don't feel the results, you don't pay. Guaranteed. Get a 30-day supply free with your first order. You'll also get nitric oxide indicator strips free to use before and after drinking Super Beets to see it working in your body. Plus, get the free book Beat the Odds. And all of this comes to you with free shipping. Call 800-996-3406, 800-996-3406, or go to elderbeats.com. That's elderbeats.com.
Today's hits and yesterday's memories, WCAB Rutherfordton.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters. The Congressional Budget Office report on the House GOP health care bill is the focal point for partisan rancor on Capitol Hill.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says the report is only part of the story.
It doesn't take into account the other actions Congress, the governors, or the executive branch can take to further provide relief, lower costs, and improve access.
Democrat Mark Warner says if this is only part of the story, he shudders to think what comes next.
What's been proposed so far doesn't even fit in the realm of reality.
The report by the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office finds while the deficit would go down under the House Republican plan, 14 million people would lose their health care coverage next year and 24 million in 10 years. Linda Kenyon, Washington.
While Health and Human Services Secretary Tom Price tells NBC's Today Show the Republican bill will leave Americans better off than Obamacare.
Every single American will have access to coverage. It'll be coverage that's more responsive to them, that'll allow them to choose, and that will be less expensive than the current situation.
Heard what National Weather Service lead forecaster Bruce Sullivan says a deep low-pressure system is moving north-northeast through southern New England tonight.
North of that low-pressure system, we're seeing quite a bit of snow, some of it moderate to heavy at times from Maine westward into portions of eastern New York, central New York. That's where the heavier snow is, and we will continue to see that shield of snow lift northward overnight tonight.
The powerful nor'easter fell well short of the predicted snow totals in New York City and Philadelphia, but unloaded 1 to 2 feet in many places inland. It grounded more than 6,000 flights and knocked out power to nearly 250,000 customers from Virginia northward. It was easily the biggest storm in a merciful winter that had mostly spared the Northeast. On Wall Street, the Dow down by 44 points, the Nasdaq dropped 19, the S&P lower by 8. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Fellow Americans, the time is now to protect your retirement accounts with physical gold. If you currently have a 401k, IRA, or other type of retirement account, then listen closely to this special announcement from GSI Exchange. The current political climate is creating more gridlock, uncertainty, and instability for global markets and the continued slow death of the U.S. dollar. Call GSI Exchange now at 800-909-1394 to receive our new special edition Gold and Silver Investment Guide. Learn how converting your IRA and 401k to physical gold can help you save your retirement and put you in control of your future instead of the banks. GSI is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call GSI Exchange now at 800-909-1394. Find out how you can get $1,500 in free gold or silver delivered directly to your home with your qualified transfer. Call 800-909-1394. 800-909-1394.
Most investors appear to be shrugging off a likely interest rate hike from the Federal Reserve.
The Federal Reserve begins a 2-day meeting today, which is expected to produce a third interest rate hike in 15 months amid signs of an improving economy. Approval is expected tomorrow, along with a signal that more hikes may be forthcoming. Fed watchers, however, appear to be more buoyed by expectations for a vigorous economy than worried about whether slightly higher rates might slow growth. Bob Agnew reporting.
Police investigating the killing of 2 teenage girls in northwestern Indiana have interviewed more than 300 people and are following up on thousands of tips. 14-year-old Liberty German and 13-year-old Abigail Williams vanished February 13th while hiking near Delphi, about 60 miles northwest of Indianapolis. Their bodies were found the next day in a wooded area. Police have cleared more than 200 people identified as resembling a man shown in 2 grainy photos taken from one of the girls' cell phones. News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters. Prosecutor Robert Janicki says evidence gathered over years of investigation into a U.S. citizen known as Michael Karkos confirmed 100% that he was a commander of a unit in the SS-led Ukrainian Self-Defense Legion. Karkos now lives in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Poland will seek the arrest and extradition of Karkos, who was identified as a former commander in an SS-led unit that burned Polish villages and killed civilians in World War II. His son, Andrei Karkos, says there is no evidence that his father commanded a Nazi SS unit.
An innocent man from 75 years ago is still being persecuted. I would say prosecuted, but in order to be prosecuted, you would have to have evidence, proof, witnesses, all of which are notably lacking in this case and have been from the very beginning.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, a low around 23. Sunshine with a high only reaching 39. And then clear skies Wednesday night, a low around 21. Sunny with a high around 48 on Thursday and 57 under partly cloudy skies for Friday. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Lou Gillum at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call, Morning Call Around Report, and great gospel music, Todd Kaiser midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories and the afternoon Call Around Report here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
This is your total information source. The Mike Gallagher Show. The news is happening now, and we keep you connected to the headlines like no one else. And now, here is Mike Gallagher.
I've been promising you for about a year that when you tune into this show, you're not going to get the antagonistic doom and gloom from the mainstream media, and for that matter, from other radio hosts and TV shows and articles you might be reading, which suggest that we are just headed off a cliff. Because we're not headed off a cliff. And watching the conversation over the last 12 to 24 hours about the American Health Care Act and how people are suddenly screeching and screaming and accusing Republicans of killing people, and that's exactly what the Democrats have decided to do, is a thing to behold. I mean, you got to watch this stuff, and you have to listen with your ears and open your eyes and understand what's happening. So, since everywhere else you probably turn, you hear premiums are going to skyrocket, millions are going to be stripped of their coverage. Elderly people are going to die. This is a horrific plan. Let me bring you into a little bit of a reality check. First of all, let's get Paul Ryan, the House Speaker's initial reaction as shared with Brett Baer last night on Fox News.
It's a little stunned at the number of people who would be uninsured, saying that 24 million by 2026 would be uninsured relative to the current law. So your reaction on these numbers?
Well, actually, I think if you read this entire report, I'm pretty encouraged by it, and it actually exceeded my expectations. But look at what they said, the reason why they think this uninsured would happen. We're saying the government's not going to force people to buy something they don't want to buy. And if we end an Obamacare mandate that says you must buy this government one-size-fits-all plan, guess what? People aren't going to buy that.
That's the answer. You know, Dr. Tom Price today was on the Today Show with Savannah Guthrie and Matt Lauer. And it was the strangest conversation. It was a who's on first conversation. Remember who's on first? The old Abbott and Costello routine? Who's on first? What's on second? I don't know's on third. Yeah, but who's your first baseman? Who? The first baseman. I don't know. Who? The first baseman. I mean, that's exactly what these three folks sounded like this morning. Matt Lauer and Savannah Guthrie were trying to get Dr. Tom Price, the Health and Human Services Secretary, who was on our show earlier this week, yesterday, to say, well, millions are going to not have coverage. I've got Lance trying to hone in on the exact audio so I can play it for you. And it was a who's on first routine because the hosts were trying to get Price to say, you've got to recognize that millions, according to the CBO, are not going to have insurance. Dr. Price was trying to say, well, we're going to give access to insurance to everyone. And, of course, Savannah and Matt thought they had him, and they said, well, that's like you have access to a Mercedes-Benz. Excuse me. Broadcasting from home without the cough switch. So once in a while you'll hear a sneeze, perhaps, because of the blizzard that isn't quite as bad as they thought it was going to be in New York. But we're hunkered down in our home studios, and that's why normally when I sneeze, I have a little button and I can push it. You don't hear the sneeze. So our apologies. Maybe one of these days we got to get a cough button for the home studio. But Matt Lauer and Savannah were saying, aha, that's like having access to a Mercedes-Benz. And Tom Price said back to them, well, wait a minute, that's a Bernie Sanders argument. No, we're giving access to everyone with more choices, more affordable choices to have health care coverage. But millions won't have it. And that goes back to Paul Ryan's answer. Well, that's because there are going to be people who are not going to want to buy health insurance because the government isn't forcing them to do so. There are some people who are on Obamacare who have no choice and they don't like it and it's too affordable, but they're stuck. And our plan, says Paul Ryan, our plan, says President Trump, our plan gives access to everyone. Now, you don't want to buy it. Don't buy it. This is America. You don't have to buy something you don't want to buy. Now, what's so difficult about that? You find that problematic? You really find that problematic? We're into all this crap about the CBO. I mean, listen, I admire and respect Newt Gingrich very, very much. He's going to be on the show tomorrow. He's got a big gripe and a big beef with the Congressional Budget Office, as he expressed last night on TV. He appeared on Fox News and said the following.
They should abolish the Congressional Budget Office. It is corrupt. It is dishonest. It was totally wrong in Obamacare by huge, huge margins. I don't trust a single word they have published, and I don't believe them.
But the head of it is a Trump appointee, and in many ways, I think people maybe misjudge what they're supposed to do. I mean, their job is to figure out whether or not this is something that could get through on reconciliation, right?
They lie.
Not to make a judgment.
Let me be very clear. I really do think it's disgusting. I'm really disappointed that the Republicans have not abolished the Congressional Budget Office because it is so profoundly dishonest.
Well, I mean, the Democrats now have a bunch of talking points. They didn't need it. They didn't need the CBO. They don't need this report to accuse Republicans of dying. But I can't tell you how many emails I got last night and yesterday from people who said to me, Mike, you opened my eyes because you pointed something out. If President Trump wasn't on board, we'd hear it. If President Trump didn't support the American Health Care Act, he'd push back. he would complain. He would say this is wrong. This is his plan. This consummate deal maker who shocked every last one of us by getting elected. And with his shocking victory should come the knowledge that the guy knows what he's doing, and if you supported him then you should support him now. I don't want to pick a fight with the Freedom Caucus. They're still going through the process. There's still as Trump put it yesterday, a big, beautiful negotiation going on. And I expect that's about right. Let him have the negotiation. But don't bail now. Don't bail off don't get off the Trump train now when you've made it this far down the road. You're going to decide now because Rand Paul doesn't like something, you're going to bail? Lindsey Graham is opposed to something, so now you're going to take Lindsey Graham's side and oppose Donald Trump? I truly believe the messaging on this has as much to do with who are the faces of the American Health Care Act. People want to call it Ryan Care. Is it Paul Ryan? Is it Tom Price? No, it's Donald Trump. It's President Trump. And if you have been with him, believe me, there's no reason to think he suddenly doesn't know what he's doing, because he's had a couple of years to plan and plot and deliver a promise that he made to the American people, that we are going to repeal and replace Obamacare. We're going to provide something better. And don't be deceived by the understanding, or you should remember the fact that when you're not mandating somebody has health care coverage, then there are going to be plenty of people that don't have health care coverage. Hate to break it to you. That's the way life works. You don't force somebody to buy something, not everybody's going to buy it. 1-800-655-MIKE is our number. Got lots of material today, a whole bunch of stuff to cover, and much of the Northeast and the eastern part of the country facing some winter weather today. It was said to be a big, epic blizzard. The blizzard conditions not quite coming to fruition in New York, not as much snowfall. They were saying at one point last night up to 20 inches. Now they're saying between maybe 5 and 8 inches of snow. Still a good, healthy snowstorm for New York. Chicago got walloped yesterday. I know Massachusetts, parts of Pennsylvania. I believe Philly is being hit, Washington, D.C. So we'll keep an eye on the winter weather. The last gasp, perhaps, before spring, which officially kicks in about 9 days. Also, a documentary filmmaker mixing it up with Martha McCallum over last night on Fox over a movie involving the late Michael Brown. We'll give you some details on that. We have a lot to cover. If you can't get through on our busy talk lines at 800-655-MIKE, feel free to text us to the same number, 800-655-MIKE. Standard text messaging rates may apply. Your voice coming up.
Yes, you can sail the 7 seas in the Navy. Yes, you can put your mind at ease in the Navy. Come on now, people, make a stand in the Navy. Can't you see we need a hand?
Upgrading your old blinds should be an enjoyable home improvement project, but it could be a nightmare if you don't do it right, especially if you pay too much money. SelectBlinds.com gives you the opportunity to never having to worry about any of that. Select Blinds puts their customers first and foremost. All these testimonials keep pouring in. Jerry from Florida writes, everyone, and I mean everyone I talked to from Select Blinds was extremely patient. Kelly from Texas writes, Select Blinds price was half what we were quoted at the hardware store for the same exact quality of product. I have blackout shades in my bedroom. That's Mike from New York, and I do love my experience with Select Blinds. Shop today. Go to selectblinds.com. Mention the Mike Gallagher Show when you check out, and you'll get sample swatches of the room darkening blinds or shades of your choice absolutely free. Go to selectblinds.com. You'll love this process. Selectblinds.com. Selectblinds.com.
Portraits of Courage, a Commander-in-Chief's tribute to America's warriors, is a vibrant collection of paintings by President George W. Bush of 98 wounded warriors, honoring the sacrifice and courage of America's military. Each painting is accompanied by the inspiring story of the warrior depicted, available now as a standard edition and a deluxe signed edition. Get your copy of President Bush's Portraits of Courage wherever books are sold.
I was fed up with the overwhelming liberal bias in public schools, so I decided to homeschool my kids. The problem was finding a curriculum that represented the values I grew up with. Things like faith, family, patriotism, and the truth about our country's history. Then I checked out BJU Press. BJU Press has everything our homeschool needs, and with the right values. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com and see for yourself. You'll feel good about how you homeschool.
I heard from some friends who made it into work this morning in the winter weather. They took an Uber, and you know what? Uber is safe. It is reliable. People who drive with Uber, of course, thoroughly screened, and they know what they're doing. I love the Uber process. And if you have a few hours to spare here and there, if you want to be your own boss, I'll bet you'd make a great boss. Drive with Uber. You are your own boss. All the times that I take Uber, and I am a proud Uber rider. I take Uber exclusively. It's my only form of transportation now, both at home and anywhere I travel throughout the country. I meet Uber driver partners who know exactly what they want in life. They want an opportunity to make money on the side. They want to turn on the app when they feel like driving and making money. They turn it off when they don't. If you're listening to me in the car right now, you could be making money as you're driving. If you enjoy earning extra cash, if there's something special you'd like to buy, I want you to go ahead and consider driving with Uber. All you have to do is go to uber.com/drive now. Uber is UBER. Uber.com/drive now. Uber, UBER. Uber.com/drive now.
Mike Gallagher.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. American Financing was founded on a simple principle: save homeowners money. They knew if they did that, everything else would fall into place. American Financing's mortgage consultants are salary-based. They specialize in solutions, not counting commissions. This means that American Financing works for you to find the loan in your best interest, not what's good for the bank. You have goals, they have solutions. If you're in the market for a new home loan or to refinance, call American Financing. They could be saving your family hundreds of dollars each month. It takes only 10 minutes to pre-qualify, and you may close in as fast as 10 days. With zero upfront fees, they'll customize a loan program to fit your financial goals. Do your homework and see for yourself. 866-420-6690. That's 866-420-6690. Or online at AmericanFinancing.net. American Financing, America's home for home loans.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I figured I had a problem, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. In half an hour, we worked out a plan. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If you're in an endless cycle of paying on credit card balances that never seem to go away, then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity will consolidate your accounts, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. Call 1-800-990-6976.
Ransomware is software that can infiltrate your business through email, enabling cyber criminals to hijack sensitive information as ransom for your own data's release. Leveraging Barracuda email security with advanced threat detection can stop a ransomware attack in its tracks. As an added measure, Barracuda Backup allows you to recover your data without having to surrender to extortion. Crime doesn't pay when you protect your business data with Barracuda. Go to barracuda.com/ransomware to learn more.
Mike Gallagher. Major reform like this is hard. Healthcare reform is hard. And we all ought to know what we don't know. A lot of people pop up and act like they're self-proclaimed experts. And I don't say that in a critical way. We all want to know as much as we can know about any issue. Bob just tweeted, repeal only We don't need a new socialist health care plan. Well, this isn't a socialist health care plan by any stretch of the imagination, but more to the point, President Trump campaigned on the promise of repealing and replacing, not repealing. So, Bob, you'd be expecting Donald Trump to break his campaign promise. And I truly believe he's going to do exactly what he said he's going to do, repeal and replace. Mark's 2 cents tweets, I default to the, if the media is against it, I'm for it. Trump is doing health care insurance in stages, 3 stages. Go with Trump. Mark is absolutely right. This is a 3-stage process. It has to be by necessity due to reconciliation and the way the legislative process works. The CBO, by the way, is scoring the first stage, not looking at stage 2 or 3. It is deceptive. It's arguably not accurate. And at the end of the day, either dance with the lady who brung you or don't. Do you support Donald Trump or don't you? Janice, we'll start with you. 800-655-Mike. Hey, Janice, how are you today?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. Appreciate the call.
First of all, I don't agree with this new health care plan.
What don't you agree with?
I
You
don't-
want you want to pay more?
Let me finish. And I don't trust Paul Ryan any further than I can pick him up and throw him.
Do you trust Donald Trump?
Yeah, but I don't think Donald Trump has read this bill himself.
Janice,
he's listening to all the experts. Also, I don't trust them to do part 2 and part 3.
Okay, I got you. I appreciate it. Listen, I don't know how long we talk if you don't think Donald Trump knows what he's doing, because that's basically what you just suggested. I suspect you voted for him. I suspect you trusted him. And I suspect your dislike for Paul Ryan is blinding you towards Donald Trump knowing exactly and precisely what he's doing. I'm not trying to insult people here, but when you sit around and say, well, I know more than the president does, and I know that he's being deceived by Paul Ryan, and I don't like Paul Ryan, so yeah, I like Trump, but he didn't read it. I don't even think you realize, Janice, how badly you just insulted the guy that I assume you voted for. I don't know if you realize how you just basically said that Donald Trump is, all the things that the left has been saying about them. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he's in over his head. He's not in over his head. He knows precisely what he's doing. Roger, you're next. Roger, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, Mike?
I'm great, thanks. Appreciate the call.
Mike, I just want to say that me and several of my workmates at work are ready now to get insurance because we're not forced to get health insurance.
Exactly. Repeat that from the beginning again. I'm sorry. I got a little interrupted in my earphones. Say it one more time.
Yeah, several of the people at work that I work with we are ready to get health insurance now because we are not forced by Obamacare to buy insurance.
There'll be plenty of people who are going to say the same thing. Don't tell me that I have to have health care insurance. I'll do this on my own until somebody tells me that we don't live in a state, a socialist state, where I'm mandated to buy health care coverage or get fined.
Exactly.
Well, and so why are people like Janice, the caller right before you, ignoring that? Does Janice want to be forced to buy something she may not need?
I don't understand that at all. That's ridiculous.
Well, it goes to bigger picture issues. It goes to questions of what you think the role of the government should be. It goes to whether you accept and this is to the Obama era's credit. They successfully convinced the Janices of the world that this is the role of the government, that health care is a necessity and a right that the government must provide. And too many poor, unfortunate people swallowed that hook, line, and sinker. 1-800-655-MIKE. Did you hear the blow-up between the documentary filmmaker and Martha McCallum last night on Fox News? It's a doozy. We got it for you. Pain relief is a godsend. It's a blessing. It's a joy. It feels so good to wake up and realize that you didn't toss and turn all through the night because of the pain that you were suffering in your back or your hips or your neck. Relief Factor is a product that I love telling you about because the story is pretty neat. I heard about Relief Factor well before I got to be able to tell you about them on the radio. I bought the product, started taking 3 packets a day, and the pain in my lower back gone. I'm pain-free, and I want you to live live a pain-free life as well. Go to relieffactor.com. relieffactor.com. You'll read the testimonials from people like me who have benefited from the all-natural properties and ingredients that are in Relief Factor. I take a packet in the morning, packet in the evening, my pain is gone. Let me prove it to you. The 3-week quick start is $19.95. Try it for $20. relieffactor.com. relieffactor.com.
Mike Gallagher.
I'm Trina Webster.
And I'm Dan Webster, founders of Z Quiet. Let me be honest, I snored.
Yeah, he did. Crazy loud.
I was forced to sleep on the couch most nights.
Dan tried everything, including surgery, to solve his snoring problem.
Nothing worked.
So we turned to experts and created a solution that's a total game changer. A mouthpiece called Z Quiet.
Not just any mouthpiece, one that gently opens the airway where the snoring happens. In fact, it's based on the same technology as treatments costing thousands of dollars.
It allows natural jaw movement so you can talk, breathe normally, and best of all, sleep comfortably without making a sound.
And what's really cool is that it couldn't be easier. Just pop it in before you go to sleep to kick snoring out of bed.
So you can sleep quiet
with Z Quiet.
Z Quiet fits both men and women. Try it risk-free for 30 days for just $9.95. Go to getzquiet.com or text SNORE to 91011. Go to getzquiet.com or text SNORE to 91011.
With SRN News, I'm Keith Peters in Washington. The White House says President Trump made more than $150 million in income in 2005 and paid $38 million in income taxes last year. The acknowledgement comes as MSNBC host Rachel Maddow says she's obtained part of Trump's 2005 tax forms. The White House is pushing back preemptively, saying that publishing those returns would be illegal and that the disclosure is an attempt by someone in the dishonest media who is desperate for ratings. The White House is distancing itself from comments about immigrants by Republican Congressman Steve King of Iowa. King said over the weekend that America can't restore our civilization with somebody else's babies, and he warned of a liberal effort to destroy Western civilization through immigration. On Wall Street, the Dow down by 44 points, the Nasdaq dropped 19, the S&P lower by 8. More details at srnnews.com.
Fellow Americans, the time is now to protect your retirement accounts with physical gold. If you currently have a 401k, IRA, or other type of retirement account, then listen closely to this special announcement from GSI Exchange. The current political climate is creating more gridlock, uncertainty, and instability for global markets and the continued slow death of the U.S. dollar. Call GSI Exchange now at 800-909-1394 to receive our new special edition Gold and Silver Investment Guide. Learn how converting your IRA and 401k to physical gold can help you save your retirement and put you in control of your future instead of the banks. GSI is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call GSI Exchange now at 800-909-1394. Find out how you can get $1,500 in free gold or silver delivered directly to your home with your qualified transfer. Call 800-909-1394. 800-909-1394.
At least 12 hours a day. While the constant use of technology can help people keep in touch, pay bills, navigate the road, and stay up to date on news, it does have a downside. Our data can be exposed to criminals who commit crimes such as credit card fraud and identity theft, unless we take the proper precautions. In fact, there are over 1 million consumer cybercrime victims every day. That's why you need WebRoot Internet Security. WebRoot is the most comprehensive cloud-based antivirus software available, helping protect you from vicious viruses, malware, and phishing sites. It protects all your favorite devices, including your PC, Mac, Android, and iOS device. So stop the hackers in their tracks by using WebRoot Internet Security and sleep easier, knowing you are protected no matter where you access the internet. Visit webroot.com/radio right now and save 30% on your purchase of WebRoot's Internet Security software. That's webroot.com/radio. webroot.com/radio.
Want a fast and easy way to get help with home repairs and improvements? Go to homeadvisor.com.
HomeAdvisor is a very easy way to find a home contractor, and for me, it's the only way.
You can use HomeAdvisor for everything. Your house cleaning, your painting, the sump pump broke. You get to read the customer reviews of all of your neighbors that have used these great same people.
They do the dirty work for you. They do background checks.
And it's completely free to use. Go to homeadvisor.com today.
HomeAdvisor.
me look at the Facebook fan page, considering my operations manager, Eric Hansen's disdain for the pictures of my dog, Rory, in the office. Richard, she's a doll, Mike. Here's Mia. Tell Eric to get a life. Elaine, what's wrong with Eric? Is he a cat person? Are you a cat person, Eric? No animals at all.
No animals. No fish. No cats.
No turtles.
No dogs.
And
turtles,
you have 3 daughters?
ferrets.
What is wrong with Eric? Well, now back to a dog's best friend, Mike Gallagher.
Rory and I braving the winter weather in New York City today. Not as bad as they feared, but it's still not a walk in the park. I mean, it's coming down pretty good. Some sleet, some snow. They're now saying maybe 4 to 8 inches. The blizzard, I think, is off for New York, but there are parts of the country, especially north and west of New York City, that are undergoing some pretty severe winter weather. And as I look out the window here, lots of blowing, sleety, snowy, nasty, cold. Poor Rory goes out, does her business in the morning. She's very methodical. She goes, she gets it done, she comes back in. She's very quick, very efficient. That old gal moves quick. It's like me when I see a cheeseburger on the end of the counter. We get there quick. Get it done. Get her done. Portions of the Mike Gallagher Show brought to you by the great Hillsdale College. Very special place. One of the most special colleges in the country. Learn more. Go to hillsdalefreedom.com. hillsdalefreedom.com. We have such a difficult time with race relations in this country, particularly when it turns to issues involving the police and the black community. There's a narrative that people like to advance that police are basically just out to kill young black men. The Michael Brown case in Ferguson, Missouri was a case that led to race riots, violence, protests. And of course, it turned out to be refuted. It's a fact that not only did the autopsy, but eyewitness accounts totally contradicted the claim that Michael Brown was peacefully standing on a sidewalk with his hands up saying, don't shoot, when Officer Darren Wilson shot him. As a matter of fact, the autopsy and the eyewitness accounts confirmed that he was charging Officer Wilson like a bull. He was attacking the police officer, and the police officer was well within his rights to defend himself using deadly force. In fact, 40 FBI agents were dispatched to Ferguson. 40. You think if Obama's FBI, if the Obama administration's Justice Department and the FBI could find any wrongdoing on the part of the police officer, the white officer, they wouldn't have established that? It turned out to be, it's a little bit like the Russian-Trump campaign connection. It fizzled out because it was proven to be not one shred of truth to it. It was a lie, a giant lie. Hands up, don't shoot was a lie. Told by Michael Brown's buddy, who was undoubtedly scared and upset, and his friend was shot and killed after attacking a police officer. He said, Lord knows what he said. He's the only one who said it, and he was disproven. So now this filmmaker comes along. There's a filmmaker named Jason Pollock. I don't even know the name of the movie. You'll hear it in this clip because he says it about every 5 seconds. He's also got it on his T-shirt. The guy's promoting his movie. He's made a documentary that has released for the first time video surveillance in the convenience store that Michael Brown later robbed that suggests that some kind of drug transaction went on between Michael Brown and the clerks at the store. Now, Martha McCallum starts her interview with filmmaker Jason Pollock last night, sort of incredulous, wondering what that has to do with anything involving the confrontation between Michael Brown and Officer Wilson. But I want you to hear the exchange, and I want you to hear what somebody who hates cops and is trying to make a movie to advance a cause, advance a narrative, cops bad, Michael Brown good. That was the premise for the filmmaker and his movie, and you hear it in this exchange with Martha McCallum last night on Fox News.
What are you proposing legally? It makes no difference whether a robbery happened or a trade for pot happened, or whether a bank got robbed or he was home doing his homework. What matters is what happens in the street when he and Officer Wilson encounter each other. So why have you focused so heavily on now the filmmaker behind Stranger Difference? Whether
job,
you
fake
can be
news
simply said,
101.
Hold on, I have a question for you, okay? Because to me, what are you proposing legally? It makes no difference whether a robbery happened or a trade for pot happened, or whether a bank got robbed or he was home doing his homework. What matters is what happens in the street when he and Officer Wilson encounter each other. So why have you focused so heavily on what happened in the convenience store?
That's a very interesting way to phrase this, because I completely agree with you. And the reason we put out this convenience store tape now is so that people could get over it, because he didn't rob the store. And anyone that sees the exchange that takes place with a conscience, a heart, two minds, and is not a bigot pretty much understands what happened. Unfortunately, there's some people in America with so much bias inside of them that they just want to think that Michael Brown is a bad guy. But yes, let's talk about the physical evidence on Canfield.
They think perhaps that Michael Brown is a bad guy because 40 FBI agents went to Ferguson to investigate this case at the behest of Eric Holder, who showed up almost immediately after it happened. I think it's fair to assume that they really believed that they were going to be able to indict Officer Wilson, that he had acted wrongly.
No, I don't think that that's, I don't think that that's absolutely not true. Not true. Don't just say that.
No, you're just saying plenty of things. So let me just
throw
one thing out. The FBI agents went down there. Eric Holder went down there.
To indict Darren Wilson? Darren Wilson? No way. You know how the system works. These cops get off every single time. Bob McCullough has been the prosecutor for over 2 decades. And for 23 years. Excuse me. Let me just finish this. For 23 years, according to the Washington Post, there has not been a prosecution of a single police shooting in St. Louis County.
So you believe, hold on, now it's my turn.
Single one of them? None of them are indictable?
It's my turn. You're suggesting that 40 FBI agents were all in cahoots.
I'm suggesting the Department of Justice failed.
That this person was not indicted. Listen to me.
They failed.
So it's not possible in your brain that what happened there was what was found by both a grand jury and 40 FBI agents. You're discounting. You're saying all of that doesn't matter. Their investigation is absolutely not true.
When the facts of this case come out, when the facts of this case, excuse me, miss, can I speak now? When the facts of this case come out, in my film, Stranger Fruit, the real facts of this case, the facts of this case that Bob McCullough doesn't want us talking about, like the fact that Michael Brown was shot in the head and a bullet came out of his eye. Do you know how that would happen? When your head is down and there's a bullet in the ground. In their report, there's a bullet in the ground by Michael Brown's head. Now, how would a bullet go through here, out of his eye, and then get stuck in the ground?
What I know is that there were 3 different forensic investigations that were done that showed that he was shot in the front.
They failed him.
Everyone in the country was told this narrative that he was shot in the back.
You know how many black men are in jail right now? You know how many black men are in jail right now for nothing? Because the Department of Justice failed them? You know how many black men are in jail right now? Don't tell me because they closed the book on it. We're okay. My film will show the public the truth, ma'am. And if you want to know the truth, you should watch it.
Yeah, okay. I don't know why you got so hung up on what happened, whether he was trading pot or trading or stealing something is completely irrelevant to the outcome of this case.
Well, I think I know why he got hung up on that, because he has a narrative that police officers are bad and people like Michael Brown are good. And he has a concern that, police officers are never held accountable for their actions, even though police officers are routinely indicted, prosecuted, charged, convicted, jailed for their egregious behavior when it occurs, when there's illegal activity. It happens all the time in America. To say it never happens is a joke. To say that the FBI, the guy laughs and scoffs at the idea that Obama's Justice Department wasn't capable of indicting a police officer who shot and killed an unarmed black man. No, the evidence proved that the unarmed black man was jeopardizing the life of the police officer and was charging him like a bull with his head down, by the way. which is why he was shot in the top of the head. This case was thoroughly and exhaustively covered and researched and investigated, and it turned out that this was a completely justified shooting. You attack a police officer, you may very well get killed. And that's a fact of life. You attack a police officer and you may very well get killed. I'm going to say it a third time. You attack a police officer and you may very well get killed. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know how else to phrase it. Now, you want to challenge this? You want to support this documentary filmmaker who was screaming about bigots in America and how police officers always get away. They never are held accountable. Michael Brown was a good guy. The drug thing somehow proves if there's a drug connection, that somehow, feel free to knock yourself out. Join me, in other words. 1-800-655-MIKE. Be happy to get your reaction to what you just heard between filmmaker Jason Pollock and Martha McCallum last night on Fox News. 1-800-655-6453. If you can't get through on our talk lines, text us your comments to the same number, 800-655-MIKE. Standard text messaging rates may apply. You can always email me, mike@mikeonline.com, or go to my website, mikeonline.com. We got that fixed yesterday. You can click on the email Mike link and send me a note anytime you want. We're always all ears for everything you have to say here on the Mike Gallagher Show. Let's talk about identity theft. Identity theft is America's fastest growing crime. That's a fact. Chances are you use the same password for multiple web accounts, right? Internet users are not careful when it comes to creating passwords. This bad habit increases the risk of hacks and identity theft. One solution, install a password manager. That's an online tool that stores passwords for every site, and it's easily accessible. It adds security. That's today's message from my friends at LifeLock. I am so glad to be a LifeLock member. LifeLock is scanning hundreds of millions of transactions. If they detect there's something wrong, you'll get an alert. I've gotten one of those alerts before from LifeLock, and boy, am I glad I did. It saved me a world of problems. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but LifeLock is the best identity theft protection available. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com or call 800-LifeLock. Use the promo code Gallagher, that's Gallagher, for 10% off your LifeLock Ultimate Plus membership. Visit LifeLock.com. Save 10% now. LifeLock.
Mike Gallagher.
If you're like me, you're trying to think ahead to your next homeschool year. My wife and I love to homeschool our kids, but there are some subjects we don't feel comfortable teaching. I'm not quite up on my Algebra 2 or quantum mechanics these days. Are you? BJU Press Distance Learning has all those challenging subjects, and my kids can learn from qualified, experienced teachers online, while my wife and I teach the subjects we know and love. They even offer full K-4 through 12th grades if you want them. Parents who have homeschooled know that grading, organizing lesson plans, and keeping track of student records is a time-consuming process. So if your knowledge of logarithmic functions isn't what it used to be, go online with BJU Press and check out all their options for homeschoolers. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com. That's bjupresshomeschool.com. Don't let quantum mechanics or logarithmic functions ruin your day.
How far would you go to maintain healthy blood pressure? Would you eat 3 bowls of kale and spinach every day? Well, lucky for you, you don't have to. Helping to support healthy blood pressure and circulation just became hassle-free. Introducing Heart Greens from Human N, the functional food that you drink, using the same dark leafy greens recommended by both the DASH and Mediterranean diets. Heart Greens are specially tested for high dietary nitrates, which convert to nitric oxide in the body. That's why it works so well for supporting healthy blood pressure levels and circulation. Try it risk-free for 30 days and you'll agree. Get a free canister of Heart Greens with your first order and a 100% money-back guarantee. Heart Greens even guarantees you'll love the taste. Plus, receive a set of nitric oxide indicator strips to monitor your dietary nitrate levels before and after and see the change for yourself. Try Heart Greens. Call 800-775-4180, 800-775-4180, or visit MikeLovesGreens.com. That's MikeLovesGreens.com. Do you have a family member who's getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care, assists senior citizens and adults to continue living at home and not have to move into a nursing home. Visiting Angels has over 400 franchised locations across the nation. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meal preparation, and light housework up to 24 hours a day. Rates are affordable, and you can select your caregiver before service begins. Visiting Angels has cared for hundreds of thousands of seniors nationwide. Franchises are available. Call Visiting Angels toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE. To find an office near you, visit www.visitingangels.com. For home care for your loved ones, call Visiting Angels now at 877-374-LIVE. That's Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care at 877-374-LIVE.
Is negative content or comments on the web affecting your personal or professional reputation? Unfavorable comments, embarrassing pictures, videos, legal documents, and bad tweets can ruin your personal life, your career, or your business. Reputation.com can protect your good name. It's easy to squash the unfair attacks with our patented system. Call right now for a free expert reputation analysis. Call 800-651-4888. 800-651-4888.
Mike Gallagher.
10 minutes before the hour, you heard a fiery exchange on Fox News last night between Martha McCallum and a filmmaker who clearly has a narrative that he wants to condemn not only this officer in Ferguson, but police officers all over the country. That, of course, is the goal. That's the agenda. And we just have to accept it and understand it. There are people who don't like cops, and they're going to try to smear them every chance they get. Mike, we'll start with you. How you doing, Mike?
I'm doing well, Mike Gallagher. Pleasure to talk with you.
Thank you.
African-American man living in Massachusetts, born and raised, actually. 53, I think that's relevant. And I wanted to say that what I heard the filmmaker say, and you even mentioned it yourself, where you mentioned that there are many instances across the country where a police officer has acted wrongly. You said it yourself.
Of course they are.
And right, you said it yourself. And the problem with the Justice Department report, as the filmmaker mentioned, was that McCulloch, in 20 years, has never, ever held a police officer accountable for any of the shootings.
And that's a smokescreen. That's a total smokescreen because it doesn't have anything to... If the feds send in 40 FBI agents to investigate this particular volatile shooting, you really believe, as Martha McCallum was trying to say to the filmmaker, that this was a giant conspiracy between the Ferguson Police Department and the feds and the Justice Department and the FBI? Nobody thought the officer... You don't think anybody thought the officer did anything wrong?
Well, I will say this, sir. I don't think he necessarily said none of those FBI agents might have thought they found something that showed the officer acted wrongly.
None of those officers found anything. They found that the officer was justified in his shooting. Let me rewind for a moment. I said that if you charge or attack a cop, you are very likely going to risk getting killed. Do you disagree with that assertion, Mike?
Well, that's a solid assertion, and before I answer it, Mike Gallagher, I'm listening to you 100%. I'm going to answer your question.
Can't wait.
What about the idea that Michael Brown was shot at a distance?
Well, excuse me, but you didn't answer the question. Do you have a problem with the assertion that if you attack a cop, you are you very well risk getting killed? Do you have a problem with that statement?
Absolutely not. You risk getting killed. It doesn't mean you will definitely be killed.
Right. So that's what happened to Michael Brown, correct?
Well, that's what you feel, Mike Gallagher, happened.
But I feel that based on the eyewitnesses who watched it happen.
Right.
Don't you? Who are you going to trust?
There were other witnesses who stated he was already shot about 5 times. He was ordered to get down and was on his way down when he was shot again.
Mike, you're not even aware, I guess, of the facts. What I would suggest is you read the grand jury testimony, Mike, which included somebody who even disliked cops by her own admission, a young black woman who admitted she was not a fan of police officers and completely corroborated this officer's case. Listen, at the end of the day, this is just an excuse for people like this filmmaker to have an anti-cop rant. And police officers are getting killed almost every day in this country. We have way more controversy over a black guy who robbed a store and attacked a police officer who was justifiably shot than we do all the officers every week of every month of every year who are shot and killed simply by pulling over somebody in a traffic stop or responding to a domestic violence call or getting ambushed by somebody who hates cops. And you know what? A lot of people who kill cops are spurred on by this kind of garbage, by this kind of filmmaker who's ranting and raving about how cops are never held accountable. And it's enough already. We have to stop this and push back. Of course, there are police officers who do bad things. There are people in all walks of life who do bad things. Unfortunately for this argument in the Michael Brown case, this wasn't one of them. Unfortunately for people who think that this was a giant, somehow huge conspiracy to prop up one, nameless white police officer in a little town in Missouri, and you think the Obama Justice Department was trying to give him cover and was somehow in some big conspiracy to make the officer look good and the dead black guy look bad, that doesn't pass the laugh test. That doesn't pass the smile test. That's a joke. That's a joke. And at the end of the day, we ought to be on the right side of this. And I'm glad, sir, you at least acknowledge that, and it's an important acknowledgement. If you fight a cop, if you resist a cop, if you charge and attack a police officer, you are very likely at risk of being killed. So I got an idea. When a police officer tells you to do something, do something. Chances are you're going to live. Coming up, we had a suggestion yesterday from a listener. Get Congressman John Faso on the show. He's a congressman from upstate New York. He's going to break down the CBO numbers and give us the latest round of Obamacare being replaced and repealed. Congressman John Faso coming up. Are you looking to hire? Are you the decision maker that has to fill that job? Posting the job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates, but you know what a hassle it can be to have the constant flood of emails and people at your door making phone calls to the office. Let me introduce you to ZipRecruiter.com. ZipRecruiter.com lets you post the job you're looking for to over 200 job sites, including all the social media networks, Facebook, Twitter, all with one click. You're going to find the best candidates for the job you're looking for in any city or industry nationwide. You post once, watch the qualified candidates come rolling in to ZipRecruiter's very easy-to-use interface. And right now, you can post jobs at ZipRecruiter for free. Give ZipRecruiter a try for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/MG. Find out why ZipRecruiter is being used by Fortune 100 companies and thousands of small and medium-sized businesses. Try ZipRecruiter free. ZipRecruiter.com/MG. ZipRecruiter.com/MG. We can't always predict the timing of a full-scale market collapse. Who knows what way the markets are going to go? They're going great right now. You just never know. Being prepared is a great step to saving and earning a profit, no matter who's in office. There's an unusual strategy I want you to know about. It's at fastprofitplan.com. You can use this strategy to potentially profit today, even during a potential crash. Up, down, who knows? This has to do with a little-known profit window that opens in the market every 6 days. It was discovered by a retired Michigan engineer. He's revealing everything at fastprofitplan.com. Gives you the chance to go after as much as $2,000 a week. Would you like an extra $2,000 every week? If you hold stocks, bonds, mutual funds, you need this strategy from our partner, Profits Run. Doesn't matter which way the market moves. All you need to do is copy the simple strategy revealed at fastprofitplan.com. Trading involves risk of loss and is not appropriate for everyone, but this training is free. Spots are limited. Hurry over to fastprofitplan.com, fastprofitplan.com.
Mike Gallagher.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
I had a lot of credit card debt, and I couldn't pay my bills. I was feeling so bad. I got to a point where I needed some help. So I reached out and contacted Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976 to talk to a certified counselor.
They were able to take all of my different payments and put them all together.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
And they were actually able to work with my creditors. I've been able to pay off close to $15,000 in the last 18 months.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Stephanie, and I'm debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
24/7 WCAB is serving the foothills of the Carolinas. Learn more about us at www.wcab59.com.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters. The White House says President Trump made more than $150 million in income in 2005 and paid $38 million in income taxes that year. The acknowledgement comes as MSNBC host Rachel Maddow says she obtained part of Trump's 2005 tax forms. The White House is pushing back preemptively, saying that publishing those returns would be illegal and that the disclosure is an attempt by someone in the dishonest media who is desperate for ratings. Meanwhile, President Trump's spokesman Sean Spicer says the president is extremely confident that the congressional intelligence panels will be given evidence bolstering his claim of Trump Tower wiretapping by the Obama administration during the presidential campaign.
I'll leave it to them to issue their report, but I think he feels very confident that we'll ultimately come of this. We'll vindicate him.
The comments from Spicer come one day after the Justice Department asked lawmakers for more time to produce that evidence. It's going to be a bitterly cold night along the East Coast in the aftermath of a nor'easter that blew through earlier today, but it's not finished with the Northeast, according to National Weather Service forecaster Bruce Sullivan.
Could see additional snowfall amounts upwards of 4 to 8 inches, maybe a little bit higher in some of the mountainous areas across New England tonight, and considerable amount of blowing and drifting of snow with some very strong winds, and that could lead to some whiteout conditions at time. We could see that lingering through the morning hours, and then by midday, that storm system should be moving north of Maine.
The Senate has sent President Trump a measure to expand the number of applicants for jobless benefits who can be drug tested. Lawmakers in the GOP-controlled Congress have complained that under President Obama, the government placed too many limits on states for deciding which unemployment applicants can be drug tested. On Wall Street, the Dow down by 44 points. The Nasdaq dropped 19. The S&P lower by 8. Oil down to $47.72 a barrel. More on these stories at townhall.com.
This is Ed Rollins. President Donald Trump has nominated Neil Gorsuch for the Supreme Court, and we need millions of Americans to pick up the phone right now and to deliver your voice directly to your senator. This is the most critical moment in modern history that will define the future of our country. Radical liberals like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi have vowed to block President Trump's nomination by all means possible. We need millions of Americans to call 800-939-5885 to send your voice directly to your senator to demand the immediate confirmation of Judge Gorsuch to the Supreme Court. This could be the most important phone call you will ever make for the future of our country. Please call 800-939-5885 and put the pressure on the U.S. Senate to confirm President Trump's nominee. Again, call 800-939-5885. Please help pressure the Senate to confirm Neil Gorsuch and help Donald Trump make America great again. Call now.
Paid for by Great America PAC, which is responsible for the content of this message. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. GreatAmericaPAC.com.
A lot of people remember the Goodyear blimp flying over sporting events and newsworthy happenings over the years. Well, in Southern California today, one of those blimps was deflated permanently. Goodyear's airship historian Eddie Ogden says he was one of about 24 employees on hand early Tuesday to witness the deflation of the Spirit of Innovation blimp.
It's not every day that one gets to be a part of renewing an American icon, such as the Goodyear blimp, but it was quite fascinating. I've been doing this almost 40 years, and this is the first time I've actually been to a decommissioning of this sort.
He says it was bittersweet seeing the deflation of the old blimp, but there is a new one to replace it, however, though it will be somewhat different from those blimps people have seen in the sky in the past. The new replacement model, known as Wingfoot 2, will in fact be a semi-rigid dirigible, though it'll still be referred to as a blimp. News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters. Volkswagen remains bullish about its prospects in the United States.
The German carmaker's CEO says the U.S. remains a core market for VW, despite its diesel emission scandal, and has underlined that it hopes to expand in the U.S. Matthias Müller says, quote, "We are standing by our investment decisions and intend over the long term to play a significantly greater role there than today." The Volkswagen brand has only a small share in the U.S. market, although it is important for the company's luxury brands Porsche and Audi. It makes cars in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Bob Agnew reporting.
The former South Carolina police officer charged with killing an unarmed black man running from a traffic stop has asked a judge to allow a publicly funded lawyer to represent him. Michael Slager made that request today during a hearing in Charleston. Slager says his family of 5 lives under the poverty line. Slager was fired and charged with murder in the fatal shooting of Walter Scott following an April 2015 traffic stop in North Charleston. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, a low around 23. Sunshine with a high only reaching 39. And then clear skies Wednesday night, a low around 21. Sunny with a high around 48 on Thursday and 57 under partly cloudy skies for Friday. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Lou Gillum at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call, Morning Call Around Report, and great gospel music, Todd Kaiser midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories and the afternoon Call Around Report here on AM 590, WCAB, Rutherford.
This is your total information source. The Mike Gallagher Show. The news is happening now, and we keep you connected to the headlines like no one else. And now, here is Mike Gallagher.
A big chunk of the country experiencing a winter storm right now here in New York City. Schools have been closed, a state of emergency, although not as bad as they had been forecasting. They removed the blizzard warning for New York City, and they've lowered the snow accumulation totals. Now it looks like about 4 to 8 inches of snow. There's some sleet. It's still nasty and tricky. If you are out and about, you want to be careful, but thankfully not as bad as originally forecast, although there are places throughout the Hudson Valley and north and west of New York City getting hammered pretty hard. Philadelphia, some snow in Washington, D.C. Yesterday it was Chicago's turn. So big part of the country experiencing some winter weather for the last time, undoubtedly, before spring finally gets sprung. You know, a lot of the conversation about the American Health Care Act has taken on a surreal nature. Some key elements are just being left out by a news media that is hell-bent on destroying anything even remotely resembling a Trump agenda. I want to give you an example. You know, earlier this week we interviewed Dr. Tom Price, the Health and Human Services Secretary. He was on the Today Show this morning with Matt Lauer and Savannah Guthrie. And I want to play this for Congressman John Faso, who represents New York's 19th Congressional District. I had a listener yesterday who suggested we have him on because he's a straight shooter and he goes through the X's and O's of this thing in a pretty easy way and makes it easy for all of us to understand it. He was elected to Congress he's a first-term member of Congress, November of last year. He's been appointed to the House Budget, Transportation, and Infrastructure and Agriculture Committees. And he joins us on our guest line right now. Congressman John Faso, welcome to the Mike Gallagher Show. How are you, sir?
Morning, Mike. Great to be with you. Have a great, glad to be with you and glad to be with you, all your listeners, on this very, very snowy day.
Yeah, it's a snowy day, and we're trying to get some clarity on what the Congressional Budget Office said yesterday, sort of as expected. They say that millions will not have insurance. That's inevitable, it seems to me, when you remove a mandate. But I want you to break it down, because I know that you wrote over at The Hill, healing the ACA and lowering costs. I want to play for you, if you don't mind, Congressman, this sort of surreal exchange between Savannah Guthrie and Matt Lauer of the Today Show and Secretary Price this morning. Listen.
You agree with President Trump that under this plan, everyone will be covered. No one's losing their insurance.
Everyone will have access to the coverage that they want, and there will be a transition phase.
That's access again. That's access as opposed to being covered.
Well, the only way you can assure that people are going to be covered, look, 20 million folks right now aren't covered under Obamacare.
But if you
and
say
they aren't covered because they've either taken the penalty, they've said phooey on the federal government, or they've asked for a waiver and they've gotten a waiver. That's 20 million people.
Just real quickly, though, so people understand, when you say access, is that like if I'm sitting at home and I make $25,000 a year, I have access to buying a BMW, but I can't afford it?
Now, you got a good Bernie Sanders line there, Savannah. Great
Is that
job.
a Bernie Sanders line? I thought I made that up.
No, that's a Bernie Sanders line. But no, what we mean is that every single American will have access and have the financial feasibility to purchase it. That's why we believe that Medicaid ought to work better for the Medicaid population. You've got 1/3 of the docs in this country right now who won't see Medicaid patients because the system doesn't work for them. We believe that every single American ought to have a tax credit or a refundable credit that allows them the financial wherewithal to be able to purchase the coverage that they want, not that the government forces them to buy.
Got it.
Congressman, do you agree with Secretary Price's assessment?
Yes, I do, Mike. The fact is that there are many people who have gotten coverage under the ACA, but it's coverage they can't afford,
right,
or it's coverage that has a $5,000 deductible. Now, to be fair, I have constituents who've told me that they really like the ACA and it's given them access that they didn't have before and had given them coverage at a cheaper rate. But I've had just as many constituents, as particularly small business employers, who've told me that the insurance that they've gotten through the ACA has more than doubled their premiums, has raised their deductibles, made it less affordable for themselves and their employees. And there are a lot of disincentives in the ACA as well. Many employers have said they're now only hiring people for part-time work so they can avoid the employer mandate. So the mandates that are in the ACA have actually had the unintended consequences of discouraging full-time work, discouraging employment, and the way in which the proposal from the House GOP it would work, it would offer people who are lower income or middle income, it would offer them an advance refundable tax credit so that and to understand this, most of us get our health coverage through our employer. There are about 170 million Americans that get their health coverage through their employer. That benefit is not a taxable experience for the employee. You don't pay taxes on the value of the employer's health benefit that they give to you.
Right.
However, the person who's working for an employer who is not offering health insurance, or the person who's self-employed, that person has no advantage whatsoever in the tax code. So the advance refundable tax credit would give people the ability to go to the insurance company up front and buy health insurance and subsidize their cost for buying health insurance, just as we're subsidizing the cost for people who are getting employer-paid health insurance. So it really is equalizing something that has been a terrible injustice in our tax code.
So what do you say to people who push back and say, well, the tax credits, that's basically more of the same. It's still a government incentive or a government handout or a government program. We ought to get rid of that altogether.
Well, then to be intellectually honest, they should say make employer-provided health care, which 170 million Americans get. If they want to be intellectually honest, they'd say that has to be subject to taxation. And you notice none of my friends are on the
likes that
conservative side are suggesting that.
No,
So
exactly.
What we're saying is that if you're the man and wife or a single parent, you're making $42,500 and you got 2 kids at home, and you don't have employer-provided health insurance, the government is going to assist you by giving you an advance refundable tax credit to help you buy insurance.
Right.
And really, if you think about this conceptually, Mike, all we're doing is trying to equalize the benefit for the people who don't get employer-provided insurance with those who do get employer-provided.
And I want to also go back to the big picture and this disagreement that they had this morning on the Today Show. The hosts of the show were hung up on access versus being covered. I mean, Paul Ryan had the right answer to this, and he's delivering, I think, a very consistent message. The speaker points out consistently, when you don't mandate, when you're not forcing somebody to buy something, when there's not a government mandate, there will be people who aren't going to be covered. Guess what? That's their choice. We get to make choices as Americans. One of the real, pushbacks against Obamacare was the mandate.
That's true. But one of the other aspects of this, Mike, and the speaker was absolutely correct when he said that, you have 6.5 million people who are choosing to pay the penalty rather than buy insurance.
Yep.
And you have another 12 million people who the Obama administration gave specific waivers and exemptions from the mandate to buy insurance. So one of the reasons why young people are not choosing to buy is because the way the ACA is set up through their insurance regulations, it has made the coverage too expensive for young people. So the changes that are being suggested both in this proposed law and in the regulations from HHS, which I anticipate to come down the pike pretty soon, those should make insurance coverage more affordable for millions of Americans. And
one of your colleagues, Congressman Jim Jordan, has suggested forget replace, just repeal. We got to repeal now and then worry about replacing later. It seems to me that would violate a very, very foundational aspect of Donald Trump's candidacy. He didn't say repeal, we want to repeal, and then we'll worry about replacing later. He said repeal and replace every single time. Seems to me President Trump is somebody who is attempting to deliver everything that he promised he would do. Why should he break that streak now?
Yeah, I think it would be a mistake to break a promise that many candidates, including President Trump, made to the American people, that they would replace the system with something. And it's also important in light of this CBO analysis to recognize that this is only an incomplete story at this stage. And the CBO analysis, to be fair to them, they can't project what the changes are going to be from HHS. They have to only analyze the proposed law against the current statute.
Sure.
And so everyone should just kind of, take a deep breath and take this with a grain of salt, because there has to be further actions, both regulatory and statutory, for which we're going to have to negotiate with the Democrats to get 60 votes in the Senate to pass a bill that will bring further reform to the healthcare system. But
are you confident that can happen?
Well, right now, I think it's very problematic because the Democrats are digging their heels in, and they're failing to recognize that the ACA in many parts of the country is simply collapsing.
Right.
And
So big picture, what do you tell our listeners who are concerned about the future of health care reform as it's being presented now?
That this is just one step in a process that's going to take fully 2 to 3 years to really get implemented. Because, Mike, as you think about it, today, the insurers are already planning what their premiums are going to be and what their markets are going to be and what their networks are going to be for 2018.
Sure.
They're submitting those plans to state regulators almost as we speak. So you don't remember it took the Obama administration fully 3 years to implement the ACA because of the complexity of it.
Right.
It's going to take 2 to 3 years for us to fix this system and unravel some of the really negative aspects of the ACA.
And, of course, one of the highlights is that the CBO does acknowledge that this is going to save $337 billion in deficit spending. That's better than a sharp stick in the eye, Congressman.
You know, Mike, you're absolutely correct. And I serve on the Budget Committee. The CBO told us a month ago that the national debt is slated to rise from 19 trillion to 29 trillion in just 10 years. Right. And the drivers of this are the entitlements, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and we've got to reform these systems if we're not going to shackle our children and grandchildren with a future which is very much less prosperous than the one we inherited from our parents.
Congressman John Faso, I so appreciate you visiting with us here on the Mike Gallagher Show, representing New York's 19th Congressional District. You've written a piece, Healing the ACA and Lowering Costs at the Hill. We have it posted at MikeOnline.com and on our Facebook page, and we'll tweet it out as well. Glad you joined us, Congressman. All the best. 800-655-MIKE, your reaction coming up. 800-655-6453, 19 past the hour. I think he's right. You got to just take a big, deep breath, calm down, spare me the histrionics of Chris Matthews and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi. These guys are never going to give the Trump administration a break. But I go back to my default position that I've been on ever since this has been hitting the fan. You either trust the guy who got elected November the 8th or you don't. If the President of the United States had a problem with what is being laid out in front of the American people, don't worry, we'd hear from him. 800-655-MIKE, your reaction to what Congressman John Faso just had to say and what the Congressional Budget Office did yesterday. Some are saying the CBO is a mess, it's corrupt, it's wrong. Strikes me that when the CBA gives numbers our side likes, they're okay. If it's not so good, then we don't like what they have to say. But listen, we saw this coming. It's a different story when you remove a mandate and let people make a choice, which is the American way. 800-655-6453. You can text us your comments to the same number if you can't get through on our busy talk lines, as we welcome you in to a Tuesday edition of the Mike Gallagher Show. There's one organization that's been standing for American conservative values all along. While the AARP, speaking of health care, has been fighting and defending Obamacare for many years, AMAC was against it. AMAC has been fighting for smaller government, Social Security reform, religious freedom from the very day it was founded. If you're over 50 like I am, join our army. Join the conservative army of AMAC members. A 5-year membership, if you act now, is only $59. AMAC delivers the very best member benefits and discounts to its over 1 million members. Everything from health insurance to hotel discounts, restaurants. Go to my website, MikeOnline.com. Click on the AMAC banner and sign up, or just give them a call, 888-262-2006, 888-262-2006. You could be a part of this growing and crucial organization that's fighting for your values year in, year out. All you have to know about the AARP, they have always been pro-Obamacare. What more do you need to know? AMAC, which is the conservative alternative to the AARP, is not. Join AMAC, 888-262-2006, or go to MikeOnline.com. Uber.com.
Hi, this is Ron Paul. I'm a former congressman and presidential candidate. We're at the beginning of a new year. Who knows what the future will bring? Hopefully, the years ahead will be better. I am betting on America. But just in case things don't turn out as well as we would like, I am going to tell you about something remarkable that I have recently come across. It's a home freeze dryer from Harvest Right. My family and I are using it to prepare for those times that we hope never come. With our home freeze dryer, we are preserving home-cooked meals, fruits and vegetables, even ice cream. It's really easy to use and creates food that is healthy, has no preservatives, and will stay fresh for 25 years. We may not know what the future will bring, but one thing is certain. Because of Harvest Right, my family and I will always have food on the table. To learn more, call 800-914-9465 or go to harvestright.com. That's 800-914-9465.
Here's the beauty of Uber. There are Uber driver partners out on the road today, even in the wintry weather. They're careful, they're safe, of course, they're vetted, they're screened. But listen, you don't want to drive around on a day like today. You make the decision when you're an Uber driver partner. You turn the app off. You drive when you want to. You drive when you don't. You don't have to drive when you don't want to. If you want to be your own boss, I urge you to sign up to drive with Uber today. This is a great way to make extra money. And I've met so many drivers who are so happy with their partnership and with their association with Uber because they drive when they want to. They're making extra money on their timetable, their terms. They're their own boss. They decide how many hours they want to work. If they don't want to work a lot of hours, they turn off the app and they do something else. If you want to earn extra cash, if you want to create another revenue stream in your life, sign up to drive with Uber. Just go to uber.com/drive now. Uber is UBER. Uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now.
Mike Gallagher.
That's the sound of business owners everywhere flushing away their valuable marketing budgets with little to no ROI.
I'm Bobby Edwards with Squatty Potty. Radio has been instrumental in growing the Squatty Potty brand. With Radioactive Media, we've been using them for 3 years for all of our radio advertising needs. We're really thrilled with the results.
Radioactive Media was able to help grow their business by devising an effective marketing strategy that generated a positive return on investment, using some of the top hosts from radio and podcasting.
We create some fun creative spots, use some live reads. It's been really important.
And it's working. In 2016, Squatty Potty saw sales of $30 million, partially due to Radioactive Media's audio marketing efforts. Radioactive Media can grow your business too and show a positive ROI with measurable and accountable results nationwide, reaching millions for as low as $9,000 a week. Call 800-559-RADIO. That's 800-559-7234.
They're really great guys. They've been really great to work with.
Call 800-559-RADIO. Online, radioactivemedia.com.
When you lose power for a whole day due to a storm, it can seem endless. But there's a new kind of storm brewing, one that could target our nation's power grid and turn off the power not just for days, but months or even longer. Would you be prepared? Veteran news anchor Ted Koppel's new book, Lights Out, details this exact scenario. It's why many Americans are securing their own solar-powered generators to provide an endless supply of life-saving electricity without gas, fumes, or noise. When it comes to lightweight and powerful solar generators, the breakthrough Patriot Power Generator 1500 has it all, providing up to 1,500 continuous watts of clean, quiet, and free renewable solar power. You'll be able to power heat and lights, preserve food, recharge cell phones and computers, and keep critical medical devices going day after day, all from rechargeable solar power. If a blackout strikes, be protected with the power you need when you need it most. The Patriot Power Generator 1500. For all of the details, just go to blackout26.com. That's blackout26.com. Blackout26.com.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself growing deeper in credit card debt? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management will consolidate your accounts and work with your creditors. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976. 1-800-990-6976. 1-800-990-6976.
Mike Gallagher.
I just got the good news that Mike Lindell is going to be at our big 100 Days of Trump event in Chicagoland next week. I'm going to be there as well. I'll give you those details in just a couple of moments. I'll fill you in. Of course, Mike Lindell, the owner and the inventor of MyPillow, the one and only MyPillow. MyPillow.com, promo code MikeG. MyPillow.com, promo code MikeG. We'll take your calls, get your reaction to what Congressman Faso had to say, and more, all coming up. Think about all the things that pain keeps you from doing. Sleeping well at night, exercising, getting out and enjoying life. There are a lot of us who have had pain problems, and there are a lot of us who've had that pain eliminated thanks to Relief Factor. This is the natural way to do it, incidentally. ReliefFactor.com. I want you to learn all about it. ReliefFactor.com. It's an extraordinary product. It's natural. The four natural ingredients go to work with different metabolic pathways to eliminate the inflammation and therefore get rid of the pain. I don't quite know all the science about it. I know I take a packet of Relief Factor in the morning, a packet in the evening, and I'm living pain-free. Give it a try. Don't just take my word for it. For $19.95, you could try Relief Factor for 3 weeks. $19.95. That's the 3-week quick start. Go to ReliefFactor.com to learn more. Read the testimonials. You're going to love this product. ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com.
Mike Gallagher.
How
far would you go to maintain healthy blood pressure? Would you eat 3 bowls of kale and spinach every day? Well, lucky for you, you don't have to. Helping to support healthy blood pressure and circulation just became hassle-free. Introducing Heart Greens from Human N, the functional food that you drink, using the same dark leafy greens recommended by both the DASH and Mediterranean diets. Heart Greens are specially tested for high dietary nitrates, which convert to nitric oxide in the body. That's why it works so well for supporting healthy blood pressure levels and circulation. Try it risk-free for 30 days and you'll agree. Get a free canister of Heart Greens with your first order and a 100% money-back guarantee. Heart Greens even guarantees you'll love the taste. Plus, receive a set of nitric oxide indicator strips to monitor your dietary nitrate levels before and after and see the change for yourself. Try Heart Greens. Call 800-775-4180, 800-775-4180, or visit MikeLovesGreens.com. That's
With SRN News, I'm Patrick Foss. After insisting the American public wasn't interested in his tax returns, the White House has released President Trump's 2005 income tax return. The documents show he made more than $150 million in income in 2005 and paid $38 million in income taxes that year. Lawyers for the government have told a federal court after that President Obama's revised travel ban is substantially different from the original. They're also suggesting in court filings that a judge shouldn't apply a previous restraining order to the new version. Official weather watchers in Boston say it received just under 7 inches of snow from a nor'easter that also hammered parts of Massachusetts with near hurricane-force winds that sent waves crashing over seawalls. On Wall Street, the Dow fell 44 points to 20,837. The Nasdaq dropped 19. 2 stocks fell on the New York Stock Exchange for every one that rose. More details at SRNews.com.
Consult your tax professional before investing. Let me ask you a question. Can you keep your 401k or IRA safe from the death of the dollar, continued rampant Fed spending, political corruption, and from the possible new Cold War with Russia? If you answered no, then listen up. We are Advantage Gold, the #1 rated gold IRA company in America by TrustLink. Fortunes are going to be made and lost over the next few months. It's time you took action. Over 50,000 people have requested our Gold IRA investment guide to learn how to protect their retirement savings. Now it's your turn. Right now, we are giving away a free copy of our new Gold IRA Protection Guide to anyone with an IRA, 401k, or retirement account. Find out how quick and easy it can be to convert your retirement fund to gold. Just call 1-800-900-8000 right now, and we will help teach you how to keep your retirement savings away from the government and safe in your pocket. Just call today at 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Representatives are standing by. Call 800-900-8000.
88. Few moments bring you joy like going to the mailbox after you've done your taxes, pulling it open, reaching in, discarding the junk mail, and then pulling out that item you've been waiting so... What? Someone already filed for my return? It sounds like a horror story, but it's a reality. Identity thieves can use your personal information to file for your refund or commit other forms of ID theft. In fact, the IRS identified approximately $4.1 billion in suspected identity theft tax refund fraud in 2016. Thankfully, there's LifeLock. When you're a member, you have access to a team of US-based specialists who know the steps to take and the calls to make to fix identity issues, whether it happens during tax season or any other time. Join now and get 10% off. Head to lifelock.com or call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code SMART. That's promo code SMART. LifeLock.
Hi, this is Maury Moreland Morrison, here to tell you Geico has more than just great savings. Much more. Yes, while Geico could help you rack up more moolah faster than you can say metamorphosis, they've also been the fastest growing auto insurer for more than 10 years. That's more like it. Furthermore, Geico has fast and friendly claim service. That might seem like an oxymoron, but it's not. All the more reason to say no other auto insurer has more than Geico. Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more.
Mike, I've been listening to you for the last 3 months. And yesterday, for the first time, I agree with you. I'm beginning to like you.
Most people get Mike Gallagher right away, but for a few others...
Oh, it's an acquired taste.
Once again, here's Mike.
A little bit like a rash, you know? Takes a while to get used to. You'll get used to me. Hope you can join us in Chicagoland next week. I can't find any information about the actual venue on their website, so I know they've gotten great response. They've been promoting the heck out of it on 560 AM 560 The Answer in Chicago. I just put a note out to our buddy Jeff Reisman and Marcus Brown and the gang in Chicago for next week's big 100 Days of Trump event. Joe Walsh will be there. Mike Gallagher will be there. Sean Hannity will be there. And I think, and I'm sorry that I'm sitting here drawing a blank, I think I get in, is it Wednesday? And the event is Thursday? As soon as I get some information, I will share it with you, because it's going to be a terrific gathering of people who listen to AM 560 The Answer, analyzing the first 100 days of Trump. And not all of us always completely agree. Joe Walsh and I butted heads a little bit a couple of weeks ago on one aspect of the Trump train. Joe hasn't always been, where he's not been always in the front car of the Trump train, we shall say. But smart guy and terrific host, and I'm looking forward to visiting with our friends in Chicagoland next week. And I promise, as soon as I get the details for next week's event, I'll share them with you. I did hear from Jeff Reisman that Mike Lindell is going to be there, because he's helping to sponsor this 100 Days of Trump tour. The MyPillow is a pillow unlike any pillow you'll ever lay your head on at night. That's a fact. And now I'm all excited because people are sending me notes thanking me for telling them about the MyPillow doggy bed. I have not one but 2 doggy beds from MyPillow for Rory, my puggle, who is currently asleep on one of them right now. She can't get off the bed because she loves it so much. The MyPillow has a patented fill that adjusts to your head and your neck unlike any other pillow you'll ever experience. And I love the fact that I can throw it in the washer and the dryer every couple of weeks because of the allergy suffering I have. I get seasonal allergies, and you can get rid of all the allergens and the dust mites by popping it in the washer and the dryer. It always conforms to your neck and your back. It never goes flat. You fluff it up, it'll stay exactly in the position you want. This is an amazing pillow. The MyPillow is the pillow that everybody's been talking about. You're going to love MyPillow. And I've got the deal of all deals here. Mike Lindell, who will be in Chicago next week for the 100 Days of Trump event, making this great offer. Buy 2 premium MyPillows and 2 travel go anywhere MyPillows, 4 pillows, 50% off. 50% off your order when you use the promo code MikeG. That's all you have to do is use the promo code MikeG. In fact, you'll see the price get knocked off by 50% when you enter my promo code MikeG. Always comes with a 60-day money-back guarantee. A great price, best deal ever. The 4-pack, the Mike 4-pack, 50% off the MyPillow. And yes, use my promo code for the doggy bed. You can click on the other products. Use my promo code Mike G for the Giza sheets, for all the MyPillow products, which are made right here in the USA with pride, with love. A great story. Best pillow ever. Go to MyPillow.com. Promo code Mike G to get 50% off the Mike 4-pack of MyPillows. MyPillow.com, promo code Mike G, or call them 800-928-6034. 800-928-6034. Use the promo code Mike G, as we like to sing.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
Promo code Mike G. All right, let's go right to it. For your phone calls, 800-655-MIKE. We'll start with David. Hey, David, thanks very much for joining us. How are you?
Hi, Mike.
Hi.
Hey, I'm calling to disagree with Congressman Fasso's comment that it's unfair for employer-provided health insurance plans to be not to be taxable. That it's unfair to individuals who have to go out and buy on the market. The main reasons I disagree with him is some of these plans were fought for sometimes through strikes, lockouts, very intense bargaining for decades with union members and officers to get these plans. And some of the individuals, no doubt, could have gone to work with companies such as the one I retired from and received those plans, but they decided and chose to be in the individual market to work on their own. So,
gotcha. Okay, all right, appreciate your point. Thanks, David. Here's Megan. Megan, you're next. Hi.
Hi. I just wanted to say, it doesn't make sense because I'm in Northwest Indiana. I had an employer plan. 2 years ago, my employer turned me into an independent contractor because she couldn't afford to pay it.
Exactly.
So I became an individual, and I didn't want to.
Out of economic necessity.
Exactly. And then over the last 2 years, my premiums are now $500 a month. My deductible is $7,000.
Wow.
And I only have one clinic that I can go to, and that's it. There's no choice.
This is what happens when you try to federalize the and this is just crucial, when you try to federalize this the health insurance marketplace, that we've seen skyrocketing premiums. Obama promised that over and over. His promise was that Obamacare would reduce premiums by $2,500 a year. In fact, premiums rose by $4,300 for those families. I mean, this continues to happen over and over again. So, you're going to save $337 billion on deficit spending with this? I mean, and all the Democrats are left with are wild-eyed conspiracy theories, like poor Chris Matthews last night on MSNBC.
Donald Trump wants to be the person who gives speeches and or tweets attacking the current health care program. He wants to be the resistance. This explains his arm's length distance from the Republican health care bill that's supposed to repeal and replace Obamacare. It explains why he would be happier if the bill gets stopped in the House or later in the Senate, because then he could find a way to blame the Democrats. The fact is, no matter what bill gets passed, Donald Trump will be caught short-handed. There's no way Republicans will pass a health care program that covers more Americans than Obamacare did. Even less a chance of the congressional Democrats are going to help him destroy Obamacare. That leaves him, Donald Trump, with the prospect of signing a health care bill that cuts millions of Americans from their health insurance. Does anyone expect those families to vote for him, Donald Trump, bring him back into office the next time? No. The best bet for Donald Trump is to end up in a position to be able to blame someone else. Watch the next several weeks and see what I'm talking about.
You got to be kidding me. So your theory is he wants it to crash so he can blame Democrats. Yeah, that's brilliant. You're a really smart guy, Chris Matthews. He campaigned for a year and a half on replacing and repealing Obamacare, and they're going to get that done. You're as wrong, Chris Matthews, about the American Care Act as you were the election. These guys have been wrong continually. And what they always are doing right now, and pay attention to this, when you listen to the criticisms from the Nancy Pelosi's and the Schumers and the Chris Matthews, they're taking out and they're ignoring the mandate being removed. And that's everything. When Dr. Tom Price says health care is accessible to everyone, that's because when you get into numbers of who will or won't be covered, how do you quantify people who don't wish to purchase health care insurance because they don't have to, because the government won't fine them and penalize them if they don't? We're going to break this down some more because it's a very important issue. It affects all of us. It affects our taxes. It affects the deficit. It affects our health. I mean, you got Democrats screaming that Republicans want people to die and we're heartless and we're cold and we're cruel. Nothing new about that. I mean, this is just the same old for them. Mark Thiessen is a former speechwriter for George W. Bush. He's a weekly columnist for the Washington Post. You probably see him on Fox News. We'll dive into all of this with Mark Thiessen coming up next as the Mike Gallagher Show continues, brought to you in part by BJU Press, the gold standard of homeschooling materials, textbooks, information, curriculum, and more. BJU Press, homeschool.com, BJU Press, homeschool.com.
Tonight in the city, you won't find any pity. Hearts are being twisted. Another lover cheated.
Got to have gold as part of your portfolio, and I'm so proud to tell you about MikeForGold.com. This is very, very important stuff. Yeah, the markets are performing well, but you never know what's going to happen. I mean, it's impossible to predict, but one thing that's common sense, have gold as part of your economic portfolio. 401ks are doing well, but don't be lulled into complacency. Don't procrastinate. You got to be safe. Go to MikeForGold.com and learn how gold can be a crucial part of your portfolio. MikeForGold.com. Fill out the short form, get your free IRA guide, talk to the experts at Mike for Gold, and see what makes sense for you. I work with these guys. I know them. I'm a customer. I've worked with Goldco Precious Metals for years. They're trusted by more third-party consumer protection agencies than any other gold company out there. And most importantly, I trust them. You will too. Do yourself a favor. Just go to MikeForGold.com. That's Mike4Gold.com. Fill out the short form, get a free IRA guide, and let them take good care of you. Go to MikeForGold.com today.
Mike Gallagher.
If you're like me, you're trying to think ahead to your next homeschool year. My wife and I love to homeschool our kids, but there are some subjects we don't feel comfortable teaching. I'm not quite up on my Algebra 2 or quantum mechanics these days. Are you? BJU Press Distance Learning has all those challenging subjects, and my kids can learn from qualified, experienced teachers online, while my wife and I teach the subjects we know and love. They even offer full K4 through 12th grades if you want them. Parents who have homeschooled know that grading, organizing lesson plans, and keeping track of student records is a time-consuming process. So if your knowledge of logarithmic functions isn't what it used to be, go online with BJU Press and check out all their options for homeschoolers. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com. That's bjupresshomeschool.com. Don't let quantum mechanics or logarithmic functions ruin your day.
Upgrading your old blinds should be an enjoyable home improvement project, but for many of us, the experience turns into a headache because of crazy costs and pushy salesmen. Well, with SelectBlinds.com, you'll never have to worry about that. Select Blinds puts their customers first. Have a listen. Chris from Iowa writes, Select Blinds is the way to go. I've covered 12 windows in 2 years. Kelly from Texas writes, Select Blinds price was half what we were quoted at the hardware store for the same exact quality of product. And Jerry from Florida writes, everyone, and I mean everyone I talked to from Select Blinds was extremely patient. With Select Blinds, do it yourself doesn't have to mean do it alone. Select Blinds is the #1 rated blinds company online with more than 170,000 5-star reviews on their site. Why not be one of them? Shop today at SelectBlinds.com. Mention this show at checkout and get sample swatches of the room darkening blinds or shades of your choice absolutely free. SelectBlinds.com. That's SelectBlinds.com.
Not protecting your personal information during tax season? That's like swimming with sharks. Minus the shark cage. In fact, the IRS identified approximately $4.1 billion in suspected identity theft tax refund fraud in 2016. And your tax documents have personal information that are like easy prey to an identity thief. And once they're out there, you can't swim away from trouble. An identity thief can emerge from the deep and file a fraudulent return at any point. Good thing there's LifeLock to help keep problems at bay. You'll have access to a team of US-based specialists who know the steps to take and the calls to make to help resolve a problem, whether it happens during tax season or any other time. Don't wait to get bitten by identity theft. Join now and get 10% off. Head to lifelock.com or call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code SMART. That's promo code SMART. LifeLock.
Want a fast and easy way to get help with home repairs and improvements? Go to HomeAdvisor.com.
Home Advisor is a very easy way to find a home contractor, and for me, it's the only way.
You can use Home Advisor for everything. Your house cleaning, your painting, the sump pump broke.
You get to read the customer reviews of all of your neighbors that have used these great same people.
They do the dirty work for you. They do background checks.
And it's completely free to use. Go to HomeAdvisor.com today.
Home Advisor. Mike Gallagher.
The Republican hand-picked head of CBO has confirmed what we Democrats have been saying all along. Trump care would be a nightmare for the American people, causing tens of millions to lose coverage and millions more seeing the costs of their health care going up. Premiums for seniors will rise a whopping 20 to 25%, and co-payments and deductibles for millions more. If there was ever a war on seniors, this bill, Trump Care, is it.
That's right, because we Republicans, what we do is we take seniors and we put them in wheelchairs and we push them off cliffs. Remember that famous Democrat commercial? Because Republicans are heartless. Republicans are heartlessly reducing the deficit by hundreds of billions of dollars. Republicans are heartlessly making health care affordable and accessible to everyone. Republicans believe in the constitutional right to say, I don't want to be fined if I don't want to buy health insurance for myself, and you're not going to force me to live in a socialized state like Obamacare did. Oh yeah, we're real heartless. We're hopeless. We're mean. I love hearing people who were all in for Donald Trump who suddenly are doubting him. And I'm not saying you blindly follow any human being. There's only one person, there's only one entity you blindly follow, and that's God in heaven above. You follow our Lord and Christ Jesus, Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. You do not blindly follow any man. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I blindly support Donald Trump. I just don't want to get off my level of trust now because Chuck Schumer says we want to kill old people, because we know that's ridiculous. Mark Thiessen wrote a great piece in the Washington Post talking about enacting a bold reform agenda. Democrats are refusing to cooperate with any GOP initiatives, which means all these reforms must be passed with Republican votes alone using an arcane process called reconciliation that most people don't understand. But here's the message. You better deliver on your promises. He says the left will protest, but ultimately those protests are going to backfire. Scott Walker in Wisconsin said the trend we saw in Wisconsin, which appears to be happening nationwide, is they overreact because they're just blinded by their rage. If opposition is just rage, I think everyday citizens see that. People start to look at them and say, that's not who we are. The worst possible outcome will be for Republicans to break their word and do nothing, says Mark Thiessen. Walker said voters are sick and tired of people who think they talk a lot, but they don't get anything done. If Republicans don't deliver, then the protests will only grow bigger, because then they'll be populated not just by angry liberals, but angry conservatives furious that Republicans failed to keep their promises. That's the problem with Congressman Jim Jordan of Ohio. And I like the guy a lot. He wants to only have one half of Donald Trump's campaign promise fulfilled. Let's just repeal. Let's just at least repeal, get that out of the way. And then we'll see what comes. No, you can't. Paul Ryan is right. Paul Ryan is right. This is the time. And when he says this is as close as we're going to get, what he means is now's the time, with Republicans in control of the House and the Senate and the White House, to get it done. Now's the time. Now is the moment. That doesn't mean you don't tweak it. That doesn't mean you don't fix it. That doesn't mean you don't do everything you can to get it to where it needs to be. But you better get it done. To do nothing, as some Republicans are threatening, sorry, that's untenable. That will not fly. And that'll lead to a catastrophic outcome for the United States. 800-655-MIKE, 6 minutes before the hour. You've heard me talk about Hillsdale College for a real long time. That's because it's an amazing place. It's a college that does amazing things because they teach great things. Great teachers do the teaching. You hear from Larry Arnn from time to time, the president of Hillsdale, on my show. Hillsdale is a very special place to learn. In an age of screaming sound bites and yelling back and forth and all the anger and the angst, well, I want to extend to you a life-changing invitation to understand the good and the true and the beautiful. Hillsdale does not accept government funding. Scholarships are funded by donors who share the Hillsdale principles of self-government and integrity. Donors support Hillsdale's online courses, too. There are 17 available on everything from economics to the Constitution, from C.S. Lewis to Shakespeare. The good people at Hillsdale are committed to making sure as many Americans as possible can access their teaching for free. Homeschoolers, high schoolers, adult learners, anyone and everyone can take these courses. My partnership with Hillsdale College is I think, one of the most important and crucial partnerships this show has ever had. Knowledge is power. And there are many, many parents who are happily sending their kids to Hillsdale College to get a great education. Well, you can be educated the Hillsdale way, too. Join their family. Go to hillsdalefreedom.com now. Become a part of this Hillsdale community. Go to hillsdalefreedom.com. Become a part of this great American institution. hillsdalefreedom.com. hillsdalefreedom.com. Well, I just got word from Chicago. They're sold out next week. So the event is going to be March the 22nd. Very exciting stuff. Again, Joe Walsh, Sean Hannity, and I will be on stage together. And hope I'm not missing anybody. I've got my producer is in paralysis today, so I don't have any idea what's exactly going on with the event there. Don't know what happened to Mark Thiessen. I'm flying blind. This happens once in a while. Maybe it's the snow. Maybe a little bit of the snow and the cold has frozen some of us up a little bit. But I do know who will be there. I'll be there. Sean will be there. Congressman Walsh will be there. I hope you'll be there, because if you don't have tickets, sorry, no more tickets available. But we'll be in Chicago next week, March 22nd in Naperville. And the one and only Mike Lindell will be there as well from My Pillow. Going to be a lot of fun. Coming up, Congressman Kevin Brady, who's the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, is going to join us to sort of break down the American Care Act. We're going to get you as many answers as we can, because that's what we're about. Answers, solutions, progress, getting things done here on the Mike Gallagher Show. We are on our smartphones, our computers all the time. The average American uses electronics at least 12 hours a day. Yikes. Now, our data can be exposed to criminals who commit crimes like credit card fraud and so many things that can go wrong because of the way they can hack and all the stuff that they can do online. That's why I use WebRoot Internet Security. We have it here at the offices and the studios. I have it at home because it's the most comprehensive cloud-based antivirus software you can get. WebRoot. WebRoot helps protect you from various vicious viruses, malware, the phishing sites. All your favorite devices are protected, including your PC, your Mac, your Android, your iOS device. Stop the hackers in their tracks. Utilize WebRoot Internet Security. Sleep better at night knowing that you're protected no matter where you access the internet. This is so important to have. Visit webroot.com/radio now and save 30% on your purchase of WebRoot's Internet Security software. Webroot.com/radio. That's webroot.com/radio.
Hey, I'm Brant. So there's this guy named Jordan. He's a healthy guy. He's a dad of 6, and he works as a guide in Alaska. And he goes to the doctor, true story, he goes to the doctor and he's diagnosed with cancer, stage 4. And here's the thing, he had switched earlier from medical insurance to Medishare, where Christians share each other's medical bills. So the question for Jordan and his wife Jenny was, is this actually going to work?
Our medical bills exceeded $160,000. Medishare members shared all our bills.
And it was about more than just the money, too. This is a real community.
Medishare is a family, a group of people that stick with you through the hardest times of your life. I just don't know how I could have done it without Medishare.
It's so worth looking into. There's a reason this is growing so fast. So if you want to find out more, here is a number for you. 855-PSALM-81. That's 855-PSALM-81.
Mike Gallagher.
The only guaranteed way to love your boss is to be your own boss. Well, when you drive with Uber, the only boss of you is you. Which is great because you're going to be the best boss you've ever had. And that has tons of perks, like being able to choose when payday is. How cool is that? No more waiting around for your bi-weekly paycheck. With Uber's Instant Pay, you get paid whenever's best for you. Like right now, for example. Cha-ching! Up early and eager to earn? Start driving. Have a couple hours to kill after your 9 to 5? Approved. Heading out of town for a couple of days or a couple months? Go ahead. The way we see it, you should be able to work on your schedule, not somebody else's. Just hop in your car, turn on the app, and get your side hustle on. So start driving with Uber today to be your own boss, boss. Visit uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now.
.24/7 WCAB is serving the foothills of the Carolinas. Learn more about us at www.wcab59.com.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. Official weather watchers in Boston say it received just under 7 inches of snow from a nor'easter that also hammered parts of Massachusetts with near hurricane force winds that sent waves crashing over seawalls. Forecasters say deviations of the storm system also resulted in Philadelphia and New York receiving less snow than earlier forecasts. National Weather Service lead forecaster Bruce Sullivan says wet roads and falling temperatures could make for dangerous driving conditions around the Mid-Atlantic region overnight.
We'll see temperatures drop well into the 20s across the Mid-Atlantic region, so areas like Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia. Whatever snow melted, that's likely to refreeze tonight pretty solidly as temperatures dip well into the 20s.
Sullivan says while the New England region could still see another round of snow, the Mid-Atlantic states should be looking forward to warmer weather in the coming weeks.
We have seen some big storms even by the first week of April across portions of the northeast U.S. So that's not out of the question. But as you get a little bit further south toward the Washington, D.C. area, chances really diminish as you get toward the end of the month, and especially by the first week of April.
There's just a week to go in winter. Ohio Republican Representative Jim Jordan, a member of the Freedom Caucus, says he and other conservatives have been working with the White House on changes to the Republican health care plan. White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer.
We've been engaged in a very, very robust discussion with members in both chambers who have ideas to move this thing forward.
Health and Human Services Secretary Tom Price tells NBC the Republican bill to replace major portions of former President Barack Obama's health care law will leave Americans better off than the Affordable Care Act.
Every single American will have access to coverage. It'll be coverage that's more responsive to them, that'll allow them to choose, and that will be less expensive than the current.
More of these stories at townhall.com.
Fellow Americans, the time is now to protect your retirement accounts with physical gold. If you currently have a 401k, IRA, or other type of retirement account, then listen closely to this special announcement from GSI Exchange. The current political climate is creating more gridlock, uncertainty, and instability for global markets and the continued slow death of the U.S. dollar. Call GSI Exchange now at 800-909-1394 to receive our new special edition Gold and Silver Investment Guide. Learn how converting your IRA and 401k to physical gold can help you save your retirement and put you in control of your future instead of the banks. GSI is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call GSI Exchange now at 800-909-1394. Find out how you can get $1,500 in free gold or silver delivered directly to your home with your qualified transfer. Call 800-909-1394. 800-909-1394.
As deaths from painkillers and heroin abuse spiked and street crimes increased, the mayor of Everett, Washington, took major steps to tackle the opioid epidemic. Mayor Ray Stevenson stepped up patrols, hired social workers to ride with officers, and pushed for more permanent housing for chronically homeless people. The city says it has spent millions combating OxyContin and heroin abuse and expects the tab to rise. Mayor Stevenson says over time, addicts got addicted to OxyContin and then turned to street drugs when the drug was reformulated.
First, OxyContin and deaths, and really overwhelming our system in terms of our ability to respond. And then as that formula of that medication was changed, we saw a significant spike in the use of heroin.
Mayor Stevenson has filed suit against Purdue Pharma's maker of the opioid, OxyContin.
We wouldn't have filed this lawsuit if we didn't believe we could prevail, and we believe our case is strong.
This is townhall.com. Michigan tourist Dave Turnquist says he was enjoying Tuesday's 90-plus degree temperatures in the Phoenix area while a late winter storm was hitting parts of the Midwest.
I think they can have it. I think they can, anytime, you knew it was going to come sooner or later. It's been a mild winter back there, but it's they'll survive.
Turnquist says he isn't heading home to Michigan anytime soon.
I don't plan on going back till it gets warm, so I might be here for a while. But I enjoy it. Love the sunshine. Don't know why I still live in Michigan. I'm retired now, but such is life, right? We enjoy life here.
Meteorologists say the average date for the first 90-degree high in metropolitan Phoenix is March 31st. However, the earliest 90-degree day recorded in Phoenix occurred last year when it hit the mark on February the 17th. More of these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, a low around 23. Sunshine with a high only reaching 39. And then clear skies Wednesday night, a low around 21. Sunny with a high around 48 on Thursday and 57 under partly cloudy skies for Friday. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Lou Gillum at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call, Morning Call Around Report, and great gospel music, Todd Kaiser midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories and the afternoon Call Around Report here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
This is your total information source. The Mike Gallagher Show. The news is happening now, and we keep you connected to the headlines like no one else. And now, here is Mike Gallagher.
Not a real big shock that Democrats are screaming that Republicans want to murder the elderly in the streets of America. As usual, they overreact to the Congressional Budget Office scoring, which we knew was coming. Republicans saw it was coming. We talked about it last week. There's a missing component when you say, well, people aren't going to be covered. Well, when you remove a mandate and you take away a government requirement or a government mandate, sure, there's going to be something that's going to look a lot differently. I want to welcome to the show the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee. Congressman Kevin Brady represents the 8th Congressional District of Texas. Now, of course, the House Ways and Means Committee is considered by many to be the most powerful committee in Congress. So, when you have the chairman of the most powerful committee in Congress, you have a very powerful man on your guest line. So I am in awe of his ability to get us through this and help us understand it in a very plain-spoken way. Mr. Chairman, it's great having you on the Mike Gallagher Show. How are you, sir?
I'm good, Mike. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Oh, my pleasure. There's a lot of rhetoric, a lot of emotion, a lot of concern. And I think all of us ought to be sensitive to the fear that people have. Is the American health care is this going to be better than Obamacare? Walk us through this if you can. I know you just have a few minutes with us, Mr. Chairman, but talk a little bit about your reaction to the CBO scoring yesterday, your big picture belief about going forward with repealing and replacing Obamacare.
Yeah, well, the first question I think is the key one, because these are real people with real health care needs. The answer is yes. The replacement in the Republican plan is going to be much better than the Affordable Care Act, because we're going to push control out of Washington and all the mandates, the taxes, the subsidies out of here. We're going to push that control back to people and to the states, so states can approve a broader range of products that just aren't available in Obamacare today, so they can design health care for local communities, because there's a difference between Manhattan, Kansas, and Manhattan, New York City. States want that control, and individuals for the first time will have the ability to buy a plan that's right for them, not what's right for Washington. And the CBO score, you said it early on, look, Democrats are going crazy over coverage, but here's the defining number in this whole thing. And it's not just the $900 billion in tax cuts or the $1.2 trillion in spending cuts. All that's really good. Next year, with Medicaid exactly the way it is today and Obamacare exactly the way it is today, except people will have the freedom to not buy a plan if they don't want to. 11 million Americans say, thanks, but no thanks, I'm off this thing. And I know the Democrats are spinning this as horrible, but to me it confirms what back home in Texas people were telling me all the time, which is they don't want to be in this thing. They can't afford it. They don't want it. It's not a health care that they can use. They want out of that mandate, and this delivers on that.
So the pushback that Republicans like Jim Jordan, Lindsey Graham, others in the House and the Senate are giving this, what do you say to them? Will they be on board, or is this going to be a heavy lift? Because there's not a lot of wiggle room in terms of partisan support. We got to have Republicans on board for this, right?
We do, and the answer is I think at the end of the day we come together, because you look at the principles of this, which is just not merely repealing, but actually beginning to restore state control and the free market. That can't wait. That's going to take several years to get in place because it's such a mess today. And so the sooner we act, the better. But I think the reason we're going to come together is, look, those states that expanded Medicaid, they're not going to be able to just continue that expansion forever. And in this bill, clearly there's major savings by returning control of the states of Medicaid. That's do
you think, Congressman, there's a shortage of messaging to remind every American what it means to remove a mandate? Because clearly the Democrats don't want to talk about that very much. The media doesn't want to talk about that very much. But it's, for many of us, that's the driving principle behind why this has to happen.
It is, and that the mandate that you and I are forced to buy government-approved health care or pay a tax, and the mandate that local businesses are forced to offer government-approved health care or pay a tax, those are the twin pillars of Obamacare. That's the first pillars we kick out of the way. And the result is health care is less expensive. Only the people who want health care will be seeking it, and they'll have the freedom to buy a plan that's right for them. Those mandates, and more importantly, eliminating them, is really the key to eliminating government-driven health care.
I like your optimism. I think you've restored the faith and confidence in a lot of people who have been watching all this with bated breath. Congressman Kevin Brady, I know you got to run. Thank you so very much for taking a few minutes with us.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All the best. Keep fighting the good fight. That's the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee explaining that. And, of course, the other part of this is a three-pronged approach, and it has to be that way because of reconciliation. A lot of this is in the weeds. And you know me. I mean, I'm a guy who believes in solid principles that I think we can relate to and we can share with each other. Here's a principle that I keep coming back to, and I wonder why this people seem to be wavering. Watch carefully at the people who are pushing back against this replacement bill, which, now that some media say, oh, it's dead in the water, it's not going to go anywhere, it's not going to happen. That's the disaster that Trump critics crave. They're praying for the process of repealing and replacing Obamacare to fall off the rails and crash and burn and die. That's what they're hoping for, because that would be the first victory against the Trump era since President Trump was inaugurated. This would be an enormous, impactful victory. And this is the first time when I see Republicans I respect. I mean, I'm not a Tom Cotton critic. I'm not a Jim Jordan critic. But when they're pushing back so vociferously, saying things like dead in the water and you're going to lose your House majority if you go down this path, and you've got to understand that this is a liberal Democrats' best case scenario. This will be this will be their crowning achievement, to keep Obamacare in place. It cannot stand. And so, I say bring it on. Let the CBO give its numbers. The CBO has a track record that is dubious at best. It's a fact. The Congressional Budget Office was wrong about the economic effects of Obamacare. There's a lot of smart people who are blasting the CBO, notably Newt Gingrich.
They should abolish the Congressional Budget Office. It is corrupt. It is dishonest. It was totally wrong on Obamacare by huge, huge margins. I don't trust a single word they have published, and I don't believe them.
But the head of it is a Trump appointee, and in many ways, I think people maybe misjudge what they're supposed to do. I mean, their job is to figure out whether or not this is something that could get through on reconciliation, right?
They lie.
Not to make a judgment
Let
about
me
the
be
whole
very
bill.
clear. I really do think it's disgusting, and I'm really disappointed that the Republicans have not abolished the Congressional Budget Office, because it is so profoundly dishonest.
Well, and again, this is a guy who's been in these battles in Washington a lot longer than most of us combined. And he believes that they're corrupt and they're dishonest. I can certainly report accurately they've been wrong. So if they were wrong about Obamacare, the natural question, the obvious next thing the next point you come to a conclusion about is, why would they be right about the American Health Care Act under President Trump? 800-655-MIKE. We've spent a lot of time this week, the first couple of days of the week, on this issue, but of course it is crucial. We've also got a lot of winter weather to contend with. In New York, got some snow, sleet, 4 to 8 inches today. They downgraded it. They were really, I told a friend of mine last night, the local media in New York City was actually acting like there was a nuclear bomb about to go off. And blizzards and, the blizzard has been eliminated. No blizzard in New York. but lots of wintry weather in Massachusetts, in Pennsylvania, Chicago, the whole, upper Midwest, Northeast corridor facing winter weather today. We'll catch up with our meteorologist friend Joe Bastardi a little bit later this hour. But first, let's take some phone calls. Let's get your reaction to what you just heard from Kevin Brady, the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, who joined us here on the Mike Gallagher Show. I hope you join us next. 800-655-MIKE, 800-655-6453.
That's right now. Meet me in the middle of the day. Let me hear you say everything's okay. Come on out beneath the shining sun.
We all need medication. We need prescription drugs, but the cost can truly add up. Most people don't even realize that the pharmacy prices vary wildly. Insurance isn't always your best bet. You may think you're covered. Well, you're going to find out with GoodRx that you can stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Introducing GoodRx, an easy way for Americans to save up to 80% on their prescriptions. This is an amazing concept. With the future of healthcare in question, listen, we don't know what's going to happen. Good to know that there's a service like GoodRx that can help you save money up to 80% no matter what happens. It's so easy to use. They've even used my name, my initials, MG. So remember that. Text MG to GoodRx. That number is 466-379. Find out how you can start saving money on your prescriptions. Just text the letters MG to 466-379. You have nothing to lose, just a lot of money to save. Check out GoodRx for your prescription now. Text MG to 466-379. Do it today.
Hey, I'm Brant. So there's this guy named Jordan. He's a healthy guy. He's a dad of 6, and he works as a guide in Alaska. And he goes to the doctor, true story, he goes to the doctor, and he's diagnosed with cancer, stage 4. And here's the thing. He had switched earlier from medical insurance to Medishare, where Christians share each other's medical bills. So the question for Jordan and his wife, Jenny, was, is this actually going to work?
Our medical bills exceeded $160,000. Medishare members shared all our bills.
And it was about more than just the money, too. This is a real community.
Medishare is a family, a group of people that stick with you through the hardest times of your life. I just don't know how I could have done it without Medishare.
It's so worth looking into. There's a reason this is growing so fast. So if you want to find out more, here is a number for you. 855-PSALM-81. That's 855-PSALM-81.
I am so grateful for the chance to tell you about Relief Factor, because every day I'm getting feedback from listeners saying I too have become pain-free thanks to this natural way of reducing inflammation and relieving backache, neck ache, hip pain, leg, whatever ails you. If you've got pain, I want you to give Relief Factor a try. There are a lot of people who've tried just about everything, and you've come up short. Relief Factor has put together a 3-week quick start. For $19.95, you can try Relief Factor for 3 weeks. In my case, I take a packet in the morning and a packet in the evening, and I'm completely pain-free. The lower back pain that I had, the leg pain that I had from the accident, gone. Give Relief Factor a try. ReliefFactor.com. You'll read the testimonials from people like me who are pain-free. Take that giant step towards living a pain-free life. Go to ReliefFactor.com. Try it for 3 weeks for $19.95. ReliefFactor.com.
Mike Gallagher.
If you're like me, you're trying to think ahead to your next homeschool year. My wife and I love to homeschool our kids, but there are some subjects we don't feel comfortable teaching. I'm not quite up on my Algebra 2 or quantum mechanics these days. Are you? BJU Press Distance Learning has all those challenging subjects, and my kids can learn from qualified, experienced teachers online, while my wife and I teach the subjects we know and love. They even offer full K4 through 12th grades if you want them. Parents who have homeschooled know that grading, organizing lesson plans, and keeping track of student records is a time-consuming process. So if your knowledge of logarithmic functions isn't what it used to be, go online with BJU Press and check out all their options for homeschoolers. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com. That's bjupresshomeschool.com. Don't let quantum mechanics or logarithmic functions ruin your day.
How far would you go to maintain healthy blood pressure? Would you eat 3 bowls of kale and spinach every day? Well, lucky for you, you don't have to. Helping to support healthy blood pressure and circulation just became hassle-free. Introducing Heart Greens from Human N, the functional food that you drink, using the same dark leafy greens recommended by both the DASH and Mediterranean diets. Heart Greens are specially tested for high dietary nitrates, which convert to nitric oxide in the body. That's why it works so well for supporting healthy blood pressure levels and circulation. Try it risk-free for 30 days and you'll agree. Get a free canister of Heart Greens with your first order and a 100% money-back guarantee. Heart Greens even guarantees you'll love the taste. Plus, receive a set of nitric oxide indicator strips to monitor your dietary nitrate levels before and after and see the change for yourself. Try Heart Greens. Call 800-775-4180, 800-775-4180, or visit MikeLovesGreens.com. That's MikeLovesGreens.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
I had a lot of credit card debt and I couldn't pay my bills, so I reached out and contacted Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
They were able to work with my creditors. I've been able to pay off $15,000 in 18 months. It's a godsend.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
Mike Gallagher.
23 past the hour. Let's go right to it. 800-655-MIKE. Do you have the confidence that you had when you voted for Donald Trump? If you did, maybe you didn't. And I suspect a lot of people who are pushing back against the American Health Care Act or Trump Care or Trump Ryan Care or whatever you want to label it, I suspect many of that opposition comes from people who do not support President Trump. And, you get to feel that way if you do. But let's just make sure we're kind of connecting the dots here a little bit. You know what I mean? Stephen, we'll start with you. Hi, Stephen.
Hey, Mike. How are you today?
Great. How are you, sir?
Doing quite well. Hey,
Good.
I want to start off. I do support reform of the ACA or repealing the ACA. It's been a disaster from the start. And for my personal experience, it's actually cost my family more money since it was enacted than I would have paid in insurance premium.
Correct.
We treat homeopathically. So we put money back into HSA in case we do have to go to the doctor. My pediatrician actually offers a 40% cash discount if I don't pay with insurance.
Right.
So it makes no sense for my family to even have insurance. So the what they're putting in with the American Health Care Act of you don't have to buy the product is perfect.
Well, what's been missing in all of this, and it's making me crazy, is forgetting about the mandate. And I'm just tired of this. And the president, I think, is starting to get a little bit annoyed with the media, I mean, more than usual.
The press is making it look so wonderful, so that if we end it, everyone's going to say, oh, remember how great Obamacare used to be. Remember how wonderful it used to be. It was so great. It's a little bit like President Obama. When he left, people liked him. When he was here, people didn't like him so much. That's the way life goes. That's human nature. And I tell Tom Price, and I tell Paul Ryan, I tell every one of them, I say the best thing you can do politically is wait a year, because it's going to blow itself off the map. But that's the wrong thing to do for the country.
But, and his argument is a heartfelt one. Let's just sit on it then. If Obamacare is so great, let's wait a year and watch this thing collapse under its own weight. As premiums continue to skyrocket, businesses continue to lay people off, people continue to struggle to figure out how to pay any bills because they're getting killed by the high cost of health care. But as he said, that's the wrong thing to do for the country. He campaigned on a promise of repeal and replace, and he's going to repeal and replace. And now you got a bunch of competing factions in Congress who are going to try to make their case, and that's okay. That's the legislative process. And regrettably, the Congressional Budget Office scoring is part of the process. It's all part of the whole information machine. Michael, you're next. Hi, Michael.
Hi, I'm a huge Trump supporter, and one of the reasons why I love your show is because you're the number one Trump supporter on radio. I stopped listening to the other shows.
Thank you.
But I have to say, and I also have two questions, but I'm disappointed. The Congressional Budget Office says they predict that the premiums are going to go up 15 to 20% higher than under current law. And that's just not acceptable. I wanted Donald Trump
but wait a
to drain
minute.
the swamp.
But wait a minute. But did you believe them when they said premiums were going to go down under Obamacare? I mean, they're wrong. They've been wrong, Michael. And so, I mean, if you can't put your eggs all in the basket of the Congressional Budget Office, if they have a dubious, broken track record, why believe them now? The architects of this insist that's not going to happen. Tom Price says that is flat out wrong. Hang on, we'll continue with you. Don't go away.
It's not far.
When you hit a certain age, maintaining healthy blood pressure levels is the one thing that really can be the key to great health. My doctor told me, hey, aging naturally causes our nitric oxide levels to drop. It's one of the main reasons that we worry about our blood pressure level. And I'm not a big leafy greens person. Well, there's an easier way to reduce the nitric oxide problem that you have by trying a product called Heart Greens. This is a functional food that you drink. And everybody's talking about these green juices and these drinks. One scoop of Heart Greens gives you the dietary nitrate equivalent of 5 servings of leafy greens, which is great for me because, man, I don't want to eat all those leafy greens, but I can, and I do with Heart Greens. Get a free canister with your first order. Try it. You're going to love it. Go to MikeLovesGreens.com. MikeLovesGreens.com or 800-775-4180. 800-775-4180 for Heart Greens.
Mike Gallagher.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Falling in debt happens to the best of us, especially if you're supporting a growing family. But just because you're in debt now doesn't mean you have to stay in debt. Let American Financing consolidate your high-interest debt into one manageable monthly payment. Mortgage rates are still at historic lows, and interest rates on credit cards are at all-time highs. Good news, FHA loan limits have just increased, now making refinancing easier for higher loan amounts and more money available to pull out for debt consolidation or cash out. Start saving $500 to $1,000 every month. Think of what you could do with all of this money. Retirement, college funds, home renovations. American Financing's mortgage consultants are salary-based. They specialize in solutions, not counting commissions. You may even skip 2 mortgage payments, and that in itself can make a difference. Don't wait. Call 866-420-6690, 866-420-6690, or online at AmericanFinancing.net. American Financing, America's home for home loans.
With SRN News, I'm Patrick Foss. The White House is distancing itself from comments about immigrants by Republican Congressman Steve King of Iowa. King said over the weekend that America can't restore our civilization with somebody else's babies, and he warned of a liberal effort to destroy Western civilization through immigration. Ohio Republican Representative Jim Jordan, a member of the Freedom Caucus, says he and other conservatives have been working with the White House on changes to the Republican health care plan. The Federal Reserve seems all but sure to raise interest rates Wednesday, and it'll be the third time in 15 months. A 57-year-old musher has become the oldest winner of the Iditarod Trail sled dog race. Mitch Seavey arrived in Nome, Alaska Tuesday to claim his third victory in nearly 1,000-mile race over the Alaska wilderness. He also won in 2004 and 2013. More details at srnnews.com.
Fellow Americans, the time is now to protect your retirement accounts with physical gold. If you currently have a 401k, IRA, or other type of retirement account, then listen closely to this special announcement from GSI Exchange. The current political climate is creating more gridlock, uncertainty, and instability for global markets and the continued slow death of the U.S. dollar. Call GSI Exchange now at 800-909-1394 to receive our new special edition Gold and Silver Investment Guide. guide. Learn how converting your IRA and 401k to physical gold can help you save your retirement and put you in control of your future instead of the banks. GSI is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call GSI Exchange now at 800-909-1394. Find out how you can get $1,500 in free gold or silver delivered directly to your home with your qualified transfer. Call 800-909-1394. 800-909-1394.
That's the clock ticking down to April 15th, tax day. It's also the clock ticking on you waiting to get identity theft protection. Because the second W-2s are sent out, your personal information could be exposed. In fact, the IRS identified approximately $4.1 billion in suspected identity theft tax refund fraud in 2015. And it doesn't matter if you're expecting a refund or not. Thieves can still file a fraudulent return and leave a mess you have to try and fix by yourself. Who's got time for that? Good thing there's LifeLock. With LifeLock, you'll have a team of US-based specialists who know the steps to take and the calls to make to resolve a problem like tax fraud, whether it happens during tax season or any time in the future. Don't wait until you have a problem. Join now and get 10% off. Head to lifelock.com or call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code SMART. That's promo code SMART. LifeLock.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more. Mike Gallagher taking on the climate change kooks.
I want you to defend these Democrats climbing on board private Air Force jets rather than flying commercial to a climate change summit.
Sure.
These global warming fanatics want us to drive around in some little matchbox car, and yet they are clogging the environment with private jets so they can save the planet, as if the planet is in danger.
Building his carbon footprint every day. Here's Mike Gallagher.
I'm trying to figure out what Bette Midler is going to say now that there's a big snowstorm in New York City and along the Northeast Corridor, because, you know, last week she was complaining that it was warm in February. What have we done to the planet, she wanted to know. We're killing the planet. Look, it's 60 degrees in February in Brooklyn. What have we done? Well, now there's snow and sleet and high winds and winter weather, but I'm sure to Bette and other climate change hysterics, that's because of man-made global warming. It's man-made global warming when it's warm, when it's cold, when it's wet, when it's dry. It's kind of the be-all, end-all. You know what we need at a time like this when we've got a lot of winter weather and a weather alert? We need somebody who shoots straight. How about the former chief long-range forecaster at AccuWeather? So Joe Bastardi, I mean, I've gone back many, many years with Joe Bastardi, interviewed him when I was a local radio host a long time ago. This is a guy whose specialty is long-range forecasting. Now he's, of course, chief meteorologist at Weather Bell Analytics, and he joins us once again on our guest line to talk about old man winter, 9 or 10 days before spring. Hey, Joe, how you been?
Good, yeah. She was complaining because she had a 65-degree day in February followed by a major snowstorm. And New York hasn't seen the end of it yet. You know, it snowed Friday there. And a very similar storm to the St. Patrick's Day mini blizzard 1967. In case Bette's listening, that was a very similar situation to that. So if you actually know what the weather does, you could have seen the storm coming. This one's similar to March 18 through 20, 1956, and it's going to try to snow again in New York this weekend, and it may snow again in New York next week. So,
what have we done, Joe? What have we done? What have we done to Mother Earth?
We haven't done anything. It's nature being nature, and it's, you know, if it wasn't such a having such a drag on the conversation, in that you know, we have very important issues that we have to deal with in this country.
Of course.
But if it wasn't for that and the drag on the economy and everything else, it'd be very humorous to be involved with this. I've had just about enough of it. By that I mean, I'll speak up when I'm asked, but this is ridiculous. You might as well go out and argue with a tree because they're not going to listen, and they don't care. And what really gets me is, part of the reason Bette Midler is a success, and I like Bette Midler as far as watching her do her craft and everything else, is because of all the things that fossil fuels have brought her, like the chance to record a record, like the chance to be on stage. Where do you think those lights come from, and or the electricity power the light? Do you realize if these clowns were to just go 1 year without using anything that involved fossil fuels or the byproduct or creation of fossil fuels, you'd never hear from them again. So,
I honestly, I mean, this is very serious too. When you hear Leonardo DiCaprio, who has emerged as some kind of climate expert, and I'm never quite understand how that works. When you're a talented actor and you're a performer and you make money, millions of dollars to star in movies, and suddenly you seem like some kind of a pseudo scientist. I never quite get that. And yet this is a guy who I promise you hasn't flown commercial in 20 years.
So when worse than that. I'll tell you what's worse. When you have a guy like Andrew Cuomo up there this morning, and I saw it with my own two eyes, trying to claim this, that Hurricane Sandy, I don't call it Superstorm Sandy because in any other day and age, before we have rewritten all these definitions we rewrite nowadays, that was a hurricane hit on Atlantic City. Just 20 minutes before it becomes whatever it became. But he said that Superstorm Sandy was worse in upstate New York than it was around New York City. I mean, that's just insanity. And I'm going, where did that come from? Right. It's like with Bloomberg 2 days before Sandy saying, we'll be open for business on Monday. These people have no appreciation for what the weather can do or what the weather has done. Right. And here's
the tweet. I found it February 23rd from Bette Midler's official Twitter account, and I quote, "It is currently 62, this is February 23rd. It is currently 62 degrees in February in New York. Our poor planet crucified on the cross of fecklessness, malevolence, and greed, mostly by men."
You don't know what to say to that to someone who is that ignorant of fact. Why don't you go look at the record highs in January in New York? Record highs in January have hit the 60s in New York. I was in Atlantic City growing up as a kid in 1967, and we had 2 days in a row 70 or higher in Atlantic City. And it was sunny out, too. Right. And yet, New York City got hit by the blizzard of 67, a real blizzard, where, But by the way, that's another thing I wanted to bring up because I am really on a roll here.
You're on a roll, Judge. I'm going to get out of your way. Don't worry. It's all you.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. They've redefined blizzards. Blizzards are no longer temperature dependent. In the old days, you had to have temperatures down the teens to be defined as a blizzard. Now we're issuing blizzard warnings for storms that can change over to sleet and rain. And see, I cannot help being skeptical on that because now you can say, well, there are more blizzard warnings being issued today. Why? Because when I was growing up, you needed a temperature in the teens. People in the plains know what a real blizzard is. Right. People on the East Coast, look, it's going to be blizzard conditions in eastern Pennsylvania on into interior southern New York. My company, Weatherbell, made a big deal about this changing over to rain and sleet on the coast and around New York City because of the track. We thought the track would hug in closer to the coast. Right. The U.S. model keeps trying to push it out, and it's a colder model, so that's what happened. It's not the forecast that bothers me because anybody can make an error, and Lord knows I make errors in forecasts all the time. It's this rewriting of things that goes on. So we have a blizzard warning issued, and it finally bit them because it was never going to be a true blizzard in New York by the standards that we've measured blizzards before, where temperatures were in the teens. February 1967, that was a blizzard in New York. It was 17, 18 degrees, February 5th and 6th, 1967. So that was a real blizzard, the blizzard of 67. In 56, Boston, in March 18 through 20, 56, dropped into the upper teens during the storm. That was a blizzard. Right. But now they've got a new definition of it. And so you see these new definitions going on all over the place. So someone says, well, we have more damage than we used to have. Well, there are more people living in the way.
Of course.
More blizzards. If you change the definition of a blizzard, then of course you're going to get more if the standard is lower and doesn't involve temperatures.
And
so
let me
going on.
And let me brag on Weather Bell Analytics for just a moment, because as I sit right now, surrounded by glass in Midtown Manhattan, I'm seeing an awful lot of rain against the window, sleet, not a lot of snow right now. So what you said last night, and I was watching it too, because I watch you guys very closely. In fact, you're the go-to place. And you said there's going to be this line, and there's going to be a rain, sleet, snow line, not necessarily, because they were saying 20 inches of snow, blizzard conditions, state of emergency, and all of that. That was last
Mike,
night.
Let me interrupt you. The problem is this, and I tell, we have, I'm blessed in that I have a lot of people, young kids too, that follow me, and I try to tell them, quit staring at the computer models and figure out what the storm is going to do before the model comes in. You see, that's very important. The guys my dad's a meteorologist. His generation never had models. I'm always trying to figure out, I wonder if I'm as good on an even playing field as the guys that came before me, including, the founder of the first company I worked for, Dr. Myers. I mean, the guy was doing stuff without computer models. And so what happens now is the kids and the younger people, this whole generation, run to virtual reality first without stopping to think, well, maybe I should go back and just tear apart all the past storms and look at different things. And you could see this coming. You could see this coming before, and that would try to hook in closer and closer to the coast. Right. And that, of course, is going to try to bring the warm air in enough to save the blizzards.
So let's go. I want to go out with big picture here for the East Coast, for Chicago, for the Midwest, all the people listening to us right now. But I also have to inject a text I just got from Amy in Columbus, Ohio. She reminds us how Leonardo DiCaprio, the big climate expert now, remember, he flew an eyebrow artist almost 8,000 miles to do his eyebrows before he presented at the Oscars. Hypocrisy at its finest. That's a true story. He brought in an eyebrow artist from Australia.
I cannot. I can't even comprehend that.
Words fail me. All right, and one more thing and I love the way you approach weather, because you talk about the redefinition or the redefining of blizzard, even naming everything, because I always forget, this is supposed to be Stella. Everything has a name now, right?
Well, you know what, it's kind of funny. I'm friends with Jim Cantori, okay?
Right.
I
sure.
Really like, and he's just the guy that's up the level at his craft. I mean, but what I told him before, I go, look, I'm taking off my usual complaints about you guys naming these storms, because Stella, given that your name is Cantori, you've got to get out there and do Brando in A Streetcar Named Desire. Hey, Stella! And he did it yesterday morning. And so Stella gets a Bastardi exemption. And Rocky, if you get a Rocky in there or a Corleone, I mean, come on, you can make exceptions.
We can do it. Let's do it. We can do it all. All right, so we got some light snow right now. It looks like a rain, sleet, snow mix in Midtown Manhattan, again, as we speak, as I'm looking out over it now. Give me a big picture for everybody of the next 12 hours listening, East Coast, Midwest. What's this thing going to do?
Well, Chicago, it's just windy and cold, not much going on. And you folks out in Chicago, you're going to get some winter weather. It's going to snow again next week. And I want to tell those people in the plains, you're not done yet. Believe me, okay? The Midwest, it'll be huge, unbelievable. No, but you go. I love the fact that President Trump is President Trump, because he does weather stuff huge and unbelievable. New York City. The strong north wind continues and increases this afternoon, turns to the northwest tonight. The mixture of precipitation will end as snow. And let me tell you something about sleet. All it does is make the snow that you have unmovable. So you better get things plowed off this afternoon and this evening. Philadelphia, there's going to be a change back to a little bit of snow. Baltimore also, but it's not going to be a big deal. The problem is further north and west of the big cities, where this has been all snow. That wind is coming out of the northwest 40 to 60 later this afternoon tonight, blowing and drifting, and those roads that are across eastern Pennsylvania, northern New Jersey, southern New York State, into interior southern New England could be blown shut even after the storm goes by. Providence, I'm expecting a change over to rain in Providence and in Boston, because the center of the storm is going to come pretty close there. They're in the same boat as New York City, so to speak, in that some rain, sleet, and snow are going to mix in saved the day as far as the excessive accumulations. Then the backlash comes in and puts it into an icy mess. So in absolute terms, north of the Mason-Dixon line, east of the Appalachians, this is the worst March storm since '93, because let's remember, the March storm changed to sleet and rain in New York, Boston, Providence, Philadelphia, all those areas, and the biggest part of that storm was back inland. It's not as bad as March, but then again, we're dealing with March, and guess what? There's more winter weather marching into the pattern this weekend in the Northeast, and look for what we call a bowling ball to develop, come out of California, big cold high to the north, and come from the plains all the way to the Northeast next week. You watch what happens with this.
All right, we're gonna come back to you. You're our go-to, Joe Bastardi, Weather Bell Analytics Chief Meteorologist. Great having you on the show, my friend. Thank you for
always a pleasure, Mike. And enjoy.
All the best. Take care, Joe Bastardi, here on the Mike Gallagher Show. One of our long-standing partners here at the Mike Gallagher Show is BJU Press. Are you considering homeschooling your child or your children? Do you look at the public school system in today's culture with deep concern? You see, BJU Press wants to make it possible for you to turn to Christian education in opposition to the things that really do define today's culture: bullying, drugs, alcohol. Their terrific materials give you the resources you need to train your child with a biblical worldview away from the dangers we see all around us. Learn more about the mission and the purpose of BJU Press. Go to BJUPressHomeschool.com. And if you're concerned about the cost, BJU Press does everything they can to make homeschooling more affordable. Prices on grade kits have been dropped by as much as $120 this year. You get big savings. And as always, everything comes with free shipping. That's a big deal when you consider the weight of textbooks. Go to BJUPressHomeschool.com. Sign up for their e-news. Be the first to know about their sales and promotions. Find them on your favorite social media channel. Your special for the sales and tips and tricks for making homeschooling easier. BJUPressHomeschool.com.
Mike Gallagher.
How far would you go to maintain healthy blood pressure? Would you eat 3 bowls of kale and spinach every day? Well, lucky for you, you don't have to. Helping to support healthy blood pressure and circulation just became hassle-free. Introducing Heart Greens from Human N, the functional food that you drink, using the same dark leafy greens recommended by both the DASH and Mediterranean diets. Heart Greens are specially tested for high dietary nitrates, which convert to nitric oxide in the body. That's why it works so well for supporting healthy blood pressure levels and circulation. Try it risk-free for 30 days and you'll agree. Get a free canister of Heart Greens with your first order and a 100% money-back guarantee. Heart Greens even guarantees you'll love the taste. Plus, receive a set of nitric oxide indicator strips to monitor your dietary nitrate levels before and after and see the change for yourself. Try Heart Greens. Call 800-775-4180, 800-775-4180, or visit MikeLovesGreens.com. That's MikeLovesGreens.com.
How's that kitchen remodel coming along? I haven't found a reliable contractor and have no idea where to start. What about Home Advisor? Home what? Home Advisor. They match you to pre-screened and top-rated pros for any kind of home project. You can even check pricing and book appointments online. What's the catch? No catch. Home Advisor is completely free to use. Really? I'll check it out. Go to HomeAdvisor.com or download the free app.
Home Advisor. The average American uses electronics at least 12 hours a day. While the constant use of technology can help people keep in touch, pay bills, navigate the road, and stay up to date on news, it does have a downside. Our data can be exposed to criminals who commit crimes such as credit card fraud and identity theft, unless we take the proper precautions. In fact, there are over 1 million consumer cybercrime victims every day. That's why you need WebRoot Internet Security. WebRoot is the most comprehensive cloud-based antivirus software available, helping protect you from vicious viruses, malware, and phishing sites. It protects all your favorite devices, including your PC, Mac, Android, and iOS device. So stop the hackers in their tracks by using WebRoot Internet Security and sleep easier knowing you are protected no matter where you access the internet. Visit webroot.com/radio right now and save 30% on your purchase of WebRoot's Internet Security software. That's webroot.com/radio webroot.com/radio.
Are you thinking about buying a new mattress? Well, the truth is, a mattress is only as good as its foundation. That's why you need to know about the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker. Most mattresses come with a rickety metal bed frame. They squeak, they flex, and they rob you of a good night's sleep. The Embrace bed frame assembles in seconds without any tools. Our bed frame looks amazing and is the only product engineered to hold over 2,000 pounds without any flexing or movement. Best of all, no exposed steel means no more stubbed toes and no more squeaking parts. Knickerbocker is a family-owned company that has been manufacturing in the USA since 1919. All of our products are 100% American-made. Our new Embrace bed frame is so innovative, you are going to love it. Select from any of our 4 designer colors and watch your bedroom be totally transformed. Ask for the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker, available now at Macy's, Bloomingdale's, and many other fine furniture and mattress dealers. The Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker for a better night's sleep.
Mike Gallagher.
Hillsdale College is a great place because they teach great things. They do great things. Please go to MikeForHillsdale.com. Become a part of the Hillsdale family. I love this place, and I love sharing their message about the Constitution. They are loyal to the Constitution, the rule of law. They do great things. MikeForHillsdale.com. Become part of this great American institution. You can take free online courses and more. Learn all about it. Go to MikeForHillsdale.com. That's MikeForHillsdale.com. We've got some great things coming up in the next couple of months. We're kicking off the 100 Days of Trump tour. A week from Wednesday, we're in Chicago. It's sold out. In fact, Marcus Brown says, we're already pushing the envelope with all the tickets that have been sold. I'll be there along with Sean Hannity and Joe Walsh. We're going to have a terrific lineup, a great evening. It's going to be a week from Wednesday in Naperville at the Hotel Arista. In Naperville, but there again, and Mike Lindell's going to be there from My Pillow, which is really exciting news. But again, I'm sorry, but no tickets left. So if you're coming, you're going to be in for a treat. And then we've got stops all over the country. I was promised we're going to have a website soon that lists all the venues in the cities. I know we're going to be in Sarasota. We're going to South Carolina. Where else are we going to? We got stops in Dallas. There'll be an event in the New York area. So I'll give you that website as soon as we get that finalized. A lot of this is a work in progress. Mentioned Mike Lindell. He's sponsoring the 100 Days of Trump tour. The pillow, of course, is the best pillow that I've ever slept on, and I hope you will. If you've been thinking about the My Pillow, don't put it off any longer. Not only now is the Mike 4-pack special just flying off the shelves. You can buy 4 My Pillows and get 50% off. 2 premium My Pillows, 2 Travel Go Anywhere pillows. You go to mypillow.com, use the promo code MikeG to get the 50% off. Or you could call them at 800-928-6034, 800-928-6034. Use the promo code MikeG. They have doggy beds now. Rory is in love with her My Pillow doggy bed. It's the patented fill. It's the fill that never goes flat. Rory doesn't want her fill to go flat. She wants to be able to lay on a nice, comfy. I posted pictures at MikeOnline.com and on our Facebook fan page showing Rory sleeping on the My Pillow bed. So doggy beds, the pillow is unbelievable. Be sure to go to mypillow.com. The Mike 4-pack special in March, honoring National Sleep Awareness Month. 2 premium My Pillows, 2 Travel Go Anywhere pillows. You can pop this in the pillows in the washer and the dryer every couple of weeks to get rid of the dust mites and the allergens. You're going to love it. You got to use the promo code MikeG.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit mypillow.com.
Promo code MikeG. And if you're a My Pillow fan, if you love the story of Mike Lindell, the inventor of the My Pillow, and his extraordinary journey from really being on the skids and inventing this product that now everybody in America wants to have. Everybody's talking about My Pillow. He will be in Chicago, in Naperville, a week from Wednesday for our big 560, AM 560, The Answer, 100 Days of Trump tour. So we look forward to seeing you there. If you're being pummeled by some winter weather today and the next couple of days, stay warm, be safe, don't get out and drive if you don't have to, and fight the good fight. I'm Mike Gallagher. God bless America. If you're tired of watching your heating bills go up, I want you to learn all about the Eden Pure Infrared 21, the Eden Pure Gen 21. This is the new personal heater that I've been telling everybody about. It cannot burn or start a fire. It's safe. It's lightweight. I move it from room to room. I typically have it going near my feet in my office. Then I bring it into the studio because it's real drafty in here. The Eden Pure Gen 21 is super powerful, super portable. It's quiet and it works. And not only is it great in the winter where it gives you warm, moist, even heat, it's also going to cool your room in the summer using 93% less power than air conditioners. You can adjust the thermostat to save a lot of energy and be so comfortable with your Eden Pure Gen 21. Get the lowest price for the Eden Pure Gen 21, especially for my listeners right now. Go to shopedenpure.com. Eden is E-D-E-N. Shopedenpure.com to learn all about it, or call them 800-264-4705, 800-264-4705.
Hey, I'm Brant. So there's this guy named Jordan. He's a healthy guy. He's a dad of 6, and he works as a guide in Alaska. And he goes to the doctor, true story, he goes to the doctor and he's diagnosed with cancer, stage 4. And here's the thing. He had switched earlier from medical insurance to Medishare, where Christians share each other's medical bills. So the question for Jordan and his wife Jenny was, is this actually going to work?
Our medical bills exceeded $160,000. Medishare members shared all our bills.
And it was about more than just the money, too. This is a real community.
Medishare is a family, a group of people that stick with you through the hardest times of your life. I just don't know how I could have done it without Medishare.
It's so worth looking into. There's a reason this is growing so fast. So if you want to find out more, here is a number for you. 855-PSALM-81. That's 855-PSALM-81.
Mike Gallagher.
Why do you think companies like Gmail and Yahoo and AOL give you a free email address? They do this because they make tons of money off of personal information. They scan your emails to learn where you travel, where you shop. Advertisers pay them a lot of money for this. Where does some of that money go? Well, it goes to many big California tech companies, like the ones that give you a free email address and contribute money to liberal candidates, liberal causes. Your free email address is supporting a progressive agenda. There is an answer for this. Get a Reagan email address for as little as $33 a year. You can take back your privacy and send a message that your personal info is not for sale. Isn't your privacy worth 9 cents a day? Of course it is. Get your private Reagan email address. All you have to do is go to ReaganPrivacy.com. They don't scan your emails. They don't share your personal information. They leave you alone. You'll also be advancing the values of Ronald Reagan with every email you send or receive. Go to ReaganPrivacy.com to learn more. ReaganPrivacy.com. That's ReaganPrivacy.com.
Let the WCAB marketing team go to work for your business. It works. Call Tracy or Jim at 287-3356.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. Senate Republicans are showing concern after the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office report that says millions will lose their health care under a House GOP bill.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell called the report incomplete. Senator John McCain said he would wait until the House finishes the bill. Senator Susan Collins said the CBO's findings should be a cause for alarm. And Senator Bill Cassidy, who is pitching an alternative Obamacare repeal and replace bill with Senator Collins, told reporters the CBO score is what he called awful.
Correspondent Linda Kenyon. The Northeast has largely been spared from big winter storms this year, but with just a week to go in winter, the region has taken a punch from a powerful nor'easter. It unloaded 1 to 2 feet of snow in some spots, grounded more than 6,000 flights, and knocked out power to nearly 250,000 homes and businesses. New Jersey Governor Chris Christie tells NJTV state residents have done a good job of heeding weather warnings from authorities.
So far, I think New Jerseyans have responded extraordinarily to our call of a state of emergency and to stay off the roads. We have 103 motor vehicle accidents reported so far by the New Jersey State Police. It's obviously extraordinarily low for conditions like we have here, and that just means people are not on the roads. I appreciate them not being on the roads.
Philadelphia, New York City escaped the brunt of the snow. White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer says President Trump feels the Justice Department will produce evidence backing up his claim that President Obama wiretapped Trump Tower's phones during the campaign.
As I've commented in the past, I think there's significant reporting about surveillance techniques that have existed throughout the 2016 election.
Spicer says the president is extremely confident that the congressional intelligence panels will be given evidence bolstering the claim.
I'll leave it to them to issue their report, but I think he feels very confident that will ultimately come of this will vindicate him.
More of these stories at townhall.com.
Amazing to realize, but it's been almost 2 years I've been talking with you about Relief Factor, and I can tell you I've been continually inundated with testimonials. If you're struggling with ongoing back or neck pain, shoulder, hip, or knee pain, or general muscle pain, pains of any kind, do what tens of thousands of others have done so successfully. Go to ReliefFactor.com and order their 3-week quick start for just $19.95. 1-800-500-8384. That's 1-800-500-8384.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. It's a great time to buy a home. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or an experienced one, Quicken Loans has options that may help you get pre-approved for a mortgage with as little as 1% down. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Call 800-QUICKEN today or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Goodyear has let the helium out of the last of its fabled fleet of blimps, but the company's flight program will continue. About 24 employees were on hand early Tuesday to witness the deflation of California-based Spirit of Innovation. Goodyear's airship historian Eddie Ogden was there.
It's not every day that one gets to be a part of renewing an American icon, such as the Goodyear blimp, but it was quite fascinating. I've been doing this almost 40 years, and this is the first time I've actually been to a decommissioning of this sort.
Ogden says even though the blimp's replacement Wingfoot 2 will in fact be a semi-rigid dirigible, it still will be referred to as a blimp.
The new model is not a blimp technically. It is a semi-rigid airship, but to say Goodyear semi-rigid new technology airship just doesn't roll off the tongue quite the same way as saying Goodyear blimp.
Wingfoot 2 will arrive at Goodyear's airship base in Carson later this year. This is townhall.com. American Airlines says it will offer free meals to everyone in the economy on certain cross-country flights starting May 1st.
American says the kitchen will be open on nonstop flights between New York and both Los Angeles and San Francisco. The airline says that passengers will get a continental breakfast or a sandwich wrap, chips, and dessert, or they can pick a vegetarian meal or a fruit and cheese plate.
Correspondent Dennis Crowley, the move leaves United as the biggest carrier with no plans yet to bring back free meals on any domestic flights. The Federal Reserve seems all but sure to raise interest rates Wednesday, and it'll be the third time in 15 months. Fed Chair Janet Yellen and several other Fed officials separately suggested earlier this month that the economy was sturdy enough to withstand a modest raising of loan rates. And after Friday's robust February jobs report of an unemployment rate of 4.7%, the likelihood has increased. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, a low around 23. Sunshine with a high only reaching 39. And then clear skies Wednesday night, a low around 21. Sunny with a high around 48 on Thursday and 57 under partly cloudy skies for Friday. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Lou Gillum at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call, Morning Call Around Report, and great gospel music, Todd Kaiser midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories and the afternoon Call Around Report here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
America's #1 show on pop culture and politics. This is the Michael Medved Show.
And another great day in this greatest nation on God's green earth. A great day despite the fact that mainstream media are claiming that the current health care reform package put together by the Trump administration and Republicans in Congress is in big, big trouble. Is it because of the ratings from the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office? It says that there will be 24 million fewer people who will be insured, or 26 million perhaps who will be fewer people insured if this thing is put into play over the next 10 years. So does that mean that it's all over? There's no chance of passage, that this is a terrible thing? Or are the figures from the Congressional Budget Office just part of the deep state, the shadow government, the hidden forces that are working to undermine desired conservative reform and the agenda of the Trump administration? There's a full moon up there in the sky. You know what that means? It means that it's Conspiracy Day, your day to howl and to expose the hidden forces behind perplexing and painful present events. Whether it has to do with the Congressional Budget Office or the Central Intelligence Agency or various secret societies and associations of economic interests, if you believe that we do not see the real forces at work in our world, that they are hidden, that they are secret, that they are phantoms, that they are working behind the scenes and controlling your life and imposing problems on the rest of us, today is your day to expose those forces. You do so at 1-800-955-1776. Or I know it's tough because conspiracies are, by their very nature, complicated. So it's tough to expose a conspiracy in a tweet. But if you can at least hint at one, you can reach us at Twitter. It's at Medved Show on Twitter. That's at Medved Show. Or call us at 1-800-955-1776. Look, in terms of the Congressional Budget Office figures, it's mixed. And I said this yesterday when we were initially responding to it, that the one thing that you can predict with a little bit more certainty than the number of people who will be insured, because see, what the Congressional Budget Office is doing is when they look at the number of people who are being insured, they're not talking about a government policy. They're talking about private response to government policy, because it would be a series of individuals, not who are cut off from insurance or who have their insurance ripped away. It would be a series of individuals who respond to the withdrawal of the personal mandate, the idea that you are forced by government to get insurance. The quote in the CBO report itself, it says most of this initial coverage plunge will be due to repealing the penalties associated with the individual mandate. And what is very obvious here is what they're arguing is that if people aren't subject to governmental coercion to get them to buy insurance, or else they're going to have to pay a fine, then some would, quote, choose not to have insurance because they chose to be covered by insurance under current law only to avoid paying the penalties. And some people would forego insurance in response to higher premiums, unquote. Okay, what they're trying to do is to predict the way that people are going to respond to a changed insurance market. And when they talk about higher premiums, they acknowledge that after a couple of years, the premiums will start falling and falling rapidly. But even those higher premiums, that's also a private decision that various insurers will decide on. The one thing where you can take the CBO more seriously is where they talk about government policy, because this is a government report on a government operation. And regarding government policy, they show that the change provided by the American Health Care Act, that's the Republican alternative to Obamacare, that the American Health Care Act would actually reduce the budget deficit by $337 billion over 10 years. Why? Because it's reducing spending by $1.2 trillion. It's a lot. And it is canceling some of the tax increases, not all of them, but some of the tax increases under Obamacare. It's canceling $900 billion of tax increases. Hence, it is canceling less money in tax increases than the reductions in spending. That's why, according to the numbers in this very report, they're actually reducing the spending under the American Health Care Act by $337 billion, which is a huge benefit for people who actually care about the federal budget deficit. 1-800-955-1776 is our phone number. Newt Gingrich, who has been around the block many, many times. Of course, he was Speaker of the House. He helped to lead the opposition to Hillary Care when that was an issue back in 1993. And that leadership, by the way, got him elected Speaker of the House. Newt Gingrich had this to say about the Congressional Budget Office and the situation in Congress.
I want to get your thoughts on the scoring by the CBO of this GOP health care bill. Do you like it or not?
They should abolish the Congressional Budget Office. It is corrupt. It is dishonest. It was totally wrong in Obamacare by huge, huge margins. I don't trust a single word they have published, and I don't believe them.
But the head of it is a Trump appointee, and in many ways, I think people maybe misjudge what they're supposed to do. I mean, their job is to figure out whether or not this is something that could get through on reconciliation, right?
They lie.
Not to make a judgment about the whole bill.
Let me be very clear. No, let me be very clear. Okay, I helped balance the budget 4 straight times, the only time in your lifetime. We fought the Congressional Budget Office every time. When Obamacare came out, they used the architect of Obamacare as their advisor on how to score Obamacare, and their scoring, you go back and look at it, it is a totally dishonest, disgustingly wrong, and it is that whole thing should be abolished. They should replace it by putting out to bid and having 3 to 5 professional firms score these things. Nobody has an exact score. It's not possible. And even tonight, Dr. Tom Price, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, pointed out there are whole sections of this bill they didn't score. So I really do think it's disgusting, and I'm really disappointed that the Republicans have not abolished the Congressional Budget Office because it is so profoundly dishonest.
Okay, what he's talking about, of course, is their record when they were scoring Obamacare. And yes, Obamacare was also complicated to score. In fact, far more complicated because the bill was almost 20 times longer than the bill that is currently before the House of Representatives. And with Obamacare, the Congressional Budget Office underestimated the amount that it would add to the deficit, and they way overestimated the number of people who would get health insurance. And right now, the Republicans charge that they are perhaps accurate in reporting that this will cut $337 billion from the deficit, at the same time that it eliminates $900 billion in new taxes and cuts spending by $1.2 trillion, right? And though the question of 26 million people choosing not to get health insurance, well, that won't be the case if the insurance companies respond as they will by changed regulations, but to different kinds of alternatives of insurance with lower costs and maybe higher deductibles. In other words, are higher deductibles really such a terrible idea if you're young and healthy, and if what you're trying to get is catastrophic coverage, which is what makes sense? And the opportunity to do that and to take those options and make something of them, that's exactly what our side should be working on and emphasizing. Meanwhile, one of the things that we shouldn't be emphasizing is listening devices in microwaves. The whole question of, was Trump wiretapped? Did he mean that literally, or he was using the term wiretapped, as a metaphor? And a metaphor for what, Sean Spicer? We will talk about deep, deep conspiracies and the deep, deep state. What is the deep state? And what does Congressman Kelly from Pennsylvania mean when he says that Barack Obama is operating a shadow government? Is he? It's Conspiracy Day on the Medved Show. On healthcare or any other issue, it's your day to howl, to expose the hidden forces behind perplexing and painful present events. 1-800-955-1776.
It's Conspiracy Day. 1-800-955-1776. The Michael Medved Show. Now, Jim Bishop, AM 590, WCAB.
Do you have a timeshare? Well, wait. I know it may be a sore subject and something you really don't want to think about, let alone talk about, but maybe you had some good memories early on, but now those annual maintenance fees are becoming a financial burden and you just want out because it isn't worth it. No way. Well, maybe you've discovered it's nearly impossible to sell your timeshare. So what do? I recommend you call Lone Star Transfer right away. They specialize in helping people just like you get out of those timeshares and the lifetime financial burden of all those maintenance fees that keep going up every single year. They have a 99% success rate, a 100% money back guarantee in writing. Lone Star Transfer has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Get some peace of mind knowing you'll be done with that timeshare forever. Guaranteed. Call toll-free 1-855-722-3166. 855-722-3166 or visit them online at lonestartransfer.com. This could sound like a horror story, but for some people, it's become a reality for tax season. Imagine you head to the mailbox after doing your taxes. You reach in, you discard all that junk mail, and then you pull out the one item you've been waiting so long to get, only to get a huge shock instead. Somebody's already filed for your return. Identity thieves could use your personal information to file for your refund or commit other forms of ID theft. The IRS identified approximately $4.1 billion in suspected identity theft tax refund fraud in 2016 alone. With LifeLock, you have access to a team of U.S.-based specialists who know the steps to take and the calls to make to fix identity issues, whether it happens during tax season or any other time of the year. Of course, nobody can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but join me right now and get 10% off by using the promo code MEDVED. Call 1-800-LIFELOCK or head to lifelock.com. Use that promo code MEDVED, that's MEDVED with an M, to save 10% now at lifelock.com.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Way to get help with home repairs and improvements? Go to HomeAdvisor.com.
Home Advisor is a very easy way to find a home contractor, and for me, it's the only way.
You can use Home Advisor for everything. Your house cleaning, your painting, the sump pump broke. You get to read the customer reviews of all of your neighbors that have used these great same people.
They do the dirty work for you. They do background checks. And it's completely free to use. Go to HomeAdvisor.com today.
Home Advisor.
2017 is the year of Trump, and markets are rising to all-time highs. But economic uncertainty may be greater than after any election in our lifetime. And as retirement approaches, there's little time to recover losses. You need to hedge against uncertainty. That means transferring part of your retirement to physical gold and silver, stored where you can actually hold it in your hands and get it fast in any disaster. It's the perfect time to buy. Prices are low and expected to climb. Make Augusta Precious Metals your personal gold and silver provider. Augusta cares for your financial position and helps you make good decisions. And they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Get Augusta's free gold and silver IRA guide. What you learn could help you weather any economic storm. No obligation. Just call 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993. Trust Augusta. Protect your retirement today.
Do you have a family member who's getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? With Visiting Angels America's Choice in Senior Home Care, your parents and older family members can continue living at home and not have to move into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meal preparation, and light housework up to 24 hours per day at affordable rates. To restore your family's peace of mind, call Visiting Angels toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or at visitingangels.com.
Conspiracy Day. 1-800-955-1776. The Michael Medved Show.
21 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show, and you can join the great conspiracy to feed hungry kids in Latin America and in the Caribbean. And wow, your contributions have been terrific. We have just a couple of more days this week, end of the week. Boom. That's it. That's it for Food for the Poor. So if you've been thinking about it, take 30 seconds. Go to the website to michaelmedved.com. Click on the banner that says Food for the Poor. Take a look at some of the pictures. Read about the great work that's being done here. What a huge difference you can make giving $100, covering two different kids, say a boy and a girl. For an entire year, you can change their lives. You can save their lives with Food for the Poor. Because with that $100 and the two kids, you are guaranteeing about 1,500, 1,500. No, it's much more than that. Meals. Because 365 days, 2 meals a day, that's 700. Yeah, it's about 1,500 meals for $100. It's a terrific opportunity. And actually, it's more than that's 3,000. Okay? Because that's what you can do because the food is already there. It just needs to be delivered. Go to Food for the Poor at our website at michaelmedved.com. If you give $100, it covers two kids for an entire year, 2 meals a day, 365 days a year. And meanwhile, it also guarantees that they will have a water supply for a lifetime. Life-changing. You can call them, operators standing by, 855-330-HOPE. That's 855-330-HOPE. Meanwhile, speaking of conspiracy theories, at some point or another, I think President Trump is just going to need to suck it up and acknowledge that he was wrong. Okay, it happens. Human beings are wrong, even the President of the United States. We certainly had plenty of experience with President Obama being wrong about lots and lots of things. President Trump was wrong when he tweeted at 3:30 in the morning, and it was 3:30 in the morning, that he just found out that President Obama had wiretapped Trump Tower. No, he didn't find that out. Yes, he just made it up. And yes, it is nonsense when Kellyanne Conway, being interviewed by a columnist named Mike Kelly, comes up with an unusual way, conspiratorial way, of explaining this thing.
Do you know whether Trump Tower was wiretapped?
What I can say is there are many ways to surveil each other now, unfortunately.
Do you believe
there was an article this week that talked about how you can surveil someone through their phones, through their certainly through their television sets, any number of different ways, and microwaves that turn into cameras, etc. So we know that is just a fact of modern life.
Sure. This has been fact-checked. You don't have to worry about your microwave. It's not going to turn you into a reptile either with its deadly gamma rays that it provides. If you believe that microwaves are part of a conspiracy, if you think your microwave is using cameras so that President Obama can watch you taking your Hot Pocket out of the microwave, then you can give us a call. It is Conspiracy Day. 1-800-955-1776. Matthew in Houston, Texas. You're on the Michael Medved Show on Conspiracy Day. Hello, Matthew.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for having me.
You bet.
Yes, my big concern is the modern day fictions. I'm 39, and I was raised in a school system that raised us to believe in all of these current fictions, and I think that's the basis of most problems. There's a think tank strategist, Thomas Barnett, who, with WikiStrat, and he's proven that most of the conflict happens between borders that have been created by man. And if you look, like he mentions that squiggly line, like if you use a mountain range or a river.
Okay, hold on. What is WikiStrat?
WikiStrat, it's a think tank for people wanting to decide how to maneuver a military or a government, and it's like a high-end consulting firm based out of Israel.
Not very high-end, and I don't think it's based out of Israel, but go ahead. So and you're citing Thomas Barnett, who says that most of the conflicts have to do with man-made borders? As opposed to what? What's the option to man-made borders?
Natural ones, i.e. rivers, mountains, anything that would prevent people from naturally crossing over. When I'm speaking of these borders, if you look throughout the Middle East...
Okay, leave aside the Middle East, for instance. Where would be natural borders that would show the limits of the United States?
Natural borders, if you look at the original 13 colonies, those are natural borders. And same with like the Rio Grande on the south, that's a natural border. But if you look at
how is there a natural border between Georgia and Florida? Florida was not one of the original 13 colonies. It belonged to Spain at that point.
Oh, my bad. I'm not trying to cross hairs. I was just trying to talk about how with the advent of man creating the idea of a country, then you create straight lines for boundaries. And if people had been existing there historically, tribally beforehand, then you create a new situation because people who exist tribally don't acknowledge a quote-unquote national border. People raised in school systems believe in natural borders. You're like, oh, well, that's this border.
Okay, when you say people raised tribally don't believe in countries and don't believe in national boundaries, how do you explain the virtual perpetual warfare between, for instance, Native American tribes? You know that Native American tribes were not pacifists. They did not live here peacefully. They not only slaughtered each other in great profusion and with great enthusiasm, in some cases in the Southwest, they ate each other. Right?
Yes.
Okay, so did they have straight line man-made boundaries?
Oh, I feel I'm being lost on a tangent. I wasn't trying to bring up that. It was more the idea that we're caught in a war of information and definition. Like in the Middle East, some people identify with their own race or tribe, whereas other people are identifying with a state or a nation. It depends on just the background. I'm saying the conflict is we don't have a commonality of education. And so any given people...
So wait, is your solution to a commonality of education would be having the UN take over educating people the same way all across the world, all around the world?
Wow. If you look at the UN, one of their co-sponsors is Lucis Trust, and like some of the higher ups believe that Lucifer was the fallen angel and is the god of this planet, and they want him to be recognized as the one world government leader.
Who do you think is the leading Luciferian in the world today?
Today? Well, anyone who has all the money. Look at the Vatican, look at the Queen, look at the people who are telling other people, oh, you have to register with a fiction. Like anyone who is running a government is convincing its citizens that they have to be part of the cog. They have to, they're not in control of their children. You automatically give them a social security number. You get them in line with the system. When I grew up, I remember watching commercials on TV about Africa. And all throughout Africa, they're saying, "Oh, they're so poor, they're so poor." And they're living off the land. Isn't that more ideal?
Okay, stay with us for a moment, Matthew. I want to probe this just a bit deeper on Conspiracy Day.
It's Conspiracy Day on the Michael Medved Show.
Get the first weather forecast of the day, sports, and today's local news on your favorite wake-up call. Weekday mornings with Bishop, Jim Bishop, on WCAB.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Trains and subway cars will resume full service Wednesday in New York after being brought to a halt by Tuesday's snowstorm. The storm also forced the cancellation of 6,000 flights. It also caused 250,000 power outages. Accumulations were lower than originally forecast in Philadelphia, New York, and Boston, but some inland locations saw close to 2 feet. The Justice Department has filed papers with a federal court in Seattle that argues that President Trump's revised travel ban is substantially different from the original, which was put on hold. Washington and several other states are trying to block the revised ban. Texas prison officials have executed a Fort Worth man condemned for killing a father and his 4-month-old son during a Christmas Eve rampage nearly 30 years ago. James Bigby is the 4th person in Texas this year to be executed. Walt Disney won't release its new movie Beauty and the Beast in mainly Muslim Malaysia after refusing to cut a homosexual scene to satisfy film censors. This is SRA News.
Amazing to realize, but it's been almost 2 years. I've been talking with you about Relief Factor, and I can tell you I've been continually inundated with testimonials. If you're struggling with ongoing back or neck pain, shoulder, hip, or knee pain, or general muscle pain, pains of any kind, do what tens of thousands of others have done so successfully. Go to ReliefFactor.com and order their 3-week quick start for just $19.95. 1-800-500-8384. That's 1-800-500-8384.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. It's a great time to buy a home. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or an experienced one, Quicken Loans has options that may help you get pre-approved for a mortgage with as little as 1% down. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Call 800-QUICKEN today or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Imagine the alarm clock goes off and you spring out of bed raring to get to work. Why? Because you own the business and what you make and create is yours. You've dreamt of owning a business for years, but still haven't taken action to make your dream a reality. There are no more excuses. This is the year you become an entrepreneur. Speak to us here at ursop.com. URSOP stands for Entrepreneur Rollover Stock Ownership Plan. We've helped thousands of people use their retirement money to invest in businesses for themselves and their family. It takes only a couple of weeks to finance, it's pre-approved, and it's totally legal. And then 3, 4, 5 years later, you'll put the retirement funds back and have the corporation carry on by itself. You have the business and the security of retirement funds too. Call URSOP at 866-MY-URSOP. That's 866-MYERSOP. 866-MY-URSOP. Invest in yourself. 866-MY-URSOP. That's 866-MYERSOP.
Are you tired of watching your heating bills skyrocket? There's a new personal heater that will slash your heating bills. It's from the makers of the original infrared heater, and it's called the Eden Pure Gen 21. Eden Pure infrared heat uses much less energy. It warms with even, moist, heavenly heat. You'll have no more cold feet. It cannot burn or start a fire. The Eden Pure Gen 21 is super powerful and portable. It weighs only 14 pounds. It smooths the temperature and cuts the chill out of the air. The Eden Pure Gen 21 can even cool your room in the summer using 93% less power than air conditioners. You can adjust your thermostat to save energy and be comfortable with your Gen 21. Get the lowest price for the Eden Pure Gen 21. Call 1-800-264-4705. That's 800-264-4705. Or online, visit shopedenpure.com to learn more.
Truth is here. The Michael Medved Show.
34 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show, trying to get to the truth on this conspiracy day, speaking with Matthew in Houston, Texas. And Matthew, we have only a few minutes here. So if we can, let's just focus as clearly as we possibly can. You're throwing out lots and lots of information about the Queen of England and...
For sure. So final thoughts is...
Okay, but focus. Final thought, singular. Go.
Thought would be we have been robbed of all of our wealth, convinced that paper money is substantial and it could collapse at any time. And it's not just us, but our military.
Who has robbed us of all our wealth?
The banking industry, not just one individual, but, the handful, the small group like Vatican, Queen, Rothschilds, Rockefellers, the big financiers of the 1700s, 1800s. And they convinced by,
Okay, so when you say they've robbed us of all our wealth, do you think that there were a lot more wealthy people who had their money taken away? Do you think in the 1700s, for instance, people were wealthier than they are today?
Not in that sense. Not in a...
In what sense? Wealth means something. Wealth means the ability to enjoy life, to have plenty of food, to live comfortably. Right. Were people wealthier in, say, 1700, or are they wealthier in 2017?
wealthier in substance in 1700.
You're insane. I'm sorry. I mean, do you know what the starvation rates were in 1700? Do you know how impoverished the overwhelming majority? In the last 50 years, we have taken 2 billion people out of poverty around the world.
Right, I agree. But in my sense, the people who were wealthy had land, knew how to live off of it, and could be a part of it. The ones who were being starved were the ones being manipulated. Already, land had been taken away from them. They had been starved.
What do you mean that land had been? How was land taken away? In other words, at one point, people owned land and then it was taken from them. Where did that happen exactly in Europe?
Who knows? This tradition seems to have been before BC. Way before.
So you think before BC, you think that before BC, human beings lived happily?
No, I believe there's always conflict. That's what Earth is.
No, of course there's always conflict, but human beings used to be human sacrificing, cannibalizing, primitive, brutal, ignorant, illiterate, pathetic losers. Civilization is a good thing, not a bad thing.
What happened after the Law of Moses was introduced? The Israelites lived in peace for 460 years before they wanted a king. And as soon as they got a king, they lost their peace.
Okay, the Israelites did not live in peace. If you actually look at if you actually look at the biblical books in the 369 years before the monarchy, when they had the tabernacle at Shiloh, there were constant wars against neighboring peoples. And there were also, this was a period of the judges. It was a period of Deborah and Barak versus, again, there was no sort of golden age in the past. And the Bible doesn't say there was, except if you want in the Garden of Eden. In other words, where would you like to see society go, Matthew? If you had to concentrate on what you think is the biggest problem facing society today, it would be
ego and selfishness. Most people live towards this created fiction, where they want to see themselves in society, where they want to see themselves in a government, where they want to see themselves in anything.
Do you have Matthew? Do you have a family?
I do.
A wife, kids?
No.
Do you live with your parents?
Do
you live with
No, I live alone.
You do. And do you work?
I do.
What do you work for?
Currently, I work for eBay.
No. What do you work for? I said, not who do you work for. What do you work for? Do you work to try to build up wealth, to try to win some security for yourself for the future?
I feel that's a false sense of security. And that's my alarm is in a situation like, what am I, even if I spend 50, 60 years building up wealth, and that's what my dad does. And, I didn't get to see him. He has spent most of his life in a fiction. Like, he goes to a place and he thinks for someone else for like 10, 11 hours a day. And then he comes home and then he gets to be himself. And that's how most Americans live. They're literally renting their mind out. And it's crazy for me to watch. And I suppose I just try and watch sociologically as a people. And most people are just on this treadmill and don't even think they're on a treadmill.
All right. If you are working on the treadmill and it's causing you pain, you need this word from Relief Factor. Jackie from Arizona says, prior to starting Relief Factor, I was rolling over in bed, taking a handful of pain relievers, waiting for 45 minutes so I could get up with less pain. My hands were so bad, I had to lift a glass with both hands. After taking Relief Factor, I roll out of bed and I can handle pouring milk out of a gallon container with one hand. I couldn't do either of those things before. Hey, it's terrific. Relief Factor, you have nothing to lose but your pain and the whole world to gain. It's a natural dietary supplement. It can help you with arthritis pain, back pain, neck pain, joint pain, leg pain, and more. Go to ReliefFactor.com. The quick start is just $19.95, a mere 95 cents a day. That's ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com. When we come back, more on conspiracies, both the deep and the dark, and the trivial but nasty on Conspiracy Day on the Medved Show.
It's Conspiracy Day. 1-800-955-1776. The Michael Medved Show.
Portraits of Courage, a Commander-in-Chief's tribute to America's warriors, is a vibrant collection of paintings by President George W. Bush of 98 wounded warriors, honoring the sacrifice and courage of America's military. Each painting is accompanied by the inspiring story of the warrior depicted, available now as a standard edition and a deluxe signed edition. Get your copy of President Bush's Portraits of Courage wherever books are sold.
How's that kitchen remodel coming along?
I haven't found a reliable contractor and have no idea where to start.
What about Home Advisor?
Home what?
Home Advisor. They match you to pre-screened and top-rated pros for any kind of home project. You can even check pricing and book appointments online.
What's the catch?
No catch. Home Advisor is completely free to use.
Really? I'll check it out.
Go to HomeAdvisor.com or download the free app.
Home Advisor.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Gmail, Yahoo, and AOL give you free email addresses. They do it because they make a lot of money off your personal information. They can scan your emails to learn where you travel and where you shop. Advertisers pay them a lot of money for that. Where does some of that money go? Well, many big California tech companies, like the ones that give you a free email address, contribute money to very liberal candidates and liberal causes. Your free email address is supporting, in other words, a progressive agenda. There's a solution for this. Get a Reagan email address. For as little as $33 a year, you can take back your privacy and send a message that your personal information is not for sale. Isn't your privacy worth 9 cents a day? That's what it costs. Of course it is. Get your private Reagan email address at ReaganPrivacy.com. They don't scan your emails. They don't share your personal information. They leave you alone. Go to ReaganPrivacy.com right now. That's ReaganPrivacy.com.
Few moments bring you joy like going to the mailbox after you've done your taxes, pulling it open, reaching in, discarding the junk mail, and then pulling out that item you've been waiting so... What? Someone already filed for my return? It sounds like a horror story, but it's a reality. Identity thieves can use your personal information to file for your refund or commit other forms of ID theft. In fact, the IRS identified approximately $4.1 billion in suspected identity theft tax refund fraud in 2016. Thankfully, there's LifeLock. When you're a member, you have access to a team of US-based specialists who know the steps to take and the calls to make to fix identity issues, whether it happens during tax season or any other time. Join now and get 10% off. Head to LifeLock.com or call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code SMART. That's promo code SMART. LifeLock.
More people are becoming receptive to fringe ideas and are attracted to a safe forum where conspiracy theories can be openly discussed and never mocked.
The Michael Medved Show.
And on the Michael Medved Show, it is 44 minutes after the hour, talking about conspiracies on the left, conspiracies on the right, conspiracies everywhere. 1-800-955-1776 is our phone number. Let us go to Steve in San Diego. You're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hello, Michael. I appreciate talking with you. I had heard the same argument from one of our local broadcasters regarding Kellyanne's comment about microwaves, and I was as upset with you as I was upset with him yesterday in that automatically believing that microwaves are associated with a microwave oven is totally ridiculous. In fact, the technology of surveillance using microwaves is over 20 years old and has been used successfully. And if people understand how a police officer's radar speed gun works, you'd understand how that technology does indeed provide surveillance.
But what she said was, and I have the transcript right in front of me, she said, here's what she said. She said there was an article this week that talked about how you can survey people through their phones, certainly through their television sets, any number of different ways, and microwaves that turn into cameras, etc.
And that's correct. It does.
Microwaves that turn into cameras?
I'll tell you how it's done, if you allow me. You can shoot microwaves at an object similar to a radar gun, and those devices can register speed because it measures what the original signal was and what the reflection was, and the difference between them is calculated to reduce to a speed value. How these surveillance devices work is that you can
Again, what when surveillance devices? She clearly, when she was talking about through their telephones and their TV sets, and she uses microwaves
as another option, not relating to TVs or telephones or anything.
Right,
like that.
I understand. And what you're saying is she didn't mean microwave ovens. She was talking about microwaves that would be beamed at you from somewhere outside your home. What was she talking about?
Exactly, because this whole discussion was in the context of surveillance, and to jump right away to a microwave oven.
Right. Don't you think it would be better if Kellyanne Conway and the President of the United States just dropped this idea that there was some kind of illegitimate spying on them going on, since they have no proof or even a scintilla or a hint of proof that there was any such spying?
I would agree with that.
Okay, good.
They should drop it, but
Good. I appreciate your point. I thank you for the microwave elucidation. Very important. Let's go quickly to Daryl in Columbus, Ohio. Daryl, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi, Michael. How are you, sir?
Well, it's Conspiracy Day. Go.
Well, I was talking about how Obama was never a legitimate president, not because of a birther issue, but because of the Constitution. The Constitution, if we can agree that the phrase natural-born citizen was put in the Constitution to protect the office of presidency from foreign influence, how exactly do we do that by electing someone who has a father who is a Kenyan anti-colonialist and who was raised in his informative years overseas?
Okay, you know that was true of a number of our prior presidents as well. In fact, one of our most underrated presidents, John Quincy Adams, because he was with his father, who was on various diplomatic missions, spent a great deal of his boyhood overseas. And in fact, Louisa Adams, the wife of John Quincy Adams, is the first lady we ever had who was born abroad. She was born in Europe, just as Melania Trump is. She's the only other one. I don't understand what you're suggesting. Are you suggesting that somehow legally President Obama, because he spent his childhood or much of it in Indonesia, that makes him ineligible to be president?
Absolutely. Well, what I'm actually saying is that the fact that...
Well, how? On what basis? Where in statute law or in the Constitution does it say anything about...
Well, the Constitution was talking about British common law of the day. And what
no, it wasn't. But the
really
Constitution did not access British common law. The Constitution is the Constitution. It is the Charter of Liberty. And what the Constitution calls for is a natural-born citizen. The way that's always been defined legally is someone who is either born in the United States and thereby becomes a citizen, or is the child of an American and thereby becomes a citizen. Since President Obama was both born in the United States and is the child of an American-born American citizen, Stanley Ann Dunham, let's go on. Let's, in fact, go on to Mattis in Berkeley, California. Mattis, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi, Shalom Aleichem. I live in Berkeley, and, you hear a lot of conspiracies thrown about over here. I ignore all of them. One in particular, I can't necessarily ignore, and people are talking about these chemtrails in the sky, and I've tried to look up information on it, and they say that they're just contrails, but I'm 50 years old, and planes never let out stuff like that when I was a kid, and I'm curious if you know.
When were you a kid, Mattis?
Oh, back in the 70s and 80s.
Okay, I was a kid even before that, and I can tell you planes always let out stuff like that, and you can always see it. And the contrails are not chemtrails. They are precipitation. The one thing I would say is that if this were a conspiracy, don't you think that if there were people who were spraying some kind of secret stuff to damage Americans, that they would have an advanced enough technology to make it invisible? In other words, why would you want to alarm people by making trails in the sky once people are onto this? We'll be right back on Conspiracy Day on the Medved Show.
Well, how'd you know about stealth helicopters? Alt.conspiracy.black.helicopters.
It's Conspiracy Day. 1-800-955-1776. The Michael Medved Show.
Enjoy the Atlanta Braves and NASCAR here on the Foothills Most Sports Station, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
American Federal Rare Coin and Bullion. Are you one of those people who's lucky enough to have some rare coins, collectible coins stashed away somewhere, but you don't really know what they're worth or what to do with them? Well, why not get a free review of what you hold? This is Michael Medved. You can speak to my friends at American Federal, and they'll tell you everything that's going on and the best move that you should make next. Nick Rovich, tell us about it.
The first thing that's important to do is get a free portfolio review so you know exactly what your coins are worth and how they've performed over the past 10 or 20 years. That way you can make an informed decision about whether to hold those coins or possibly do something different like trade for bullion coins.
Okay, this is something that is truly worthwhile in terms of increasing the solidity and liquidity of your investments. Give them a call, toll free, 800-221-7694. Or you can go to AmericanFederal.com. Call 800-221-7694 or AmericanFederal.com.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
All it takes to make your thin hair feel and look thicker and fuller. Guaranteed. Viviscal is the #1 drug-free hair growth supplement in the U.S., with one box being sold every minute globally. It's clinically researched to promote existing hair growth for men and women. And now a 90-day supply of Viviscal is offered in your area risk-free plus free shipping. Call 800-313-6952. Viviscal nourishes thinning hair from within. You'll love your hair growth results, guaranteed. Viviscal is so effective, it's recommended by top doctors. Here's Dr. John Laura.
As a dermatologist, I feel confident recommending Viviscal. It's backed by 25 years of research and multiple clinical studies that demonstrate Viviscal's effectiveness in promoting the growth of thicker, fuller hair.
Want to try Viviscal? Every listener that calls now gets a 90-day risk-free supply plus free shipping. Call now, 800-313-6952. 800-313-6952. That's 800-313-6952.
This is Ed Rollins. President Donald Trump has nominated Neil Gorsuch for the Supreme Court, and we need millions of Americans to pick up the phone right now to deliver your voice directly to your senator. This is the most critical moment in modern history that will define the future of our country. Radical liberals like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi have vowed to block President Trump's nomination by all means possible. We need millions of Americans to call 800-939-5885 to send your voice directly to your senator to demand the immediate confirmation of Judge Gorsuch to the Supreme Court. This could be the most important phone call you will ever make for the future of our country. Please call 800-939-5885 and put the pressure on the U.S. Senate to confirm President Trump's nominee. Again, call 800-939-5885. Please help pressure the Senate to confirm Neil Gorsuch and help Donald Trump make America great again. Call now.
Paid for by Great America PAC, which is responsible for the content of this message. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. GreatAmericaPAC.com.
"55 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. It is C-Day on the Michael Medved Show. That means it's Conspiracy Day. We honor the full moon up there in the sky by allowing you to illuminate the dark corners in which hidden forces manipulate present painful and perplexing events. Let us go directly to Gino in the Bronx, New York. You're on the Medved Show, Conspiracy Day.
Here's a very plausible conspiracy theory for you, Michael. The Bush crime family is doing everything they can along with, in collaboration with the Obamanites and the Clintonites that are in the bureaucracy, to destroy the Trump administration so that Jeb Bush can run in 2020 as an insurgent candidate against the Trumpster. How's that for a good one, huh? Like that one?
Oh, and where do you see evidence of that?
State Department. Tell me how many people from going back to Papa Bush's regime that are still there infesting the State Department for the last 30 years, and tell me how many times you've heard all the representatives from the first Bush administration bashing the Trumpster all the way for the last 20 months. And then bring in the Clintonites. The Clintonites have their fair share in the judiciary, as does Obama, and they're doing everything they can, including the Ninth Circus, which is not a circuit, it's a circus, when they went after the Trumpster for the first ban, and now they're going after him for the second ban, supposedly on Muslims. And then, of course, you got the Obamanites who are just there just to throw crap on Trumpster, because Trumpster knew that they were actually, in fact, surveilling him, whether it was through microwaves, whether it was through wiretaps, whatever it was, they were doing everything they could to stick it to Donald Trump.
Hold on. If President Trump knows that they were using microwaves or whatever to monitor him, why has he not put forward any of the evidence where he's going to be asked about that very directly in the congressional investigation? He's going to be asked by his fellow Republicans. Why wouldn't he give evidence?
Because you still have a dominant force in the CIA that is all Bush, whether it's W. Bush or Papa Bush. And they are not going to do a damn thing to help the Trumpster, and they're not going to give him any information that would clearly show that Obama was in fact behind the surveillance of the Trumpster.
Okay, but you don't seem to understand the question. President Trump announced on Twitter that he had found out that Obama was tapping his wires. He said he was wiretapping me. Now, we found from Sean Spicer yesterday that he didn't mean that literally. He was just using wiretapping as a general way of surveying him. Do you think that there was actually a tap on Mr. Trump's phones in Trump Tower?
Covert operator is going to actually admit to it and admit to a felony?
Well, again, how did President Trump know this if he didn't have some information? And he is the president of the United States. He can declassify anything he wants. He can order people below him in the bureaucracy, on the pain of firing, frankly, to go ahead and provide this information. The fact is, he made a mistake. It'll be better for the country and certainly for the Trump administration if that's conceded before this greatest nation on God's green earth.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Is to be your own boss. Well, when you drive with Uber, the only boss of you is you. Which is great because you're going to be the best boss you've ever had. And that has tons of perks, like being able to choose when payday is. How cool is that? No more waiting around for your bi-weekly paycheck. With Uber's Instant Pay, you get paid whenever's best for you. Like right now, for example. Cha-ching! Up early and eager to earn? Start driving. Have a couple hours to kill after your 9 to 5? Approved. Heading out of town for a couple of days or a couple months? Go ahead. The way we see it, you should be able to work on your schedule, not somebody else's. Just hop in your car, turn on the app, and get your side hustle on. So start driving with Uber today to be your own boss, boss. Visit uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now.
.24/7 WCAB is serving the foothills of the Carolinas. Learn more about us at www.wcab59.com.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. Senators are digging in on the health care bill now that the Congressional Budget Office has released its score of the House Republican bill.
The nonpartisan CBO reported the deficit would go down under the health care bill, but 14 million people would lose their health care next year, and 24 million would lose it in 10 years. Republican Roy Blunt takes issue with the CBO numbers.
The Congressional Budget Office is notoriously bad at anticipating what's going to happen in a marketplace.
Republicans are attacking the referee because they're losing the game.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. The bill will likely go through a number of revisions before it can pass in the House, if it even gets to the Senate. Linda Kenyon, Washington.
Republican Representative Lynn Jenkins faced boos and shouts in defending a GOP plan for overhauling health care during a raucous town hall meeting in Lawrence, Kansas.
I don't think what they have factored in is that the cost of health care is going to come down. That means premiums are going to come down, and that means people will be able to afford health care.
That audio courtesy of WIVW. Official weather watchers in Boston say it received just under 7 inches of snow from a nor'easter, far less than what was expected. Boston Mayor Marty Wall says the city's snow emergency declaration will expire Wednesday morning.
And tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. we will lift the snow emergency ban in the city of Boston. Compliance has been fairly strong in the city, so I want to thank all of the residents who helped us today by getting your cars off the street.
Most investors appear to be shrugging off a likely interest rate hike from the Fed, which begins a two-day meeting Tuesday.
Which is expected to produce a third interest rate hike in 15 months amid signs of an improving economy. Approval is expected tomorrow, along with a signal that more hikes may be forthcoming. Fed watchers, however, appear to be more buoyed by expectations for a vigorous economy than worried about whether slightly higher rates might slow growth. Bob Agnew reporting.
More of these stories at townhall.com.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Changes in Washington are not only affecting the nation's economy, but your family's as well. Quicken Loans can show you how to take advantage of a cash-out refinance to pay off credit card debt or invest in home improvements. In fact, you may be able to eliminate private mortgage insurance. No matter what's happening in Washington, it's always a smart move to call us at 800-QUICKEN. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Experience the confidence that comes from working with a mortgage partner that has your best interest in mind. For 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the third year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN today or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
One airline has beat all the others in terms of on-time performance.
It's Hawaiian Airlines, who came in first in the government's ranking of the leading U.S. airlines in terms of on-time performance in January. The federal government counts a flight as on time if it arrives no more than 14 minutes behind the scheduled time. Hawaiian passed the test 85.7% of the time. Delta Airlines and American Airlines came in second and third. Virgin America brought up the bottom with a 63.9% on-time rate. Keith Peters, Washington.
The Texas Senate has given preliminary approval to a North Carolina-style bathroom bill that requires so-called transgender people to use public bathrooms that correspond with the sex on their birth certificate. The final Senate vote could come on Wednesday. The bill's future in the House is uncertain. Republican Speaker Joe Strauss says he has no appetite for a bill he has likened to a job killer. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Police in Berlin are appealing for witnesses to help find a cyclist who sprayed at least a half a dozen women with liquid, injuring several in the past 3 months.
Berlin police say the attacks began December 7th, and in at least 4 cases, battery acid was sprayed at the woman. All of the attacks happened in the northeast of the capital. One woman suffered serious facial injuries in an attack. In a statement, police said a 41-year-old woman who was attacked shortly after midnight described the man as about 35 to 45 years old, light-skinned and wearing a baseball cap. Spokeswoman Valeska Yakubski says that police are not providing specific safety advice to women at this time. I'm Zaria Shakili.
More than 250 skulls have been found over the last several months in what appears to be a drug cartel mass burial ground on the outskirts of the city of Veracruz. Veracruz state prosecutors said the clandestine pits appeared to contain remains of cartel victims killed years ago. More of these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, a low around 23. Sunshine with a high only reaching 39. And then clear skies Wednesday night, a low around 21. Sunny with a high around 48 on Thursday and 57 under partly cloudy skies for Friday. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Lou Gillum at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call, Morning Call Around Report, and great gospel music, Todd Kaiser midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories and the afternoon Call Around Report here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
And now, America's #1 show on pop culture and politics. This is The Michael Medved Show.
And another great day in this greatest nation on God's green earth. And yes, it is still a great nation, though how much longer depends on how strongly you believe in one or more conspiracy theories about conspiracies, particularly to destroy the United States of America, or even to destroy, liquidate our world as we know it. It's Conspiracy Day on the Medved Show. That means with a full moon up there in the sky, it is your day to howl and to decry those demonic forces that manipulate perplexing and painful present events. You do that by giving us a call, 1-800-955-1776, and helping to expose some of the nefarious players and potentates who are wielding events for their own benefit and to the detriment of ordinary and patriotic Americans. 1-800-955-1776, our phone number. Or you can try to send us a conspiracy tweet at Medved Show on Twitter. That's at Medved Show. All right, one of the charges that is very much out there at the moment is that part of the fascination with conspiracy theories that's been going on with great intensity, particularly since the development of the internet, which has been a great boon to conspiracists everywhere. Those conspiracy theories have been getting a huge influx of energy, an infusion of energy, because of the presidency of Donald Trump. On MSNBC, Joyanne Reid was in discussion with an MSNBC contributor named Mitchell Nance, and she raised this question and got this fairly remarkable answer.
You have the President of the United States actually actively working to undermine trust in government from within. Have you ever heard of a president doing that before?
No, it's never been done. We have a conspiracy theory president. And I'm not even sure whether you can put those three words together in a tangible sentence and actually use the word president. He seems to be buying every crazy idea that's out there. Now, granted, the man can't seem to tell the truth about anything. And the worst part is, like Jennifer Rubin, she wrote an article, I guess, a few weeks ago, questioning whether he could actually determine what was real and what was false in his world. This is dangerous. And as much as it sounds amusing, we can make jokes about it, he controls 4,000 atomic weapons. He controls the levers of power in the United States. If he's going out with Steve King and other in Congress and saying that the former president of the United States wiretapped a conversation he had a few weeks ago with the president of Australia, I mean, we've got a very serious problem here. This man may be in a position where he will start causing true harm to American democracy because he doesn't know the difference between what American democracy is and the crazy things which he's told by people like Steve Bannon and other parts of the, alt-right world.
And what do they say over in the alt-right world? Well, Breitbart recently warned, quote, "The deep state never sleeps. It's always doing something that is to undermine the Trump administration." And the Daily Mail over in London just reported that former President Barack Obama intends to convert his new home in a very trendy, expensive Kalorama neighborhood of Washington, D.C. That new home is going to become, quote, "the nerve center of the mounting insurgency against Donald Trump." And then one of the leading voices over at Fox News has reported that the CIA is conducting false flag cyber attacks against American targets while pretending the attacks are actually emanating from Russia. Really? 1-800-955-1776. Brett Stevens in the Wall Street Journal writes, ordinarily it should go without saying that Washington is not Ankara. Ankara in Turkey is where they coined the phrase deep state. to refer to what was going on with the military after a Turkish coup. Ordinarily, it should go without saying that Washington is not Ankara, that the CIA and FBI are staffed by patriots, that a flurry of invidious leaks is not tantamount to tanks in the streets, that complex institutional networks are not conspiracies in government, and that the predictable reflexes of bureaucracies to defend their turf are not acts of sedition. It should go without saying, but of course today it doesn't. It is Conspiracy Day. Let's go quickly to Kevin in New York City. Kevin, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi.
Hi.
My conspiracy theory is having to do with the end of the world and the Antichrist. And there's a number of, actually I was at a church in Brooklyn, New York last week, and they're pretty convinced that Trump is the Antichrist. So I did a little more research on that. I was raised in the Episcopal Church and later converted to the Catholic Church. And both Catholics and Episcopal, most Protestants and the Orthodox churches over their history has always prophesied that the Antichrist would be Jewish. It would be a Jew, a counterfeit version of Jesus Christ, making him the Antichrist. So I had to do a little research, and I'm starting to think that Trump may be the Antichrist, even though he's not Jewish, but he may very well convert to Judaism, like half of his family.
Well, not half of his family. He has one member of his family who has converted to Judaism, his daughter Ivanka.
Right, and one of his other sons is,
no,
I believe...
That's not true. It's not true. Donald Jr. and Eric are, neither one of them is married to a Jewish woman. That's a full story. It's a full story.
Okay, well, let me just get to the point. According to the prophecies, the Antichrist may very well be Jewish and a convert to Judaism. And Trump's
so you're expecting that Trump is going to convert to Judaism? I find that really hard to believe.
Michael, if you do a Google search and type in Antichrist will be a Jew.
Okay, no, I find. Look, you know what? I'm not. Hold on. I'm not contesting about the religious basis for the Antichrist. This is not it. What I'm contesting is the idea that it's very likely that President Trump will convert to Judaism. I don't think that's something that you are likely to see. And again, what other aspect of the Antichrist do you think that Trump represents other than the fact that you expect him to convert any day?
His almost worship of Israel. Not only does Trump really, really adore and love Israel, but the Israelis really, really adore him.
Let me ask you this, Kevin. With however much President Trump adores Israel, do you know how many times President Trump has gone over to visit this country he adores?
Trump was here in New York City. He was.
I'm asking. I just asked you a question. How many times has Trump gone over to Jerusalem?
I don't know if he's been there ever.
That's correct. He has never been there. And look, hold on. I appreciate the fact that President Trump is clearly pro-Israel, but the idea that this has been sort of an obsessive love or a deep love in his life or something that he's always been concerned about, I wish it were true, but it's not. Appreciate your call, Kevin. Let's go to Robert in San Antonio, Texas. You're on the Medved Show. It's Conspiracy Day.
It's not.
Hello, Robert. You're on.
Yes. My conspiracy is definitely is dealing with the evidence that shows that Obama's birth certificate was a fraud.
Why are you interested in this?
Well, it made me think of when you're submitting a job, submitting a reference for a job.
No, why are you interested in it? In other words, there is.
It was on ABC News TV in Arizona.
Okay, there's probably in relation to Sheriff Joe Arpaio, who got voted his rear end out of office and is nuts and is also 275 years old. And I'm sorry, President Obama was born in Hawaii. His birth certificate has been released. It's been analyzed. And you know what? He's a former president of the United States. And none of it matters at all because his mother was American and she was born in Wichita, Kansas. And he is no longer president of the United States. And it just strikes me, Robert, with all due respect, it is a tragic waste of brain cells for anyone to continue to be concerned in any way about the Obama birth certificate. But it is Conspiracy Day.
It's Conspiracy Day. 1-800-955-1776. The Michael Medved Show.
President Trump is cleaning up Washington, but the media and Barack Obama want to stop him. They've declared total war against him. Now, David Horowitz's Big Agenda reveals Obama's secret plan to destroy Trump. Rush Limbaugh says you must read Big Agenda. Newsmax calls it the best Trump book yet. Get Big Agenda, a #1 bestseller, or check out our free offer. Call 800-NEWSMAX, 800-NEWSMAX, or go online at bigagenda411.com. That's bigagenda411.com.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more.
That's the sound of business owners everywhere flushing away their valuable marketing budgets with little to no ROI.
I'm Bobby Edwards with Squatty Potty. Radio has been instrumental in growing the Squatty Potty brand with Radioactive Media. We've been using them for 3 years for all of our radio advertising needs. We're really thrilled with the results.
Radioactive Media was able to help grow their business by devising an effective marketing strategy that generated a positive return on investment, using some of the top hosts from radio and podcasting.
We create some fun creative spots, use some live reads. It's been really important.
And it's working. In 2016, Squatty Potty saw sales of $30 million, partially due to Radioactive Media's audio marketing efforts. Radioactive Media can grow your business too and show a positive ROI with measurable and accountable results nationwide, reaching millions for as low as $9,000 a week. Call 800-559-RADIO. That's 800-559-7234.
They're really great guys. They've been really great to work with.
Call 800-559-RADIO. Online, radioactivemedia.com.
Freedom. One nation in all of human history was built on that bedrock. Ours. A republic of the people, by the people, and for the people. Self-government requires freedom, just as freedom requires an individual willingness to self-govern. Freedom has made America exceptional, but it can only last as long as you and I seek the good, as expressed by the laws of nature and nature's God. It can only last if you and I choose to act as people of character. Forging character has been the pursuit of Hillsdale College since 1844. Hillsdale College forges character and elevates civic discourse both on campus and nationwide. To find out how you can take their free online courses or receive a complimentary subscription to Imprimis, a monthly speech digest, visit hillsdalefreedom.com. That's hillsdalefreedom.com.
Hey guys, your prostate should be the last thing on your mind, but the fact is, the older you get, the more likely you'll have prostate problems, which can affect your everyday life. That's where Prostate Complete by Real Health comes in. Prostate Complete is the result of 20 years of experience as a leader in men's health. The powerful formula in Prostate Complete supports natural prostate function and reduced urinary urges for a better quality of life. Available at Walmart. Visit prostateoneperday.com for special offers. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
If you're worried about how the market's going to respond in these first 100 days of new leadership, you're not alone. Even the best experts can't predict what's going to happen in the coming year. So be smart and have a plan. Go to SaveProfitPlan.com to start your plan. Bill Pullis with Profits Run has developed a plan on how you can profit now. Go to SaveProfitPlan.com to learn how to make a little extra money each week. Trading involves risk of loss and is not appropriate for everyone. Go to SaveProfitPlan.com for more information.
story is so much fun.
The Michael Medved Show.
It's fun.
21 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show, with so many conspiracy theories whirring out there and a full moon up there in the sky, how do you get a good night's sleep? Well, here's one way you do it. You get it with the help of MyPillow, which is just a great product, which is we have a conspiracy to help you get a good night's sleep with MyPillow. And you really have nothing to lose. You know why you have nothing to lose? Well, first of all, you're getting 50% off if you go to mypillow.com and you get their 4-pack, which is 4 pillows at once for the price of one, basically. And you get these 4 pillows and you get 50% off and you get free shipping. And you know what? All you have to do is go to mypillow.com, use the promo code MEDVED. And here's the beauty part. If you don't like the product, if you don't love the product as much as I do, and I enjoy sleeping on MyPillow, I wake up in the morning and say, oh, that was a good night's sleep. And then I pat the little MyPillow behind me and say, thank you, buddy. Meanwhile, you can go to mypillow.com, use the promo code MEDVED, and you get your 50% off. Or you can give them a call. Operators are ready for you. 800-320-6280. That's 800-320-6280. mypillow.com. It is Conspiracy Day on the Michael Medved Show. The Obama birth certificate conspiracy theory, which doesn't seem to go away, now that President Obama sort of faded a little bit from the center of the stage. I mean, I know that there are people in the Trump administration who want to bring him back to center stage. I'm not sure why. But here's a question to ask. If it's true that Obama was selected somehow to be installed by this conspiracy of manipulators. And of course, a lot of the birther stuff is about that they wanted this particular alien guy to try to install him in the White House. Couldn't they have found somebody who was actually born in the United States? I mean, in other words, I know that President Obama was born in the United States. It's not that I believe that. I know it. He was born in Hawaii. It's called the United States of America. And yes, it already was one of the 50 states. It was the 50th state by the time he was born in August of 1961. Hawaii became part of the Union in 1959, 2 years before. Okay, so Obama's born in America, but if you believe he wasn't born in America, why would they pick someone like that? If this band of brilliant manipulators are determined to install this charming, couldn't they have? I mean, there are hundreds of millions of people who were actually born in America. I mean, unequivocally. Why would they have to pick Barack Obama? Let's go to John in Clearfield, Utah. You're on the Medved Show. It's Conspiracy Day.
Hi. Hey, first thing I want to do is congratulate you on your book about the miracles leading to the founding of America and sustaining America. I thought that was a great book. I loved it.
Thank you. The American Miracle, which again, people can get at about half price right now by going to michaelmedved.com and clicking on the banner. But go ahead.
Well, I'm sending it to my friends and children. I think it's a wonderful book. Anyway,
thank you. So do I.
The question that I have is, you seem to be just unilaterally opposed to any possibility of conspiracies in some of these things, such as, well, to go way back, the Kennedy assassination, Martin Luther King, Bobby Kennedy, Ross Perot, when he was running, he mentioned that there was a group working against him. I guess I'm trying to understand why you think that there cannot possibly be something like this in the U.S.
Well, there can be, and there was. I mean, as you know from reading my book, I mean, the book ends, the last section of The American Miracle is about the conspiracy to kill President Lincoln. And yes, it was a conspiracy, and yes, it involved several people, more than just Booth and the 4 people who were hanged a few weeks after the assassination. And it was a conspiracy that they had been planning for a while. They were originally planning to kidnap President Lincoln. And Booth actually rode out with a number of his associates, and the president ended up not going in his carriage that day. Otherwise, he might have been kidnapped, as Booth was planning before. So, again, I don't deny that conspiracies can exist. What I have a tough time with is the idea that a conspiracy so huge, as people associate with the Kennedy assassination, for instance, that kind of conspiracy could be kept totally secret after all these years and after the 28 volumes of material that was generated and published by the Warren Commission. In other words, generally, it's kind of tough to keep secrets today, don't you think?
Let me comment on that just a minute. It was not kept secret. The House Select Committee concluded there was more than one shooter.
No, they did not conclude that. They concluded that the evidence was unclear, but that has been, again, investigated since that House Select Committee. This has been a whole industry, John. It has been a whole industry that's gone on for years and years and years and years, and people have made money on it. There's a book, it's about 5,000 pages, if you take literally the accompanying material, by Vincent Bugliosi, who's, may rest in peace, who's a friend of mine, and is one of the finest prosecutors who ever worked in the United States. And he spent many of the last years of his life going over everything. There isn't a scrap of evidence to suggest in a credible way that there was someone else involved in killing John Kennedy. I don't understand. In other words, what do you think is the very best evidence that we have, or that you have, that there was a conspiracy to kill Kennedy?
Where would you start? Would you start with the magic bully theory? Would you start with the autopsy?
The magic bully,
the limousine?
All of this stuff is extremely well and authoritatively debunked. The magic bullet theory is not a theory at all. It's the real trajectory of the bullet. And the reason that people made a mistake, like Jim Garrison, is because they didn't understand that the back seat of the vehicle was raised higher than Governor Conley sitting in the front seat. So, yes, it's true. The bullet went through Kennedy at a higher level of his body, and then it went up to Conley, who was actually, I'm sorry, I said it backwards. Conley was sitting at a higher level than Kennedy, which is why the bullet struck him higher in his body than it did in President Kennedy's body. Look, all of this stuff has been extraordinarily well investigated and looked at. And for anyone to believe that with so much riding upon, with the possibility of making millions and millions and millions of dollars by finally unveiling the truth about JFK, the fact that every serious scientific investigation comes back to the idea that Kennedy was shot, just like Garfield was shot, just like McKinley was shot, just like there was an attempt on Franklin Roosevelt's life, just as there were 2 attempts on Gerald Ford's life, by a crazy, lone, awful, evil shooter. But something else happened the day before the assassination that's worth considering on Conspiracy Day.
It's Conspiracy Day on The Michael Medved Show.
With SRN News, I'm Patrick Foss. The White House is blaming what it calls a desperate attempt at ratings for the disclosure of President Trump's 2005 tax returns. The records were obtained by Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist David K. Johnston, who said he received them unsolicited in the mail. They were aired by MSNBC. A reporter from the conservative-leaning website Independent Journal Review is the only media representative accompanying Secretary of State Rex Tillerson on his trip to Asia this week. Tillerson had said he was not taking journalists with him because he was traveling on a smaller plane. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo says Metro North commuter rail service and New York's subway system will provide full service Wednesday. Rail service, airline, school, and utilities were all hit hard by a big nor'easter. First 4 finals saw Mount St. Mary's defeat New Orleans 67-66, while Kansas State took out Wake Forest 95-88. More details at SRNnews.com.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Changes in Washington are not only affecting the nation's economy, but your family's as well. Quicken Loans can show you how to take advantage of a cash-out refinance to pay off credit card debt or invest in home improvements. In fact, you may be able to eliminate private mortgage insurance. No matter what's happening in Washington, it's always a smart move to call us at 800-QUICKEN. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Experience the confidence that comes from working with a mortgage partner that has your best interest in mind. For 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the 3rd year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN today or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Want a fast and easy way to get help with home repairs and improvements? Go to HomeAdvisor.com.
Home Advisor is a very easy way to find a home contractor, and for me, it's the only way.
You can use HomeAdvisor for everything. Your house cleaning, your painting, the sump pump broke.
You get to read the customer reviews of all of your neighbors that have used these great same people.
They do the dirty work for you. They do background checks. And it's completely free to use. Go to HomeAdvisor.com today.
Home Advisor.
You could be financially independent and never have to worry about money again. I'm Andy Willoughby with the 3-Step Plan Home Business System. The 3-Step Plan is designed to help families make extra money working from home. Right now, we are looking for a few people in this area who would like to earn between $500 and $5,000 a month by building their own home-based business. We'll teach you everything you need to know to get your business off and running. If you like working with people with similar family values, then you'll love the 3-Step Plan. You can work full-time or part-time. You choose your own hours so you can work around family commitments. If you have a cell phone and can send out email, you can succeed with the 3-Step Plan. Families from all over the nation have used the 3-Step Plan to make extra money, pay off bills, improve their lifestyle, and work from home. To check out the 3-Step Plan, go to 3stepplan.com. That's 3stepplan.com.
Are you tired of watching your heating bills skyrocket? There's a new personal heater that will slash your heating bills. It's from the makers of the original infrared heater, and it's called the Eden Pure Gen 21. Eden Pure infrared heat uses much less energy. It cannot burn or start a fire. Get the lowest price for the Eden Pure Gen 21. Call 1-800-264-4705. That's 800-264-4705. Or online, visit shopedenpure.com to learn more.
Conspiracy Day on The Michael Medved Show.
34 minutes after the hour, I mentioned something that happened the day before the Kennedy assassination. And it was fateful. And it was important. The very finest essay ever written about conspiracy theories was presented as a lecture at Oxford University on November 21st, 1963, just a little bit more than 24 hours before Lee Harvey Oswald did his awful deed in Dallas. The lecture was by a Columbia University professor named Richard Hofstadter, and it was called The Paranoid Style in American Politics. We will get to that on Conspiracy Day on the Medved Show. Let's go to your calls to Drew in Sarasota, Florida. Drew, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hello.
Hi.
I have a conspiracy theory about the vote overcounts in Michigan when Jill Stein asked for that recount, and they found the thousands of overvotes in Detroit in these liberal Democratic districts. And so what if that was something that was happening systematically all over the country? And in addition to that, it seems like that would be a big story.
I'm sorry. Where did they find... what I remember from Jill Stein ordering those recounts in Michigan is that they didn't produce any significant difference anywhere in terms of the final vote totals. They kind of authenticated President Trump's victory in Michigan.
No, but when they went in to recount Detroit, they couldn't even count those. They couldn't even recount them legally because all of the ballots, when they went in to count the ballots, they weren't even close to the total votes that were cast. And so they didn't have.
You know what, Drew? I don't believe that to be true. Again, I don't have the information about that recount in front of me. But what's your conspiracy here? In other words, and if there was a conspiracy to put in extra votes for Hillary Clinton, how come they didn't put in enough? It was awfully close in Michigan.
It was, but when by the time they counted them, there weren't enough, even after they counted them. But when they went in to recount the votes, they counted.
It didn't change anything. It didn't change anything. Okay, what's your point? What's the conspiracy that you believe is operating?
The point I'm making is that Trump actually won by even more. But if this is something that is happening in major metropolitan areas all over the U.S. where these Democratic districts, and I'm surprised you don't know about that. I think you should take a look at the Detroit paper. There was a story about it the day after the day after the recount. Yeah.
Okay, let me mention to you the new chair of the Republican National Committee appointed by President Trump is outstanding, and her name is Roma Romney McDaniel, and she was formerly the chair of the Republican Party in the state of Michigan. I am very sure that if there is any reason to worry about vote counting, the new chair of the Republican National Committee will be all over it. And glad to hear it. Appreciate your call. Let's go quickly to Robert in Louisville, Kentucky. You're on the Michael Medved Show Conspiracy Day.
Michael,
Yes,
I
sir.
lived through the Kennedy assassination, followed it, and when Jack Ruby jumped over that rail and walked up and shot Lee Harvey Oswald in the stomach, that's killing the assassin is the way you defeat the paper trail or the live body trail, whatever you want to call it. More people than Lee Harvey Oswald were involved in the assassination of President Kennedy. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
How do you know it?
Because there's no way physically, with the rifle he used, he could get off 3 accurate shots.
And then how come they have been able to duplicate that shot at least 60 times? And they have.
Lee Harvey Oswald, a human being with the technology they had at that point.
Okay,
in time.
they have used the same rifle, which was called a Mannlicher Carcano. They have reproduced that shot accurately, time after time after time. Lee Harvey Oswald did have a marksman's medal from the Marine Corps. And again, the deeper question for those of you who are still involved with the Kennedy assassination is who and why. We'll be right back to that on Conspiracy Day. Meanwhile, this came in from Relief Factor, and Relief Factor Carlene from Michigan writes in that following a knee injury, I had significant pain. Although I was skeptical, I decided to try Relief Factor to lessen or avoid the use of over-the-counter pain relievers. And I used to be sleeping, and I was awakened throughout the night by an achy hip. But after a year of nursing a very sore knee, the pain was reduced to the point that I could go for hours without pain interrupting what I was doing or thinking about how to avoid something that previously had caused me pain. Thank you, Relief Factor. Yes, you can hear and feel all of the benefits of Relief Factor yourself by simply going to relieffactor.com, getting their quick start. It's just $19.95. $19.95 at Quick Start is at relieffactor.com. But no relief from conspiratorial suspicions on Conspiracy Day on the Medved Show. We've all taken side jobs here and there to earn some extra cash, but now making extra money is way easier thanks to Uber. Uber is the ultimate side hustle. Driving with Uber means you can earn extra cash whenever you want. It's not just another job. It's a totally flexible way to earn. You can turn it on and off just like you turn on and off your car. And if you have a few spare hours here and there, drive with Uber. Have you ever wanted to be your own boss? I bet you'd make a great boss, right? Drive with Uber and you are your own boss. If you're driving right now, you should be earning right now. Every day is payday when you drive with Uber. I love riding with Uber personally because you can cash out anytime with Instant Pay with Uber. With access to Instant Pay, cash out your earnings when you drive up to 5 times a day with no minimum amount required. Your car can start making you money. Sign up to drive with Uber today. Go to uber.com/drive now. uber.com/drive now.
Your credit card companies love you. They love it when your cards stay maxed out. They love it when you only make minimum payments. They love it when you struggle. Why? Because they own you. And minimum payments mean maximum profits. Here's great news. National Debt Relief is now offering you free information on how to escape your credit card debt nightmare. If you owe more than $10,000 in credit card debt and are only barely making minimum payments, know this. You may not have to pay it all back. In fact, you may have the right to settle that debt for only a fraction of what you owe. National Debt Relief has helped thousands of people get rid of over $500 million of debt. And they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Get the information you need for free right now before this offer goes away. Call National Debt Relief now and escape your credit card debt troubles. 800-691-2148. 800-691-2148. 800-691-2148.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself going deeper and deeper in credit card debt and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a non-profit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
Forty-four minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show, Hillsdale College is devoted to timeless truth. Not fear, not suspicion, not paranoia. Timeless truth. Like the truth that America is not an accident. America was planned by a higher power and by founders who saw themselves as instruments of that higher power. Check out medvedforhillsdale.com. There are 17 free classes that you can take online from Hillsdale College, ranging from Shakespeare to C.S. Lewis to free market economics to the Constitution and much, much more. Go to medvedforhillsdale.com. It is Conspiracy Day on the Michael Medved Show. Let's go directly to Lance in Olympia, Washington. Lance, you're on the Michael Medved Show, Conspiracy Day.
Hello, sir.
Hey.
My conspiracy is that the VA is trying to kill off as many veterans as they can.
Why?
Because there's a large number of veterans, a larger number than most of U.S. history, and they're very expensive. And there's some proof that they wait them to death, or they put them in hospitals that are so bad that they die of infections, stuff like that.
So who at the VA do you think is trying to kill the vets?
I don't know.
Who's doing it? Do you think that Dr. Shulkin, who was he's the only carryover from the Obama administration. He's the only guy who served in the Obama administration who has been reappointed by President Trump. He's our new Secretary of Veterans Affairs. Do you think he's part of this conspiracy to kill off our vets?
I hope not, and I hope that Donald Trump is fixing that because of his promises he's given to the vets.
Yeah, but again, he reappointed the new Secretary of Veterans Affairs, who Obama had appointed to fix the situation. Let me tell you, Lance, and it's just something I think you'll feel better thinking about. The VA is a bureaucracy, right? And which means it's a business, basically. And when you're running a business, you don't tend to want to kill off your customers, right? And what you said before is simply not true. We don't have a large number of veterans compared to what we had in, say, 1960, when we had 16 million people who had served during World War II. We used to have a lot more veterans than we have today. Today, a smaller and smaller percentage of Americans actually serve in the military. And the VA does not want to destroy its own jobs and its own demands on federal money by killing off the people they're trying to serve. It's just exactly the opposite of what they would want. They want as many veterans alive and needing service as they can possibly get. Appreciate your call. Let's go to Wayne in Indianapolis. Wayne, you're on the MedVed Show. It's Conspiracy Day.
Hey, Michael. I read the autobiography of Frank Vergano, and he represented Santos Travante, which was a gangster mobster from Florida, and Jimmy Hoffa against the federal government when Robert Kennedy was Attorney General. So here's what the deal is that the mob actually had a hitman go from Florida to Louisiana to Dallas that day to make sure that Kennedy died that day. And how the government and the mob got involved together was through Nixon, when the government wanted to supply the Cuban resistance that overthrow, because Fidel Castro had really kicked a lot of people off in America when he took over. So they had Nixon with these arms that America was supplying to the Cuban rebels stand on the shores in Florida to make sure, because the mob said, yeah, we'll take them over there.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Wayne?
Yeah.
Do you believe what every report about the mafia, about the mob, shows to be true, which is that there are professional hitmen who are very, very professional, who know what they're doing, who work for the mafia?
Very accurate.
Is that true?
And,
hold on. Slow. Just
Okay.
a little bit of logic here, okay? Why would you, if you were a mobster and you wanted to do a hit on the president of the United States, why would you pick a nut who had defected to the Soviet Union, who had this really troubled, ridiculous background? Why would you pick a nut like Oswald instead of a professional mafia hitman?
The New York mob is the one that picked him, the Russian mob, because the patsy, they needed to make it look like it was an American that did it, and some idiot, some extremist. But it was a plotted and planned execution of Kennedy that day through the mob, because the mob was ticked off.
So wait, do you think that Oswald took a shot at Kennedy?
Was through the Communist Party of America that existed back in the 50s.
Okay, do you think that Lee Harvey Oswald shot a Mannlicher Carcano rifle at John Kennedy on November 22nd, 1963? Did he fire the rifle at Kennedy?
Well, I know he shot him, but sir, he wasn't that. He was just some marksman. I was an expert in the Army, 101st. And I was artillery, but I never served as a sniper. But I tell you right now, the guy he didn't do it on his own. The mob had a guy there to make sure the job got done, because they were so kicked off at Kennedy because he was coming after them. And then Jimmy Hoffa, I grew up in Brazil, Indiana, and my father, I have pictures with my father with Jimmy, and every time.
Can I ask you? Hold on. Was Ted Cruz's dad involved? Was Rafael Cruz involved at all?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that because I don't think he was involved either. Wayne, I appreciate your call, and given your sort of personal stake in this, you should probably commit your recollections and theories to writing, so there's some record of it somewhere. Meanwhile, it is Conspiracy Day on the Medved Show, your day to expose the mysterious and nefarious forces behind perplexing present events.
Portions of the Michael Medved Show are sponsored by Hillsdale College. Learn more at medvedforhillsdale.com. The truth is here. The Michael Medved Show.
Hi, this is Ron Paul. I'm a former congressman and presidential candidate. We're at the beginning of a new year. Who knows what the future will bring? Hopefully, the years ahead will be better. I am betting on America. But just in case things don't turn out as well as we would like, I am going to tell you about something remarkable that I have recently come across. It's a home freeze dryer from Harvest Right. My family and I are using it to prepare for those times that we hope never come. With our home freeze dryer, we are preserving home-cooked meals, fruits and vegetables, even ice cream. It's really easy to use and creates food that is healthy, has no preservatives, and will stay fresh for 25 years. We may not know what the future will bring, but one thing is certain. Because of Harvest Right, my family and I will always have food on the table. To learn more, call 800-585-2021 or go to harvestright.com. That's 800-585-2021.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-566-2424. That's 1-800-566-2424. 1-800-566-2424. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop, you save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
This is Ed Rollins. President Donald Trump has nominated Neil Gorsuch for the Supreme Court, and we need millions of Americans to pick up the phone right now to deliver your voice directly to your senator. This is the most critical moment in modern history that will define the future of our country. Radical liberals like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi have vowed to block President Trump's nomination by all means possible. We need millions of Americans to call 800-939-5885 to send your voice directly to your senator to demand the immediate confirmation of Judge Gorsuch to the Supreme Court. This could be the most important phone call you will ever make for the future of our country. Please call 800-939-5885 and put the pressure on the U.S. Senate to confirm President Trump's nominee. Again, call 800-939-5885. Please help pressure the Senate to confirm Neil Gorsuch and help Donald Trump make America great again. Call now.
Paid for by Great America PAC, which is responsible for the content of this message. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. GreatAmericaPAC.com.
55 minutes past the hour on the Michael Medved Show. Just a few days more for you to participate in our great program for Food for the Poor. We're going to end up feeding more than 2,000, maybe as many as 3,000 kids. It's a beautiful thing with Food for the Poor. We'll give you the full results when we're done, but if you can give $2,000 or more
to Food for the Poor. Two things are guaranteed. Number one, you'll feed 40 kids 2 meals a day. That's 40 kids, like 2 classrooms full of kids, who will get 2 meals a day because of you for an entire year. And all of those 40 kids get water supplies for a lifetime. And you will get a signed, personally inscribed copy of The American Miracle, Divine Providence in the Rise of the Republic, my new book, and a signed copy of my wife's new bestseller. It's called Don't Divorce, The Powerful Arguments for Saving and Revitalizing Your Marriage. Both sent to you free of charge with your gift of Food for the Poor. Go to the banner at michaelmedved.com. Click on the banner, find out all about this great organization, or you can call them. Toll free, operators standing by, 855-330-HOPE. That's 855-330-HOPE. Let's go to your calls on Conspiracy Day. Carlos in Carson, California. You're on the Medved Show.
Hi, Michael. Well, listen, I believe there's a conspiracy from both the Mexican and the United States government to foment a Vietnam War type of war in Mexico, and I'll tell you why. On behalf of the military-industrial complex, the United States appropriates $500 million to Mexico every year to beef up their security, to buy military hardware, to so-called fight the drug networks. Now, 3 weeks ago, Trump said, there's some bad hombres over there. I might have to send some troops over there. Now, 2 weeks after that, I noticed on Mexican television, helicopter gunships, the ones that Mexico bought $1 billion worth of military helicopter gunships from the United States with the money they get loaned every year. I saw on Mexican television helicopter gunships being used like in Vietnam, firing down on the narco networks in an urban center. In turn, they were firing up to the helicopter. So I can see how they're going to gradually foment a war, with the excuse.
So wait, you think that American troops are going to help the Mexican troops in a war against the drug cartels?
I think eventually they're going to find a way to send them. They're going to declare Mexico a narco-terrorist state, and they're fomenting the rhetoric. That's why they're loaning money to Mexico. Mexico, in turn, is buying all the military equipment. And they got to justify the usage, and just like they do in the Middle East. There's nothing new about it,
All right. A new Mexican war, but this one with America and Mexico as allies? Well, let's hope not in this greatest nation on God's green earth. Okay, just like everybody else, I'd been hearing all about MyPillow, and I was skeptical initially that it really was as great as everybody says it is. Well, got my first MyPillow, and I do love it. I sleep better at night, wake up with less stiffness and aches and pains. It's a terrific product. To celebrate March being National Sleep Awareness Month, MyPillow is offering 50% off on the 4-pack special, and you'll also receive free shipping. If you're looking for a great night's sleep, now's the perfect time to get your first MyPillow. If you already know how great MyPillow is, why not give them to everybody you know? They're great gifts. Call 1-800-320-6280. Use the promo code MEDVED or go to MyPillow.com, but make sure you use the promo code MEDVED to get that big 50% discount. Call 1-800-320-6280. Use the promo code MEDVED. 1-800-320-6280. And use that promo code MEDVED.
We are country at its best with a blend of yesterday's memories. WCAB, Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. Commuter trains and subway cars will resume full service Wednesday in New York after being brought to a halt by Tuesday's snowstorm. Meanwhile, New Jersey Governor Chris Christie tells NJTV road conditions across his state should improve Wednesday.
We should be ready to deal with the normal rush hour traffic. The roadways, according to DOT, should be fine by tomorrow morning. We may have some issues of refreezing tonight, but we're out there with salters to make sure that we try to put the roads in the best condition we can.
Boston Mayor Marty Walsh says his city is dealing with a mix of wintry weather.
We have 6 to 8 inches of snow in the city of Boston. The transition now from snow to rain is happening.
The powerful nor'easter fell well short of the predicted snow totals in New York and Philadelphia. Congress has sent President Trump a measure to expand the number of applicants for jobless benefits who can be drug tested.
Lawmakers have complained that under the Obama administration, the government placed too many limits on states for deciding whether unemployment applicants can be drug tested. The resolution passed by the House and the Senate would cancel those limits.
Correspondent Dennis Crowley. Gina Miller, the financial entrepreneur who took the British government to court over Brexit, says the Brexit process will take more than 2 years.
It's just not going to happen that time. And if the government is at all practical, the first thing they will be asking for in these negotiations, after they've made sure that the certainty of EU citizens are put to bed, would be should look for the transition period, that implementation period. 5 years, 10, who knows?
Britain's parliament has told Prime Minister May she can file for divorce from the EU. Prosecutors in South Korea say they plan to summon and question ousted President Park Geun-hye next week over a corruption scandal that removed her from office. South Korea, meanwhile, says it will hold an election May 9th to choose a successor for the ousted Geun-hye. 57-year-old Mitch Seavey has become the oldest winner of the Iditarod Trail sled dog race. He arrived in Nome, Alaska, Tuesday to claim his third victory. This is townhall.com.
This is Ed Rollins. President Donald Trump has nominated Neil Gorsuch for the Supreme Court, and we need millions of Americans to pick up the phone right now to deliver your voice directly to your senator. This is the most critical moment in modern history that will define the future of our country. Radical liberals like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi have vowed to block President Trump's nomination by all means possible. We need millions of Americans to call 800-939-5885 to send your voice directly to your senator to demand the immediate confirmation of Judge Gorsuch to the Supreme Court. This could be the most important phone call you will ever make for the future of our country. Please call 800-939-5885 and put the pressure on the U.S. Senate to confirm President Trump's nominee. Again, call 800-939-5885. Please help pressure the Senate to confirm Neil Gorsuch and help Donald Trump make America great again. Call now.
Paid for by Great America PAC, which is responsible for the content of this message. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. GreatAmericaPAC.com.
Volkswagen remains bullish about its prospects in the United States.
The German carmaker's CEO says the U.S. remains a core market for VW, despite its diesel emission scandal, and has underlined that it hopes to expand in the U.S. Matthias Mueller says, quote, "We are standing by our investment decisions and intend over the long term to play a significantly greater role there than today." The Volkswagen brand has only a small share in the U.S. market, although it is important for the company's luxury brands Porsche and Audi. It makes cars in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Bob Agnew reporting.
Private businesses in Europe can forbid Muslim women who work there from wearing headscarves, but the ban has to be part of a neutral policy within the company and not a sign of prejudice against a particular religion. That ruling came Tuesday from the European Court of Justice. The court says such a ban does not constitute direct discrimination. The court was ruling on 2 cases. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. The National Park Service is concerned about the impact of cold weather on Washington's famous cherry blossoms.
National Park Service spokesman Mike Litterst says the snow Monday into Tuesday didn't appear to do damage, but upcoming cold temperatures are concerning. Litterst says if the temperature gets down to 24 degrees, there could be a 90% loss of blossoms that were expected to be at their peak in about a week. The National Park Service have forecast peak bloom to occur between March 19th and March 22nd. Peak bloom is the day when 70% of the Yoshino cherry trees around the city's tidal basin are blossoming. Keith Peters, Washington.
Texas prison officials have executed a Fort Worth man condemned for killing a father and his 4-month-old son during a Christmas Eve rampage nearly 30 years ago that also left 2 other men shot to death. James Bigby was pronounced dead at 6:31 p.m. Tuesday evening. He's the 4th person in Texas and the 6th nationally to be put to death this year. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss.
Hi, Tom Green with the check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, a low around 23. Sunshine with a high only reaching 39. And then clear skies Wednesday night, a low around 21. Sunny with a high around 48 on Thursday and 57 under partly cloudy skies for Friday. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Lou Gillum at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call, Morning Call Around Report, and great gospel music, Todd Kaiser midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories and the afternoon Call Around Report here on AM 590, WCAB, Rutherford.
And now, America's #1 show on pop culture and politics. This is the Michael Medved Show.
And another great day in this greatest nation on God's green earth, where a great tradition in this greatest nation has been conspiracy theories. Goes back to the very founding of the country. I mean, you could say that the Salem witch trials in the 1690s were a conspiracy theory. Today is Conspiracy Day on the Michael Medved Show. Your day not necessarily to expose witches or sorcerers or warlocks, but to expose whatever the hidden forces are behind perplexing, painful present events. A full moon up there in the mid-March sky. Your day to howl and to turn the light of truth and exposure and clarity on what is going on behind the scenes. You do that by calling us at 1-800-955-1776. A quick word about one conspiracy that frustrates me no end, and it clearly is a conspiracy, and it clearly is deliberate, and it clearly is going on, and it's going on here in Seattle within a few miles of where I'm sitting right now. It's going on in Los Angeles. It's going on across the country. It's going on in basically every city in the United States, maybe a little bit less so in New York City because the fine example that was set by Rudy Giuliani a long time ago. Here's what I'm talking about. The busiest intersection in the state of Washington. In fact, it's the busiest intersection in the whole northwestern part of the United States. I think you have to go down to San Francisco to find an intersection that's busier. Is the intersection between the I-90 and the I-5. The two main highways going east and west and going north and south right at downtown Seattle. And right before you get to downtown Seattle, as you're heading west on the I-90, there's a little sort of area. It's a grassy knoll, actually. And in the last few months, a homeless encampment has developed there, and it's really ugly. And today, one of the things I noticed coming into work was not only the maybe 30 tents that are there, but somebody had like a butane, and there are trees there, and it's just crazy. And there's human waste, and there's piles high of garbage, and shopping carts, and this entire little homeless village, and it's the busiest intersection in the whole state. Why have they done nothing to clear that away? Answer: it's a conspiracy, and it is, because the left-wing individuals who run the city of Seattle and who run the King County and who run the state of Washington want everyone to see the homeless so you feel guilty. So you will go along with them when they want to increase taxes. They have a special measure that's coming up on the ballot to pay more in taxes to deal with the homeless problem. They could clean this up in an afternoon. Honestly, they could. Talk to the police officers. They know how to do it. There is no reason to allow this idiocy to go on. They're doing it deliberately. In Freeway Park, which is right downtown in Seattle, there is the State Convention Center. It's about the most public place you could possibly have. It's covered with graffiti. Never used to be, but covered with graffiti right now. And all kinds in every corner and every angle, and you can't miss it, and you're driving by and you see the graffiti. Why do people who are running this city want you to come into town and immediately think, wow, things have really broken down here? They're really terrible. I mean, it's graffiti everywhere, and it's new. Answer: well, because then you'll understand, you'll feel compassion, and you'll feel the need to pay even more and more and more and more in taxes, or to get your rich, stinking, evil, horrible, rich neighbors to pay more and more in taxes to try to do new social programs. Or maybe you're people like Kashama Sawant, the city council person thing, who is an open socialist. And you want to show that capitalism doesn't work. We need more governmental control.
The entire thing is a scam. The open running scabs, running sores, postulating eruptions of homeless encampments everywhere are part of a conspiracy. And I, for one, am sick of it. It's Conspiracy Day on the Medved Show. Let's go to your calls to Gina in Philadelphia. Gina, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi, Michael. Thank you so much for taking my call.
You bet.
I am not sure that I believe this 100%, but I do a little bit, and I would really like to have it debunked because I don't want to think that the news is that evil and Okay, this is it. Sandy Hook in Newtown, where all those children were murdered. I read on the internet one night how this school is located, that it was actually not a real school. It was all actors and
Gina, that's garbage. Of course it's a real school. That's so easy to find out. You can go back and just look for Sandy Hook Elementary School, and you'll find it. You can even find a history of it. I mean, it's a real school. Newtown is a real place. This is not some kind of Potemkin village. It's real. Why do you think any sick, demented, wretched piece of human garbage would want to convey the idea that these grieving parents, who are real people, had made up kids who were killed? Why would anyone do this?
An argument for stricter gun legislation.
Okay, again, do you know how many thousands and thousands of people, in terms of doctors, morticians, clergy, families, teachers, principals, school administrators, police officers, local officials, do you know how many people would have to be involved in creating this horrible, horrible make-believe killing? You'd have to have thousands of people.
Sounds reasonable.
No, it's reasonable and it's sane. Gina, please, people like that piece of human refuse who promotes this, whose name I don't even want to say on the air, but it's somebody who, unfortunately, Mr. Trump has expressed respect for, it's just unthinkable. Because can you imagine how some of the parents in Sandy Hook feel? How some of the brothers and sisters of the teachers who were killed there feel? These are real people with real records. This is like the stupid idea that the people didn't really die on the flight that hit the Pentagon. I know some of the people who died on the flight that hit the Pentagon. And yes, they were real human beings whose lives were tragically cut short. I appreciate your call, Gina. Let's go to Sean, Atlanta. You're on the Michael Medved Show. It's Conspiracy Day.
Thank you, Michael.
You bet.
You're a good listener. You're a good listener, just like me. I think my conspiracy is, I think that Obama did a number on the Russians. I mean, Putin do not like Obama, but I believe that the whole meddling thing in U.S. affair got to do with the fact that they are broke. I believe the ambassador's job is to talk to the U.S. About sanctions, about individuals, about lifting the sanctions. Basically,
well, we know that he talked to Michael Flynn about lifting the sanctions. Kislyak, the Russian ambassador. Yep.
Their whole intention is to lift the sanctions because they're broke. They started being broke from the Olympic, where they cheated with their stupid toilets and cheated on the Olympic, and then they committed a crime in Crimea. And then I asked myself, what on earth are they doing in Syria when ISIS is... I don't think that we should help them in Syria because ISIS is ubiquitous, Michael. The word you use is ubiquitous. Well, why should we help them in Syria? Russia is 100% broke and they need our help. And lifting that sanction, and Putin did this to himself. All this thing that Obama, all this sanction, Putin did this to himself.
No, look, I agree. I agree with you. I just don't see that there's a conspiracy here. I mean, I think it's fairly open. I think that, look, any reasonable person would see that the Russians attempted to tilt the scales in the American election. I think the question would be, where's their evidence that they were successful? I don't think they were particularly successful. I don't think you can say that President Trump won because of Russian interference. Did some of the Russian interference damage the Hillary Clinton campaign? Well, if you believe all of the sources that I think are conclusive that the WikiLeaks dumps were at least assisted by the Russians, probably not that much, but maybe. We'll be right back.
It's Conspiracy Day on The Michael Medved Show.
From time to time, we all need some medicine, but prescription medication costs can really add up. Most people don't know that pharmacy prices vary wildly, and insurance isn't always your best bet. With GoodRx, you can stop paying too much for your prescription medications. GoodRx is an easy way for Americans to save up to 80% on their prescriptions. In fact, most people save at least 49% off the retail price. While the future of healthcare is uncertain, it is good to know that there are services like GoodRx that can help you save money no matter what happens. Just text MedVed to GoodRx, type in the name of your prescription and your zip code. You'll find multiple coupon options for you to save money. While GoodRx is not insurance, GoodRx prices often beat insurance prices, so don't go to the pharmacy without checking drug prices first at GoodRx. GoodRx saves you money and it's totally free. No membership required and no need to supply personal information. Text MedVed to GoodRx 466-379 on your mobile phone. Try it today. Don't wait. Go to GoodRx today.
Are you looking to get out of your timeshare with a company you can trust? I'm Karen, owner of Lone Star Transfer. We have helped thousands of timeshare owners get out of their timeshare legally and ethically. We have an excellent track record with a 100% money-back guarantee. Call us today for a free consultation at 855-722-3166. That's 855-722-3166. Or visit us online at LoneStarTransfer.com. Let us get you out of your timeshare now.
How's that kitchen remodel coming along? I haven't found a reliable contractor and have no idea where to start. What about Home Advisor? Home what? Home Advisor. They match you to pre-screened and top-rated pros for any kind of home project. You can even check pricing and book appointments online. What's the catch? No catch. Home Advisor is completely free to use. Really? I'll check it out. Go to HomeAdvisor.com or download the free app.
Home Advisor.
The big Republican win in November shocked the media elites and shocked the political establishment of both parties. It was a wake-up call, and now the fight to make America great again is upon us. One organization has been standing up for conservative values all along, and for